Is Iran next? The country's 92 million people are heading into their 6th day of an internet blackout. Their currency has collapsed to zero against the dollar. International calls and even electricity has been shut down in certain areas. Protests have spread to over 100 cities and all 31 provinces in the country. But as the crowds grow, so too does the loss of life. Footage, which we can't show on here, shows body bags lining the streets outside morgues in Tehran. At the low end, estimates say 650 have been killed so far. At the high end, some estimates are into the thousands. But this seems to have only angered people more, because in a stunning show of dissent at a funeral for those killed, where usually the ceremony would include chants of "there is no God but Allah," instead they were replaced with chants "death to Khamenei," the country's supreme leader. So, is Iran next? Well, yesterday, the regime responded with an emphatic no. They decided to fight back and organize huge pro-government rallies, attempting to show the world they still have support. And keep in mind, the current regime has been in power for over 3 decades, and they have faced even bigger protests in the past, but every single time they have weathered the storm. But one could argue the main difference now is they've never faced the Great Orange Storm. Trump has threatened military strikes. He's announced 25% tariffs on any country doing business with Iran. And he did just snatch a country's leader out of his bed in the middle of the night. So we are in unprecedented times. But Iran is very different. They've literally said they are prepared for war if that's what it comes to, and the US intervenes. But it's also not just the US. Protests have erupted in countries around the world in solidarity with the people of Iran. And so, for now, the world watches and waits to see.
We have breaking news. Trump has just told the Iranian people that help is on the way and to take over their institutions. He just released a statement saying, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I've canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. Make Iran great again. Why is this big? Well, on Air Force One 2 nights ago, Trump said the Iranian leaders had called him and a meeting was being set up, which seemed to open the door to a diplomatic solution with them. His envoy, Steve Witkoff, also spoke with the Iranian foreign minister over the weekend, and it's been reported that behind the scenes, J.D. Vance specifically has been urging the president to pursue diplomacy and non-military solutions before getting involved with strikes, but it seems that has failed. So now what? We'll see, but we know the president over the last couple of days has been briefed on a wide range of kinetic and non-kinetic options that include ordering military strikes on regime sites or launching cyber attacks. It may be interpreted, though, from a statement today that he's chosen kinetic. He's meeting with his national security team today to discuss options once again. How many protesters have been killed in Iran by the regime over these last couple of weeks? It's hard to know an exact number as the internet remains blacked out, but the US-based human rights activist news agency says that number is at least 1,850, with at least 16,784 arrested, while many think the number is much, much higher. The UN Human Rights Council also just released a statement condemning what they call a clear violation of international human rights law. Wow.
And we are live. Yo, this is What's Up Media, guys, and I'm back for another one. Sorry, guys, I kind of had to take the day off yesterday, but we are back, man, because we're going to do a Trump press engagement. Then, of course, we're going to do some updates on Iran and a whole lot more, guys. So let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right into it.
So we had great numbers introduced today. We had a wonderful speech in front of great people in Detroit. We're mostly in the car business, and we're setting records in manufacturing. It's going very well. I think people appreciated what I had to say in terms of the numbers. So we're very happy about that. I'm going back to the White House now. We're going to look at the whole situation that's going on in Iran. Really bad stuff. Minnesota's.
Now, according to the Iranian leadership, the protests have, stopped. Or at least the shooting of protesters have stopped. They've got the situation under control. They're blaming Mossad and CIA. And if you don't know what Mossad is, that's Israeli intelligence. And of course, CIA is our intelligence. And he's blaming us for pretty much provoking it and pretty much arming the protesters. Now, this is what they're saying. Now, what we're saying is that, hey, no, the people just had enough of your ass. They were taking the guns away from the Iranian police and they were shooting back. So we'll see, because the Iranian leadership said they're going to come out with some proof that we have yet to see, but they have already executed a so-called Mossad spy, or a guy who was working with Mossad. They say he confiscated his phone. He had a known Mossad agent. He was texting him, getting instructions on how to make the protest worse and all that great and all that terrible stuff. And this is what's been coming out of Iran.
Going to have to take care of itself for a little while. We have tremendous theft and fraud going on in that state because you have an incompetent governor, grossly incompetent governor, and a corrupt governor. But we'll straighten that out. But Iran is on my mind when I see the kind of death that is happening over there, we think. So we're going to get some accurate numbers. I'll have it about.
Yeah, now there are two numbers that are going around. There is the 2,000. There's 2,000 protesters or civilians that was killed during the protests. And then there is the 12,000. So 10,000 more than I believe what Iran is saying. I think Iran is saying anywhere from like 2,000 to 2,700. And then, well, what also other people are saying inside and outside of Iran, 12,000 people that die. So hopefully we'll figure that out sooner or later. But a lot of people are going with the 12,000. A lot of people are calling that BS, and they're saying that it's about 2,000 to 2,700.
20 minutes. We'll get some accurate numbers as to what's happening with regard to the killing. The killing looks like it's significant, but we don't know yet for certain. I'll know within 20 minutes. So, and we'll act accordingly.
How can you ensure that U.S. airstrikes?
Oh, guys, and if we hit gold today, we can go ahead and react to the new Nick Shirley video that dropped today. So that should be a fun one. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Well, let's get back to it.
Comes to that, will have the result of protecting the protest?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know.
Do you think it's
So far, my track record's been excellent, but you never know.
Do you think it's going to be something kinetic like that, or more like cyber? Or
Well, I can't tell you that. I know exactly what it would be. We have to make a decision.
Sir,
But I can't be, obviously, I can't be
Do you have
telling
a
you.
timeline? Yeah, timeline.
So Jamie Dimon said today that it's not a great idea to be chipping away at the Fed's independence. Do you think Jamie Dimon's wrong about that?
Yeah, I think it's fine what I'm doing. We have a bad Fed person. He was extended by Biden. And, yeah, I think he's wrong. I think it's wrong.
It's kind of funny because the Fed's independence has never worked out for the American people. But it sure as hell has worked out for the big bank. So Jamie Dimon, who is, I believe, the current CEO of Chase, yes, I mean, yeah, the head CEO of Chase. It's funny that he's the one trying to defend the Fed. Of course, the Fed has always worked well for the banks, but never really worked well for the American people. I love how he has something to say on that.
He's done a bad job. We should have lower rates. Jamie Dimon probably wants higher rates. Maybe he makes more money that way.
Mr. President, Jamie Dimon also was talking about the 10% credit card. The House Speaker said that it could have negative side effects if it was imposed through Congress. Are you concerned about that? Have you talked about?
No, I'm not. I think.
Yeah, side effect that a lot of credit card companies depend on. Predatory lending. Yep, predatory lending. So, I mean, so we can't charge over 10%, then that means we can't approve as much people as we want to go ahead and, encourage predatory lending, pretty much making these people pay what? More in interest than what they borrowed or what asset they're getting. So, yeah, I like what Trump is doing there. And I love how all the credit card companies are crying and the banks are crying because I know you guys kind of get off on predatory lending. And it only being at 10% means that, yes, less people will get approved for loans and all that. But maybe that's what needs to happen. Maybe we do need to do a little bit of correction, help everybody get their credit score good, bring down the consumer debt that actually adds to the national debt. I mean, that would be nice.
The people that are paying 28% interest should be protected. We're talking about for a 1-year period, but when you have a bank, whether it's Jamie Dimon or anybody else, charging people 28, 32%, 30%, 31%, one case 35%. No, I'll help those people. That's all right.
All right, y'all hear me? All right, good. My bad. For some reason, it had the computer mic. But hopefully y'all was understanding what I was saying, though. One of the main reasons why a lot of these credit card companies and banks don't like the 10% is because they can't practice predatory lending. And then it's kind of funny how Jamie Dimon wasn't too happy about, and the guy, Jamie Dimon, CEO, he's the CEO of Chase.
he was pretty much saying, well, I don't like how you're messing with the Fed's independence, when the Fed's independence has never really helped the American people, but sure as hell it's helped the big banks. So it's funny how he has something to say about that.
It's a 1 year, 10%. Let the people have a break.
Mr. President, you said that you're going to be cutting off funding for sanctuary cities on February 1st.
That's right.
What kind of funding?
You'll see. It'll be significant.
Mr. President, on healthcare, is there something that you can do with insurance companies to bring down premiums like you're doing with credit
I'm
cards?
going to meet with the insurance companies, but I want the money to go directly to the people. It's very simple. Into a healthcare savings account, but directly to the people so the people can buy their own health care.
On Thursday will be the 6-year anniversary of you signing the Phase 1 trade deal with China, the signature on it. Would that deal open Chinese markets to U.S. goods? It protected intellectual property. Can we get back to that?
Yeah, we can. We can do it very well with China. Have a great relationship with President Xi, as you obviously know.
Yeah, we're about to hit the negotiation table back with China, and we're coming at a stronger position. I mean, since we basically cut them off from Venezuelan oil, that hurt. So maybe we can get a better deal out of China, of course, bring down some of the barriers from our products. They're going to start buying more, and we'll start, we'll take down the tariffs dramatically from that 125 to, I don't know, maybe 55. We'll see how that works out. But we did gain leverage with China by pretty much seizing Venezuelan oil.
We're doing really well. We're making a lot of money with China.
Can you open their markets to U.S. goods?
I think so, yeah. I think it's going to happen.
Anti-parabolic curvature, he says, sure. But then he's trying to say 50-year loan are a good thing. Smart money gets a 10 to 15-year loan and pay one extra payment every year, which is very smart. Shout out to Parabolic. But no, you're right, though. The 50-year loan was crazy. I was like, bro, what banker put that in your head? I could only see a bank executive come in his head like 50-year loans, make these guys wage slaves for 50 years of their life. Like, and maybe we can even do something to make their kids inherit the loan as well. Like, do something really sinister. It's like, yeah, I could tell that came from the wrong person. But I like the last two. Oh, well, one, stopping these big investors from buying up single family housing, bringing down the only allowing 10% on interest, and then of course trying to take away some of the independence from the Fed, because Lord knows the Fed working independently never really worked well for us. But like I said, for the big banks, man, they love it. Oh, and shout out to my man Parabolic for starting us off. Appreciate the support, my brother.
Iran says that it will retaliate in the instance of U.S. strikes against U.S. assets in the Middle East. What do you say to U.S. service members about why it's worth the risk to intervene in Iran?
Yeah, Iran said that the last time I blew them up with the nuclear capability, which they don't have any longer. So Iran said that the last time. They better behave.
The Intel stock is really high after you invested. Are you going to invest more in Intel?
I like it. So, well, I don't know about Intel, but I'll invest more in other things.
What other companies?
As you know, Intel came to see me. They needed help. And I said, I'll help you, but I want 10% of your company to go to the United States of America. And we made, because of that deal, tens of billions of dollars. The stock went very up and very high, and we made tens of billions of dollars. They walked away and they gave us a lot of money, but they did a great deal for themselves because their stock has gone up. As soon as we went in, Apple went in, NVIDIA went in, a lot of smart people went in, they followed us. So yeah, we're doing that deals. We've done other of those deals. In Alaska, we did a deal where we got a big piece of a company where we were helping them to get a road. We're the only ones that could have done it. And we said, we want something out of the company for the United States of America, okay? So I believe in that. We have some other ones that we're looking at. I believe in that. If it's up to us, if they can't do it without us, and then I say, well, we'll do it. If you were a private guy, you'd say, what do we get for doing it? Now, I don't want anything for myself. I want our country to be rich as hell. But with Intel, we made billions and billions of dollars, right?
So, Mr. President, on Iran, do you have a message for the leaders currently of Iran?
Yeah, the message is they've got to show humanity. They've got a big problem. And I hope they're not going to be killing people. And I'm going to have a report very soon.
Now, a little bit of an update on Iran. Now, Saudi Arabia, I could believe Saudi Arabia, but what I was also hearing is that Israel as well has warned Trump not to strike Iran. They've missed their opportunity for the revolution. Pretty much, they quelled it down. These guys are now able to access or now able to get to their missile systems a lot faster. There's pretty much no distraction because of the protests anymore. And they're saying that we missed our opportunity to strike. So if we struck them now, it would pretty much be, well, Israel's going like it'd be the end of us. And Saudi Arabia said, yeah, you'd be dragging us in as well. So we're all pretty much telling, well, Saudi Arabia and Israel is telling Trump not to strike Iran, which is absolutely wild to hear. I mean, let's see if he listens, or let's see if that was even true. But I've heard it from reliable sources that, yes, Saudi Arabia and Israel are telling Trump not to strike Iran.
It would seem to me that they have been badly misbehaving, but that is not confirmed.
Sir, you mentioned the 1980 hostage rescue effort that ended in disaster.
Well, it was a disaster for Jimmy Carter. They had all sorts of problems, and the helicopters were crashing and everything. You know what it was? The exact opposite of Venezuela. Do you agree with that? Do you agree? As a reporter, who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with the Financial Times, sir.
Oh, good. What's a nice paper?
So are you committing not to sending U.S. troops into Iran?
Why would I tell you that?
Mr. President,
I don't talk about military strategy with a reporter, you know, even though I do like the Financial Times.
are you consulting with our allies regarding Iran? What are they telling you, and why do you think the Iranian?
I'm not going to tell you what they're telling
Why do you think the Iranian leadership continues to defy you, Mr. President?
You think they are?
Well,
it's only been a couple of days.
They continue to kill protesters.
Well, they said that about Venezuela too. You know,
I mean,
it's only been a couple of days after.
I mean, according to Iran, I guess they're listening to what Trump said. You know, after I guess they said they solved the problem, the Iranian foreign minister came out, and a couple of their talking heads came out and pretty much said that yes, the protest is quelled now. We've regained control, and the killing of protesters have stopped. They're now collecting the bodies. If you actually look online, you'll start seeing videos of like, what was it? It was inside of, I guess it was inside of a building. They had a whole bunch of body bags in there. There was people who was waiting to see their family members' faces on the screen to identify that they were killed in the protest. It was like wild. It was sad, and it was, well, like I said, insane to actually see. But that is actually what's going on in Iran. So it does seem like the protests have stopped. It does seem like thousands of protesters have died. Is it 2,000 or 12,000 is yet to be determined. So we'll see where it goes from here.
They haven't defied me. They haven't done anything as far as we're concerned. But it looks like they're killing a lot of people. But it has not been confirmed. I'll know very soon.
Greenland, sir, the premier of Greenland said today, we prefer to stay with Denmark. Do you see that as the
Who
final
said
word?
that?
The premier of Greenland.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. I disagree with them. I don't know who he is. Don't know anything about him. But that's going to be a big problem for him.
Do you want to see democracy in Iran?
We all
ideally,
do.
you'd like to see it, but what we want to see is we don't want to see people killed. And we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. You know, that used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran, and they did well with their investments. It was a great place. The people were great. Even the leadership was good. And now it's living in hell. Thank you very much.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I believe the last thing Trump said was to take over your institutions. And were they able to take over their institutions? Well, it does not seem so, sadly. If they were, then we wouldn't have the Iranian foreign minister telling us that the problem is solved. It was the Mossad and the CIA, and we'll be holding executions tomorrow. It's like, yeesh. Well, they did execute a confirmed person. They say a confirmed person who was working for Mossad, but they have not executed any protesters that were protesting. So I was like, okay. I mean, we'll see how true that is.
There is no place like it, right? There's no place like it. If you love the country, especially, there's no place like it. So thank you, Howard, very much. So let's sign it. Should I sign it?
Yes, sir.
Your last chance. I could go another 15 years. Let's do it. Do it?
You go stand right there.
Come on, Lee.
Yeah. Jesse, come on.
We have to do a good one here. This is right?
Yes, sir.
This is an important one for me. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Which signed by Donald.
So I'm not sure if well, there's a couple executive orders that he signed. There was the executive order to impose a 25% tariff on Pacific advances. Pacific advances on semiconductors. So this action was proclamated invoking Section 232. So see here, addressing national security risks associated with certain imports, specifically advanced chips like NVIDIA. Okay. Okay, so there's 25% tariff on Pacific advanced semiconductors. So the advanced semiconductors that are being made outside of America, like in China and Taiwan, those got a 25% tariff on them. So it's pretty much encouraging companies to buy the semiconductors that we're making here in America instead of trying to get them imported from China.
You can never make a mistake. They made a lot of mistakes. Anyway, here it is. Thank you. Thank you all very much. You have it.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
I'm going to start drinking a lot of milk.
We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's great. You hold that on for a little while. You'll give it to us later, okay? It's a good job you did. That's great. So, any questions on what we just signed?
Mr. President, on Iran, Mr. President,
let's talk about this.
I've got one in the milk. Coming from a family, my dad was a dairy engineer from Texas Tech
So you're a
University.
big, strong guy.
There it is. Drink lots of whole milk in my day. Would you look at this as being a shift from what the industry kind of went woke with the oat milk and the almond milk?
It's amazing.
It's going exactly the opposite direction. Let's talk about the impact of dairy farmers on this whole thing.
There are a lot of changes being made in the last year. As you know, we're still a little bit less than a year. I think there's probably never been a year like this for a president or for a country. We have tremendous success. We've had success with everything we've done. And the economy now is coming back. And here's an example of farmers. They're going to be working harder to produce because it's not going to be watered down by something. And it's great to see it. And if you'd like a zip of that, I'd give it to you. It's actually been here. It's only been here for a few minutes before we started. It's not 5 days. 5 days and open, right? No, it's not. But it's an honor. What we've done in the country in the last year or two.
Shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. He said, did the debate between Monty and Sid happen? No, it did not. It did not happen. I believe those two schedules did not line up. But we'll see if it lines up tonight. You never know. You never know. If it does, we'll see. Because I know the topic was January 6th. I know that was the topic.
All of us together. It's incredible. So I appreciate the question.
Mr. President, Ron, you said that the killing has stopped. Who told you that the killings have stopped there? And if it's the Iranian regime?
We have been informed by very important sources on the other side, and they've said the killing has stopped and the executions won't take place. There was supposed to be a lot of executions today, and the executions won't take place. And we're going to find out. I mean, I'll find out after this. You'll find out. But we've been told on good authority, and I hope it's true.
All right, then. So pretty much the Iranian sources have been confirmed that they're saying that, look, the protests have stopped. The killing has stopped. There are a lot of protesters who were killed and imprisoned. And he's saying that, well, they're not, executing any protesters, but they have executed, the guy who were confirmed from working with the Mossad. He was definitely hanged. Well, today.
Who knows? Right?
Oh, yes.
Crazy world.
So how do you trust them?
You've seen that over the last few days. And
every day.
They said people were shooting at them with guns and they were shooting back. And, it's one of those things. But they told me that there'll be no executions. And so I hope that's true.
Does this mean military action is now off the table against Iran?
Well, we're going to watch and see what the process is. But we were given a very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
Is that still considering military action? Is that still a threat?
No executions. Everyone's talking about a lot of executions were taking place today. We were just told no executions. I hope that's true. That's a big thing. Yes, ma'am.
The foreign minister of Greenland, she said a while ago in a press conference in an embassy of Denmark that she made very clear in the meeting that happened here in the White House what are their limits. She also said that it was a very respectful meeting. Are those limits going to be respected?
Well, we're going to see what happens with Greenland. We need Greenland for national security, so we're going to see what happens. They're going to brief me on the meeting right after this conference. In fact, the sooner I get you out, the faster I'm going to know exactly what happened. But we have a very good relationship with Denmark, as you know. See, but we're doing the Golden Dome. We're doing a lot of things, and we really need it. If we don't go in, Russia's going to go in, and China's going to go in. And there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it, but we can do everything about it.
What they can do better.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see what happens.
So remember, it's all about the molybdenum. Now, like I said, the molybdenum is this special earth mineral that helps us make this high temperature resistant metal that we use for our jets. Yes, our very advanced jets. And we don't want Russia to get their hands on it because that gives them more power in the Arctic, as they already have, because they're right there at the Arctic. So shout out to Russia for that. Then there's China's presence in the Arctic. And now we want to take on Greenland, not only for the molybdenum, but for a bigger presence in the Arctic region. I mean, that's one of the main reasons is, of course, the rare earth minerals. And then there is the positioning in the Arctic.
Need it. I'm not the first one. This was talked about by President Truman, and 40 years before President Truman, they were talking about it. They've been talking about this for 100 years. This is not anything so new. A lot of people don't realize that, but this was...
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Truman, and 40 years before President Truman, they were talking about it. They've been talking about this for 100 years. This is not anything so new. A lot of people don't realize that, but this was a hot subject, probably not as hot as it is now, but it was a hot subject for a long time. We need it for national security, and that includes for Europe. And I spoke with, as you know, Mark, the head of NATO, and he really wants to see something happen.
It's being reported that Health and Human Services released frozen funds to Planned Parenthood. I'm wondering why this happened and why Planned Parenthood is receiving any federal funds.
I don't know anything about it. Bobby, do you know anything about it?
What was the question?
It's being reported that frozen funds were released to Planned Parenthood in December by HHS. I'm wondering why that happened.
I haven't
heard that.
I haven't heard that.
Mr. President, on NATO right now, it sounds like you are saying that you would potentially acquire Greenland by force. That would be a NATO country. Are you saying that? Would you do that?
You're saying that.
Would you acquire them by force right now?
You're telling me that that's what I'm going to do. You don't know what I'm going to do.
So what are the options?
Your network doesn't know either.
The Danish foreign minister said that there's still fundamental differences after the meeting with Rubio and with the vice president. Are you willing to?
I mean, look, bro. So look, Denmark, we can either buy it from you, or we can take it. Like, the choice is yours. Because if we take it, you're not going to do anything about it. If we buy it, I mean, you made money. So like, they got to choose at a certain point. Denmark, you have to choose. And I got some people in Denmark here. I'm not trying to be offensive, but you guys got to make a choice, because either we take it, you get nothing, or we pay for it, you get something. I mean, AB, it's an AB or conversation. I'm sorry, bro. Well, choice. And shout out to Parabolic Curvature. I'm Renee Good. Police are trained not to walk in front of vehicles. Vehicles operated. Was she agitating? Yes. Did the ICE officer do everything wrong? Yes. Okay. I mean, let's see here. I disagree on the did he walk in front of the vehicle? No. When she pulled out, she aligned him in the vehicle. Like, if you watch the video, she pulled out. Remember, she did this while officers told her to get out, handed in the car, all that good stuff. And she still decided to move her car backwards for some reason to pull off. When she moved her car backwards, that's what put him in front of the car. That's what a lot of people aren't really saying. He didn't just get in front of there. She put him in front of there. And it was all of a sudden, as he was walking over, to Loki help the guys get her out the car. Because think about it, you got a nice officer's hand in there. They told you to get out the car. You don't really think somebody's about to pull off. She tried to put him in front, drove forward. He thought in his head that he was about to get run over, so he pulled the gun and shot her. I wish he didn't do that, but that is what happened. So, oh yeah, shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature.
leave the NATO alliance in order to get what you want with Greenland? What are the options right
Well, I
now?
wouldn't be telling you what I'm willing to do, certainly. I'm not going to give up options, but it's very important. Greenland is very important for the national security, including of Denmark. And the problem is not a thing that Denmark can do about it if Russia or China wants to occupy Greenland. But there's everything we can do. You found that out last week with Venezuela. There's everything we can do about things such as that. Not going to happen. We're not, I can't rely on Denmark being able to fend themselves off. They were talking about they put an extra dog, and they were serious about this. They put an extra dog sled there last month. They added a second dog sled. That's not going to do the trick.
Denmark fought alongside the United States in both Afghanistan
Thank you
and
for
Iraq.
telling me that. I appreciate it.
But
I have a very good relationship
they're
with
an
Denmark,
ally of
and
the
we'll see how it
United
all
States.
works out. I think something will work out. Yeah.
Mr. President. Venezuela, Cabela,
I mean, dang, it's kind of funny. Like, but she like that they're an ally. They're an ally. Is like, yeah, that's cute and all, but we need Iceland. I mean, yeah, we need control. We need all control of it, not just a base there, because we got that. We need complete control. And this is what Trump is saying. It's not like I'm supporting it. I'm just letting you know what it is. We want complete control of the rare earth minerals. We want complete control of the region for military, for military dominance in the Arctic region. We need it. Period, point blank. And I'm sorry, but we're willing to, I guess, slight an ally to get it. And and what is the ally going to do? Well, sadly, nothing. Nothing at all.
The de facto number 2 in Venezuela right now, he seemed pretty reluctant to work with the U.S. And obviously he's
They just gave us 50 million barrels of oil.
the number 2, the Venezuela security chief.
I know the number 1. We just had a great conversation today, and she's a terrific person. I mean, she's somebody that we've worked with very well. Marco Rubio is dealing with her. I dealt with her this morning. We had a long call. We discussed a lot of things, and I think we're getting along very well with Venezuela. Yes.
Mr. President, created a new Assistant Attorney General position dedicated to rooting out fraud in the United
He's
States.
fantastic. The person is fantastic.
Who is it?
It's a he.
When are you
I will
gonna
tell you maybe within minutes. I mean, I don't know if it's appropriate to say yet because we're going through a process, but we have chosen a person who's very tough, very smart, very fair.
You gave a speech yesterday in Michigan about how you've recalibrated the American economy to work for workers, U.S. auto factories. We've seen core inflation's completely tamed. You lowered the trade deficit to the lowest amount since 2009. American exports are growing, but we're also waiting on the Supreme Court case for the tariffs. Given the success that you've had in the first 12 months, what is at stake in this case, sir?
It's a little bit like whole milk. I can't believe we even have a case. This was a case started by very China-centric people and also anti-American people, frankly, people that don't want us to do well. Tariffs have helped us stop 8 wars. They've helped us get the best trade numbers we've ever had. They've helped us get $18 trillion brought into the country.
I mean, yeah, the tariffs have got these countries to not only give us fair deals, they got them to open up their market. They're bringing in manufacturing across the board, from pharmaceuticals to aerospace to auto. I mean, and it brought down the trade deficit. There's really been nothing but positives when it came to the tariffs, to be quite honest with you. I know the Dems want to sit there and doom that, oh, it's the reason for the price of why the prices are raising. No, that's because we still have slight inflation and we lost $3,000 of buying power under Biden. And we're trying to get that back. And sadly, inflation ain't really go nowhere. Yeah, it's at 2.7, but it doesn't mean there still isn't going to be an uptick. Like, all we did was slow down the rate of the price increase, not completely diminish the effects of inflation. What we have to do is make sure wages outpace inflation, and that's how you beat inflation.
And maybe above all else, they've given us tremendous national security. Just the threat of tariffs. You saw that just yesterday when I put tariffs on a certain country. We won't talk about that country, but you know who it is, based on the fact that if you do business with that country, it's going to make them, it's going to bring them to the table a lot faster. So we have made hundreds of billions of dollars with tariffs. We have very little inflation. Think of it. Inflation's gone down, and productivity, everything has gone up. We've never taken in money like we have.
Oh, and shout out to Parabolic Curvature. He said, my bad, wrong one. He said, so she wasn't turning to get away. That's your take. No, she was. I believe, honestly, she was, especially when he shot her like you kind of see after the body went limp, she was actually trying to turn to get away. You could see her hands do it, but due to the sudden action of her just pulling out and putting him in front, it doesn't even matter if she's about to turn away. It's all about his perceived, like honestly, his life being him perceiving his life to be in danger. That's all that matters. Like, and that's just the real about it. And all that matters is that, oh, he had a valid reason to feel like his life was in danger, and he does. After she ignored police officer, pulled the car out, putting him in front of it to turn away, not to run him over, but to turn away. In his mind, in those few seconds, he thought that car was going right for him, and he made the choice. And here's the thing: the car still nicked him, even though it was turning away. So I'm not going to sit there and say she was trying to hit the man. I'm just saying that she put herself in a really bad situation to get shot because she ignored law enforcement. She tried to evade law enforcement, and through her trying to evade law enforcement, she ended up nicking law enforcement with a car that ended up getting her shot. It's sad, but it is what it is. And I mean, like I said, God rest her soul, because like a death of anybody is sad, especially of a mother.
We've never had anywhere near $18 trillion invested in our country, neither has any other country. It's the biggest number by maybe 5 times. 5 times, not 5%, 5 times. Nobody's ever seen numbers like this. We have plants going up. You know, you mentioned I was in Michigan yesterday. I was at the Ford plant where they make the Ford 150. It's one of the original plants. It was from before World War I. It's a giant plant. That plant was probably going to be closed. And 2 years ago, they were doing very poorly. And now they just announced yesterday that they're going to go 24 hours around the clock, 3 shifts, which they rarely do. That's Ford. And Ford's having the best numbers they've ever had. General Motors having the best numbers they've ever had. Stellantis, which hasn't been here, is now investing billions, tens of billions of dollars on building in the country. We're building auto plants all over the country. We're building AI all over the country. We're leading China by a lot, and a lot of it has to do with
It's crazy. So the auto plants,
that would be
the auto plants, that's a good thing. The AI data centers, that is actually becoming a problem. Now, the auto plants, those actually can produce a lot of jobs, and that's great. The AI data centers, we're mainly doing it for AI, and it produces a decent amount of jobs. Like, yes, people work there, especially on the construction side and inside of it. But here's the problem, though. These data centers tend to drag on the power of the locals around them and end up driving up their power costs. So a lot of people are protesting or going to their councilmen and saying, we don't want these data centers here because we see what it's doing around America, and all it's doing is raising the cost in these areas. And now actually they're starting to put these data centers in more, I would say, high net worth areas, high income areas, so the people don't really complain about it. But when they started putting it in these middle income areas, oh, these people are getting decimated by electrical costs. I mean, it was proven. So when Trump actually said, yeah, we need to also find a way for them to make their own energy. Yeah, they need to go ahead and make that the initiative before they get some of these data centers built, or people are not going to be with it. Oh, and shout out Parabolic Curvature. He said, police trained not to be in flight of path. No, look, you're right. I mean, here's the thing. He wasn't in the flight of path. She put him there, and he just, and look, both sides overreacted. She shouldn't have drove off. And in my opinion, he could have took a better action than to just shoot her and shoot her, to be honest with you. He could have made a better action, but his actions are justified due to the fact of her actions. Like I said, she ignored police officers trying to evade him and pulled out her car to put him in front of it. Remember, he didn't put himself there. She put him there. And that's just the fact of the matter. People are trying to act like he just walked in, put his hands on the hood and said, don't move. Like, no. And he also didn't just walk in there to be in front of the car. He was walking over there to help the ICE guys who were trying to pull her out the car. He didn't know that she was going to start backing up. But as soon as she did, he was in front of that car, and she tried to move a little bit forward, and she moved forward, and he shot. That's that. Sad reality of it. And shout out to Steph. She says, well, where is the wife? Yeah, where's the wife video? Why hasn't she handed in already? And hey, said, can't stay long, get more sleep, you're late. And Tove told me to kick you in the chin for being late. Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was doing too much with no sleep. I mean, like damn near like 10 hours of working, 4 hours of sleep. That was me.
Disappointing decision. And especially since the people that are fighting me are people that want China to do well. And we're doing great against China. We're doing great against everybody. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. As I say often, we're right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. And a year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Thank you very much, everybody.
And all right, no, Parabolic, you know I love you, but we're going to get into it. Why not? Why not? Like, why not? I get it. I get it, bro. Trust me. I get where you're coming from with this. I know your heart's in the right place. You're a very compassionate person. It's just that, bro, like I'm gonna read your chat out first, though. He said she had time to change direction. He had time to move. This makes sense. Yes. Stop giving people in position power leniency and scrutinize regulars. No, that's the problem, though. Is like she kind of went outside the authority. Like, think about it. Think about this, Parabolic. If she would have got out the car when officers told her to get out the car, she would still be alive today. All right, let's say that she ignored them and she waited to get pulled out the car by the officers. She'd still be here today. But because she didn't do neither of that and she decided to listen to her girlfriend and take off, she's not here today. That's what you got to understand. It's like we're not giving them leniency, bro. It's not like they just walked up and shot her for just like what? Not getting out the car. No, she got shot for trying to take off in a car at the direction of an officer. Even though the wheels were cut to go the other way, he was still positioned in front of the bumper. And when she pulled out, she positioned him in front of the bumper. So I get where you're trying to go with this, but that's actually a legal shot. Like it's fucked up to say it. I wish it didn't happen. Trust me, but it's a legal shot. Why? Because it's not about what you saw in that video. It's about it's about his point of view, his perception of his life being in danger, of him about to be ran over. And nothing else matters but his perception. A lot of people think I'm just justifying murder, and I'm not. I'm just telling you how these investigations work. And I know it's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings because people don't want to hear that, but this is the way the law works. This is the way it works when it comes to police shooting. It's a perceived danger. Even if the danger wasn't even that, like I said, they can get away with somebody rustling around in their car and they're thinking that, oh man, he might be reaching for that gun, but they end up might have been reaching for the wallet. He shot him. He could get off for that. It's perceived danger. That's all that matters.
Shooting in many.
But all right, let's go ahead and get into our guy Sean Hannity though, because there's been another shooting. This time though, the person's alive. They got shot in their legs. I mean, sucks, but trust me, getting shot in your legs sucks. That's where I got shot, and it's not good. It's pretty painful, especially if they hit your hit your femur bone. It's pretty damn painful. So it happened again. And then also they're starting to pull out weapon box out of ICE officers' cars too. So I'm gonna be real with you. It looks like the National Guard and the Marines are going to be stepping in there soon because of the radicalization of the left to go after ICE officers. It's only going to get worse if the liberals don't turn down the temperature.
All right, it's 9 p.m. on the East Coast, 6 o'clock on the
Sure,
West
fair
Coast.
ball.
We start tonight with a Fox News alert just breaking moments ago. Apparently, another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. We're working on getting more details. We will get you a full report in this hour. Also tonight, breaking news from Iran, Greenland, again, Minnesota, and the White House. Now, at this hour, the Jerusalem Post, the UK Guardian, they are reporting that U.S. military action against Iran may be imminent. We're monitoring that throughout this hour. Senator Ted Cruz, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Trump's newly confirmed drug czar, friend of this program, Sarah Carter, will all join us. This will be Sarah's first interview since being confirmed on television. Also, former Democratic Senator Kristen Sinema will be here with a message for the legacy media mob. Now, this brings us to an important observation to begin this night as we begin this show. There is a massive amount of.
And oh yeah, shout out to my man. Oh yeah, hey, shout out to my man Gaming. He says, "Dog, you have to comply with lawful orders." EOS is like, I know, but like I said, I mean, some people are a bit too emotional, and their emotions are heightened from a mother's life being taken to where they just cannot see past this. They just can't. They can't see it. They won't even look into it. And I promise you, like Parabolic, we're not even trying to justify it. Like, we don't like the fact our life was taken. We're not one of those guys on your net going like, oh, good riddance. No, we're literally telling you that, bro. I mean, it's all based on his perception. It's not what you're going with. It's the totality of evidence, not the officer's perception. Now, I mean, sorry, but that's a way different. That's an actual murder. That's an actual murder. We're talking about a police shooting that ended in a loss of a life. Like, trust me, there's two different rules for these. Like, one is on the officer's perception, and then yes, if the officer went out and, I don't know, killed his wife, then yes, we'd be going on the totality of evidence.
Misinformation in this country. I call it an information crisis in the country. The other legacy news networks, every liberal cable news channel, almost every newspaper in the country, website, they are flooding America, the zone, with an alternate reality. You know, take inflation, for example. Let's take a trip down memory lane. 2023 under Joe Biden. Look at how fake news CNN reported it this way. Quote, U.S. inflation is still high, but it's falling. Last month's consumer price index measured 6%, down from January 6.4%. All right, sounds very positive.
Yeah, but I mean, there's things like, you know, what Axios is saying now, because according to Axios, let's see here if might be in the wrong article here. Grocery prices see biggest spike since 2022 in December. And I mean, this is Axios, guys. So pretty much they're seeing a 0.7 rise. I know, right? I know. But actually, no, this is actually probably one of the biggest rises usually, because I ain't gonna lie, usually been going up by like what? Like 0.5 or less than that, or 0.3%. It going up 0.7. I mean, yes, that is actually a record high. Concerning, let's wait and see if this is a pattern. Now, if it goes up and then goes down, then okay. But if it continues this pace or slightly rises, then yeah, we kind of got a problem. But like I said, I need to see a pattern first before, you know, I just jump off the cliff and say, oh my God, it's the affordability is out of control. No. We got to see a pattern first, not just one bad month. But all right, though, let's keep it going.
Now, look at how they reported the significantly lower inflation rate under Donald Trump. Less than half. Quote, U.S. inflation remained at 2.7%, underscoring persistent cost of living challenges. Oh, that's not biased, is it? The framing here is beyond corrupt. It is abusively biased, and this is not an isolated incident. Look at the New York Times.
You should have seen what CNN did to the job numbers. It was hilarious. It was like, oh, well, you know, 50,000 jobs was added in December. And, you know, Fox News, it was like, oh, that's a good thing. CNN was like, oh, 50K only? I'm like, bro, really? I mean, we have positive growth for the entire year in jobs. We ended out at 50K jobs added at the end, and now going like, that's just not enough. I'm like, well, don't you sound like an unsatisfied wife? Look, okay.
Threw cold water on President Trump's 2.7% inflation rate, reporting that, quote, inflation ended on a subdued note with surging grocery prices. But after nearly 20% inflation under Joe Biden, the Times ran with the following headline, quote, cooling price growth has Democrats tasting victory over inflation. You got to be kidding. And meanwhile, the media mob's reporting on immigration is even worse, even more dishonest. Now, most Democrats, they don't even know that every president since 9/11 has conducted.
I seen somebody on TikTok. It was one of the libs on TikTok, bro. He was literally trying to convince this guy that, oh no, Trump's the reason why there was the border was open under Joe Biden. I was like, bro, really? I was like, really, dog? You're really going to try to sell to your audience that, well, it's because of Trump and the way he went about immigration is the reason why Biden's immigration was so bad. And I was just like, dog, Biden was in record immigration entries all 4 years. Like, he broke 6 records in border crossings all 4 years. The Trump was not doing that. You can't sit there and blame Trump for that one. But no, there are some Dems pretty much saying that immigration is worse. It's even worse under Trump. Oh my goodness, everything was so better under Biden. It's like, okay.
ICE raids all around the country, including their beloved President Obama. And now while Obama beefed up his deportation numbers by counting those turned away at the border, he technically still deported millions of illegal aliens, no protesting from the radical left. And according to Pew Research, most of those deported, they were non-criminals. But here's how fake news CNN covered Barack Obama and his ICE raids back in 2016. Pay close attention to the difference.
Just before the sun rises in the Windy City, immigration and customs enforcement agents fan out across Chicago to arrest criminals in the U.S. illegally.
Tech 1, Tech 2, Tech 3.
CNN was granted exclusive access to witness some of those raids.
They want to come out extra early, like right now, because they want to catch these people before they go to work. That's why it starts so early in the morning.
All right, let's roll, guys.
So hold on. They pull up before they go to work. We do it, and we're setting traps. This is inhumane. But Barack Obama do it, and oh man, he's such a great guy for upholding our immigration laws. Man, such a great guy. The patron saint of politics, Obama.
Now compare that to the current coverage of ICE raids under President Donald J. Trump. Take a look.
They are going in and ripping, as you said, people that have grown up here.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage you with it. We are $75 away from the goal of reacting to the new Lick Shirley video and open up the call-in line, and we'll do a conspiracy hour as well.
Also hardworking people.
This is about a secret police force that Donald Trump and the Republicans have unleashed on American streets and cities.
The way in which ICE is operating today is inhumane and illegal.
Here's the thing, though. It's not inhumane or illegal. The problem is that you guys have radicalized people against ICE. You have people going out there trying to obstruct them, videotape them, throwing stuff at them. And then here's the thing. There's people literally throwing stuff and trying to over there and impede ICE. And then the only time these people, well, these libs want to pull out the cameras when these guys are getting tackled to the ground and arrested. Like, it's absolutely insane. That's the difference. It ain't what ICE is doing. It's the spin on ICE. Back then, CNN wasn't saying all this radical stuff about ICE. MSNBC wasn't saying all this radical stuff about ICE. Now they're Gestapo. They're Nazis. They're hidden Proud Boys. They're saying anything to make you fear ICE. When none of it's true, and they're doing the exact same thing they was doing under Obama.
Democrats cannot vote for more money for this unaccountable Department of Homeland Security that is terrorizing people.
The actions of ICE, they are unconstitutional, unlawful, they are cruel, they are—
How? Because trust me, they can't explain how. Like, tell me how going after undocumented immigrants who are not supposed to be here, what, is unlawful and unconstitutional? That don't even make sense. Oh, it's how they're doing it. No, not at all. Not at all. It's not even how they're doing it. They're breaking no laws here, guys. None at all.
rogue, they are racist.
Bro, and here's the wildest part. Do you know how retarded it is to sit there and say that ICE is racist? Because they're going after brown people. Bro, Biden let in a whole bunch of brown people. I mean, who the fuck else they letting in? Like, what? Like, you're mad that it's not white people? Like, how dumb do you sound? I'm sorry, but it wasn't mostly white people going over the border. It wasn't that, like, Europe was not trying to flood America. It was the Latin America countries, okay? The Latin America countries. So I'm sorry if most of the illegal immigrants happen to be Hispanic, brown, from Haiti. Don't fucking matter. They gotta go. Black, brown, white, we don't care. They gotta go. But the problem is you got too fixated on, well, why does they have to be all brown? Because you let most of them in. You let most of the brown guys in. So so guess who we're gonna be removing? Mostly brown people. That's your fault, not ours.
Keep in mind, almost none of the raids would even be necessary if not for two things. One, Joe Biden
and all these brown people
Kamala
cry
Harris
about it.
and Alejandro Mayorkas, they opened the borders. They let 12+ million unvetted people into this country, including known terrorists, murderers, rapists, gang members, cartel members. And number two, Most blue states shield these violent criminals from deportation with sanctuary status and, of course, taxpayer dollars. And now the media mob is painting a false narrative about ICE officials who are simply doing their job, enforcing federal law. The media was praising Obama for it, but of course, Donald Trump does it. Secret police, Gestapo. This is lying and deception. It's pure and simple. And it's why the country, to be very honest, I'm proud to work here in my 30th year, needs Fox News more than ever. Now, think about this. Until recently, most other media outlets barely covered the historic unrest in Iran. Every day, Iranians rising up against their Islamo-fascist government. They're now paying a very dear price. 12 to 20,000 protesters are believed to be murdered. The videos that I see that I can't share with you because they are too violent, and I don't want your kids to see it, by this regime as the Muellers back themselves into a corner is very real. According to multiple reports, Iranian state TV broadcasted an image of the 2024 Butler assassination attempt against Donald Trump with the words, "This time it will not miss the target." But tonight, these threats ring hollow. U.S. personnel have evacuated from our military base in nearby Qatar. And meanwhile, the Pentagon is moving a carrier strike group into the region.
I don't know why Fox would be trying to do that. Like, bro, there was no credible evidence, none whatsoever, that Iran tried to plan Donald Trump's assassination. I'm sorry, but there is no evidence of that. Now, are they pretty much an authoritarian regime? Oh, of course. But like, come on now, bro. Let's not just like try to just throw a cherry on top. People who don't like them enough. Trust me, a lot of people are already okay with strikes on Iran. Me, not so much, but a lot of people are okay with it. And here's the thing: I believe that we kind of missed that opportunity. We already got Iranian leadership coming out saying that the protests are quelled and they're starting executions. So I believe we missed our opportunity. Saudi Arabia is telling us not to strike Iran. Israel's telling us not to strike Iran. Why? Because, well, they're no longer unstable. And I mean, the whole part of attacking them was attack why they're unstable. Trump was telling if their people could take over their institutions, it'd be easier to get these guys out the way because they wouldn't be able to retaliate. Because why? We took over their institutions. That means we basically took over the military. We basically took over the telecommunication. They won't be able to respond. It'd be an easy takeout. But if we don't got that, then it's too risky to strike Iran.
2 days after President Trump promised that help is on the way. And there are widespread rumors that at least one high-ranking Iranian official has fled the country. This as the airspace now over Iran is now closed officially. But as always with President Trump, no option is off the table. And tonight, he indicated that Iran's bloodthirsty regime stopped killing protesters, at least for now. Why? Because they're deathly afraid of Donald Trump.
Now, about a couple hours ago, actually, Iran has actually reopened their airspace. So the airspace has actually been reopened. Media is still shut down, but the airspace has been reopened.
Take a look.
We've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me, some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution.
I mean, Trump is saying it. So think about it like this. I mean, I said this before. I literally said this before Trump has said it. And because I was listening to the Iranian foreign minister, and I know people don't like that I listen to both sides of an argument, but that's what you got to do in my line of work. You can't sit there and just be biased, only listen to one side thinking that you're getting the full story. You're not. You never are. You got to listen to both sides. And because I listen to both sides, it's kind of funny how Trump is now echoing what the Iranian foreign minister said when he says, well, they stopped the killing because that's what the Iranian foreign minister said. He also said that the protest has been quelled. So we'll see if Trump starts parroting that as well.
We'll be very upset, including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me, some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution. which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution.
I mean, they already executed like one person for working with the Mossad. They said he grabbed his phone, found out he was texting or getting instructions from a known Mossad agent. He got executed, but they didn't execute any of the protesters that was arrested. So, yeah, that's what he's talking about. Like, yeah, there was an execution, but, you know, of a confirmed guy working for Mossad. That's what Iran is saying. But they are also saying that they have not executed any protesters. And I mean, hey, pretty much, I guess Trump is trying to take them at their word. So we'll see where that goes. All right, guys, let's get into the next video. Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. Oh, he says, y'all complain about 3 years. Biden had 4 and results. I mean, man, that's true. Shout out to my man Gaming.
Told you we were going to be watching Minneapolis, and we have some new information. Department of Homeland Security sources telling Fox News the ICE agent who was hit by Renee Nicole Good's car suffered internal bleeding in his torso. That is the same immigration.
I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to laugh at the injury. I'm just going like, whoa, you sure? I mean, I'm not going to sit there and take the mayor of Minnesota's approach saying that he had a hop in his step, but he got hit. I mean, all right, then I guess he looked like he was walking it off, but you never know. You never know. In the heat of the moment, you could take injuries, walk it off, and then later on, you're like, oh, shit, hold on. I think I might actually be bruised. And you walking it off might actually make the injury worse. So that could have happened as well. But, I mean, hey, in the video, it looks like he was good, but like I said, you never know. And shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. You're referring to reasonable mistake. However, I think you would like to know about training around B pillars for situations exactly like this. No, I get what you're talking about, bro. Trust me. Like I've had cops talk about it. Shout out to my man, Mr. Doc Hill. Like cops for decades who have been talking about this, and they're all saying like, yeah, this is actually a valid shot. Like nobody likes the fact that she was shot. Where, like I said, everybody thinks that we're just trying to justify it because what? It's a left or right issue. No, honestly, we're trying to teach you guys a lesson. I'm talking to the Dems. Don't go out there impeding ICE, trying to run off from ICE, thinking that I'm gonna be real with you. Hopefully, this doesn't be you. Hopefully, you just get arrested with a court date, but you could end up losing your life over your recklessness around ICE. I mean, if you think that you could sit there and impede them, block them in, throw stuff at them, I'm sorry, but you're setting yourself up for the same fate Renee Good got, and that's just the facts. And like I said, bro, you got to look at the entire situation in whole. You're singling out the shooting and thinking that's it. No, they're going to look at the entire situation in entirety. From when those ICE officers stepped out the car and told her to get out, from inside the car to when she pulled back, all of it. You're just focusing on when the shot went off. They're going to be focusing on the entire situation, everything around it, all angles of the video.
And Customs Enforcement agent who was seriously wounded last June when he was dragged by a car during attempted arrest. Yeah, a car rammed him and then dragged him. And by the way, there was street camera footage of some of that. The CBS local station, WCCO, covered that story last June extensively. We'll keep you posted on the situation as we get new information. Meanwhile, there's this. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, you know him, he cusses a lot, joined Fox and Friends this morning and said he stands by his original comment saying that ICE should get out of his city.
In hindsight, Mr. Mayor, was that the appropriate response?
I stand by exactly what I said, and to be clear, what I was responding to was an immediate conclusion that had been drawn by the federal government where they said, one, the ICE agent was acting in self-defense, and then shortly thereafter saying that the
yeah, he does have a strong case for self-defense. In his perception, he believed that car was about to run him over, so he shot her. I mean, that is a strong case for self-defense. Sadly, he could have made different actions not to take her life. We could all agree on that, but she put herself in that position to where he can claim self-defense.
was a domestic terrorist. We need to be doing everything possible right now to have a full and fair investigation. And my deep concern is when the conclusion is drawn by the government that's actually doing the investigation itself, it's much harder to trust the investigation. We need to make sure.
So pretty much he's saying that, well, we want to investigate it because they want to crucify this man. I ain't gonna lie. They're gonna do him like they did Derek Chauvin, like, you know, the whole George Floyd situation. Yeah, they're going to do it to where they're going to, I'm be real with you, put jury people that's on Renee Good's side. It's not really going to be a fair trial. They want to crucify this guy. And the feds are taking over, or the FBI is actually taking over the investigation, which is why Minnesota is actually upset. Yeah, they want to try this. They want to investigate it, but we're not letting them because we know they're not going to be fair about it. And I mean, let's just be honest. I'm making a good point, am I not? Like, bro, if he goes through Minnesota, he's cooked. But if he goes through the Fed, I mean, it's a little bit more fair. But I know what the left is going to say, but Donald Trump runs the Fed and gets Cash Patel set. And I mean, you got a point. You do have a point there. But it is what it is.
That the American people can earn and gain that trust.
Do you think he studied before he said all that? Anyway.
And shout out to my man Long Dixon. He said, shout out to you. He said, because we have a right to complain. I mean, yeah, you have a right to complain, but you don't have a right to impede. You don't have a right to sit there and try to help illegal immigrants get away. I mean, bro, you could be there and protest. Great. But as soon as you try to get in the way of them and they warn you and you ignore them, okay, great. All right. Then when they come up to you and tell you to get out the car and you ignore them still, now they're reaching inside your car. Now you decide to drive off. And then let's say, oh, man, because you decide to drive off a U-turn, you put an officer in front of you and now you got shot. Yeah, bro, those are two different things. You're allowed to complain, but you're not allowed to do all that. Like, I would hope you would understand that. I mean, it's really against the law. Like, bruh.
And segment from 2016 is now viral.
And shout out to Parabol. He's like, it's not a left or right for me. It's unjustified. I get you. And to me, it is justified. Like I said, I don't like the taking of a mother's life, but it's a justified shooting. She should have never, like, honestly, like I said, if she didn't would have done anything of what she did before that led up to that shooting, she'd still be here today. If she'd obeyed law enforcement, she'd be here today. If she'd have got out the car when they was yanking her, trying to get her out the car, she'd be here today. If she didn't listen to her girlfriend that told her to drive off, she'd be here today. I mean, when does the onus come on the person who's literally out there trying to obstruct law enforcement, honking their horn, in rhythm, by the way, in middle of traffic? I mean, where do we sit there and be like, all right, now she did kind of bring this upon herself. Did she deserve to die? No, I wish she'd ended off with a ticket. I wish she'd ended off just, I don't know, running off, and then they go after her, and now she's getting a charge for evading police. I wish that happened, but it didn't. Actually, the worst case scenario happened, and the worst case scenario is actually still valid. It's still lawful. I'm fucked up to say, but yes, it's a lawful shooting. Actually, it's not even fucked up to say it. It's the logical thing to say. Any police officer is going to tell you the same thing, like it or not.
It's called A Day with ICE in the sanctuary city of Chicago. CNN was not criticizing the agency. Instead, it touted exclusive access to the ride-alongs on several ICE raids.
Under the cloak of darkness in Chicago,
Tack one, guys.
an immigration and customs enforcement team gears up for another long day, pursuing undocumented immigrants who have been convicted of crimes in the U.S. ICE agents mistakenly arrest the target's brother.
In the process of talking,
Mistakenly arrest the target's brother. I mean, bro, that's crazy, because if ICE was to do that today, he'd be all over mainstream media getting an interview by CNN and MSNBC all within the same day. Like, let that happen now. Oh, my God, y'all be losing your minds. Happening to Obama, silence.
in the vehicle. He then said, oh, no, I'm actually so-and-so. Who you're looking for is over here, this other address. He led us to that address, and we were able to actually arrest the individual.
Do you have evidence, right, that he's using a fake identity, or?
That is correct. We believe he's been using a U.S. citizen's identity to live and work. He has an Illinois driver's license. Third target He has an unauthorized use of a weapon, which was a firearm. He has a couple DUIs. He is a criminal. He has an extensive criminal history. And by taking him out of the community, it's making the community safer. And that's ICE's purpose, is to focus on.
I mean, I'm sorry, but somebody says white supremacy. I'm like, what does this have to do with white supremacy? I would respect it if you said American supremacy, aka the supremacy of being an American citizen. Make sure that you don't get pulled up on by ICE. I'd agree with you on that. But white supremacy, I'm gonna be real with you. Like I said, I mean, anybody can get deported. Hey, if white people are here illegally, deport them. But sadly, it is mainly brown and black people. It is what it is, guys. Blame Biden, man. Don't blame Trump for cleaning it up. Blame Biden for causing the mess.
Criminals and community safety by taking these recidivist criminals out of our communities.
Well, as a journalist, I saw you really leaning in there. What are you?
I was curious. Yeah, I mean, like the game's changed, right? The language changed, the positions have changed. I think
now I do think your perception of the video, like Paramount, you'd have to tell me what video did you see?
Learned a lot about.
Did you see all angles of the video? Because I will go through all angles of the video for you guys one good time. I will. Let me know if you want to, because I got all of it lined up. I mean, from every angle of that shooting, I got it. So I think you may have just seen only one angle of it because you're perceiving that he was further away. Actually, he was closer than you think to that car. So I think a lot of people's perception of it is that he had enough room, but he didn't. He actually didn't have that much room as you thought he did. That's the problem. It's like, I don't think you guys are honestly like looking at the video multiple angles. And there's about, bro, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, like 5 different videos from 5 different angles. But I'll play them, man, if y'all want.
Minneapolis over the past 5 years, going back to George Floyd. And one thing that I learned about its police department, based on its population, I wonder if they're understaffed or
100%,
like less than full civil support. Minneapolis has a population of 428,000. They have 600 sworn officers. Oakland, California has relatively the same amount population-wise. They have 700.
Okay,
Wichita, Kansas, 650. Tulsa, Oklahoma, 800. New Orleans, fewer people, 1,000 cops.
All right, why not?
Miami, Florida, about the same, 2,000 cops. Now, you could argue that New Orleans and Miami have a lot more civic events that come to their city. Maybe they need that, but that was just something I was very curious to learn earlier today. I think the other thing that we need to wise up to is what ICE Watch is all about.
All right, F it.
And I don't think we've got.
All right, man. I'm gonna do this for educational reasons because I'm trying to go ahead and show y'all the truth here. Make sure y'all support the show because, I mean, you know, I might lose viewership over it, but F it. F it. All right. Now, I believe this is the video that most of you guys have seen, right? Let me go ahead and main stream it for my guys on the horizontal side. The car right here. Get out the car. Get out the car. Bro, you don't do this. You do not try to move a car back while an officer has their hand inside of it. I mean, that's just the second thing she did wrong. The first thing she did wrong was ignore lawful orders when he told her to get the F out the car.
No!
There's the officer right there, and boom, there's a shot. And remember, the only reason the officer was put in front of there is because she moved. Look, this little movement right here, that's what put the officer in front of the car. The officer was not in front of the car until she moved it backwards.
No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God!
Yeah. So let's go on to the next one here. So let's go on to what CNN saying.
Driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right as the vehicle passed.
Now, I want you to follow my cursor if you can see it. It's going to be easier if you do it on the horizontal, but follow my cursor because my cursor is going to be tracking the ICE officer.
You can see the dark colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there in the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about.
Boom. The car moved. And remember, in this moment right here, the ICE officer is coming out the car.
Dark colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there in the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby.
Coming out the car. Now, when he's coming out the car, you see this other side here. This is when the 2 ICE officers, 2 to 3 ICE officers stepped out and told her to get out the car.
Agents can be seen milling about near.
Boom. She moves the car back while he's still walking over and puts him in front of the car. It's right there.
The vehicle, then converging on it. And then you see right there the SUV.
So, AKA, he was way closer than you guys realize. Maybe I can do a nice little zoom in on this little special area right here. So, take it back a little bit. And we're going to go ahead and get a nice little zoom in.
As the vehicle passes, you can see the dark-colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there in the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about.
And car moved. Once that car moved, where did it position? Right in front of this man.
Converging.
While he's just walking over after hearing his homies say, get out the car, and sees that she's keeping the car close, he's going over there to help them, most likely. She pulls out, puts him in front of the vehicle, and tries to pull off.
On it. And then you see right there the SUV.
And that is basically what got her shot. Is basically giving that man the perception, giving him the point of view, was like, oh crap, she's pulling it out towards me. I might be the one getting shot. So let's go ahead and look at it from the officer's cell phone footage, not his body cam, but the cell phone footage, which is crazy. They should have body cams, but it is what it is.
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking president. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
And at this very moment, while her back is turned, this is when ICE pulls up. Right there. You see him get out the car. Now you're about to hear it. Get out the car.
You want to come at us?
So if you can hear it on his camera phone, you know he heard it.
Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Backs up, and when she backs up like that, that's what puts him right in front of the grill, right here. And, bro, she was rushed to drive off. Drive, Shelly, drive, and that got her shot.
I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
So now that I showed you the up front where you could see her moving out and going forward, and like I said, it does seem like she was trying to cut out of there, and I think she just lost account of her surroundings. But because of that, I mean, that's what basically cost her life in a way. So let's go ahead and move to a different angle. I know, you didn't even think there was this many angles, but there are. Boom. So, and this also proves that, yeah, there wasn't that much space as you thought, Parabolic. Oh, he says, so where was he before the move? Oh, he was inside of his car. So I can show it to you again, but yes, he was inside of his car before the move. Boom, right there. It hits him, basically kind of pushes him. But yeah. See? So it's not as much room as you believe. He couldn't have just stepped out of the way. He still got hit. Actually, I believe he tried to step out the way and still got hit because of how fast everything was going. Still got hit. So, I guess we can go to 3 minutes before the shooting. Yes, a 3.5-minute video emerges moments that led up to the shooting of Renee. 3 minutes. Now, let me show you what Renee Good is doing in this moment. There it is. Her maroon Honda Pilot. There's Renee Good, pretty much, like I said, honking the horn and rhythm. You can see her reflective jacket, red hat. ICE officer is going to go walk up to her, see what's going on. bit. There's the car corner. Oh, I got you. I'll put the beside it. There it is. So you see this car here? This is the cop that shot her, Jonathan Ross' car right here. This car literally goes around her car, and that's where he murdered out. So the car that went on the other side. Now let's go ahead and fast forward a little bit so we can get to the shooting. Right here. We're circling the car from the video I just shown you guys. Girlfriend getting in the face. And guys, like I said, you want to know where he came from? He came from the car, the gray car on the other side of him. This car right here. Walking back to his car, as you see, walking back to his car. Here comes the ICE officers as her back is turned in the video. And she moved back in. Pause. See? Boom. Ah, crap. It was actually right at the end. Yep. Here it is. This is him pretty much walking over, and all of a sudden she moves the car backwards, putting him in front of the car. I mean, that's actually a big car. So, I mean, let's be real. When at the time she drove off, yeah, he did not have enough time just to jump out of the way. I'm sorry. Like, I wish he did. Trust me, I wish he did. We probably wouldn't be here, but no, he did not. I know Parabolic said where he came from. Well, this is the best video explaining where this man came from.
By Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there.
So you're going to go ahead and see
the surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about near the vehicle, then converging on it by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there in the back.
So, and also, this goes into my point. She knew she was basically surrounded by ICE officers. She had one ICE officer on her side. 3 more came up. At that very moment, she should have just got the F out the car. She's surrounded by him. So I don't know why she thought it was even a smart move to even try to drive off when you have people around you. So, I mean, really, she basically did put that officer's life in danger, as also the officer's life whose hand was in the car. Because I'm be real with you, like, it's fucked up to say, but if he didn't shoot her, he'd have probably dragged the ICE officers whose hand was in the car.
The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about near the
vehicle. See up when she moves, put him right in front.
Vehicle, then converging on it,
and then boom, takes off. He tries to move out the way, but he still gets nicked. He's thinking that is going right for him. So he's trying to get out the way as much as possible. But like you said, it seems like she was actually trying to turn away. In his perception, she was coming right at him, and he shot.
You see right there, the SUV begins to
Point of
move,
view, man.
And that's when the shots are fired.
Damn. Slow motion for you. Boom, right there. So he didn't even have as much time as you thought.
Now, prior to this.
But all right, though. All right. I'm glad we touched that a little bit. All right, here, let's go ahead and get on to the next video with our guys, Waters. Going to start on the right and make our way over to the left side of media.
Shri has a magic wand, and he's about to make ICE go poof.
We must reform ICE, but it looks at this stage, folks, ICE is beyond reform. ICE is totally out of control. And this week, I intend to introduce a bill to abolish ICE. We need to make ICE go away.
Make ICE go away, but let the illegals stay. Shri must be working for El Chapo, or he's high as a kite. Democrats are making ICE out to be more deadly than Tren de Aragua.
They are free to act with impunity, to purposefully manufacture and escalate confrontations, and even execute whomever they please.
American police.
Oh, you know, for those of you guys say, oh, well, what happened to his training? You know, that guy's like a 10-year vet at this. 10 years. So, yeah, the Jonathan Roth, like I said, y'all don't want to hear it, but I just showed you every angle. every angle, and y'all still won't even admit that, oh, well, you're right, she shouldn't have ran off from police. I mean, where's your common sense at a certain point? Would you run off from police thinking that it's going to end out okay? Are you dumb enough to do that and think that's going to end out okay? Because I hope not. Because some of y'all are literally saying that. Like, I'm dumb enough to think that I can run off from the police and it's okay, Set. So whatever she did, she was completely in her right. I'm like, are you retarded?
Executioners, but MS-13, just Maryland dads. They think Trump's given agents a license to kill, and they're all pretending they're next in line to eat a bullet.
Yeah, I'm worried that they'll kill me because I'm out there and I'm witnessing and I'm documenting.
Yeah. Democrats were saying Trump was going to lock them all up, but he hasn't put a single one in prison. And now they're all thinking they're going to get shot. Meanwhile, Trump's the only one who's been shot and arrested. Rosie, who we hear the Irish can't stand, says driving your cars at ICE agents doesn't go far enough.
Wait, what?
If you ever wondered what you would have done in Nazi Germany in the 30s, well, take a look at what you're doing now. You know, we're not overreacting. We're underreacting as a nation.
And here's the thing. This is what the whole Nazi thing don't make sense. Now, if this was Nazi Germany, don't you think, I'm be real with you guys. I'm be so real with you guys. Think about how bad it would be for y'all if we was really in a fascist regime. First off, a lot of you would be getting execution orders just for what you're saying in the chat about Trump. I hope you know this. Like, you get knocked on the door. Yeah, we heard what you said. Come to us to this camp, bro. We're going to send you to a real nice camp. So where's that happening at? Oh, nowhere. So most of you guys wouldn't be able to speak against Donald Trump or any of the leaders of this nation. But you can say whatever you want, even call the man a pedophile. I mean, don't sound like a fast regime to me where you can call the leader of this country a pedophile. Say it all you want and no charges, no nothing comes down upon you, no hit squad, no nothing. So you guys don't even make sense. I'm just going to be real with you. That's why it's really hard to listen to some of you guys when it comes to your reviewing of this shooting, because you're operating in nothing but emotions and not facts here. I mean, you don't even know police protocol. You don't even know how they're going to determine this case because, like I said, strong case for self-defense. It is what it is. I mean, you cannot like the Renee Good getting killed. Like, I don't like it either. But I'm not going to sit here and let my emotions get in the way of just seeing, oh, yeah, this is a strong case for self-defense. I don't like that the lady died, but damn, she sure did give that man a good case for self-defense.
And I think that's what they're counting on.
Brave Irish Rosie fled the country and then called Americans chicken hawks for not going harder. Didn't her shrink put her in a DJT detox? She wasn't supposed to even be watching the news. Democrats are telling the base, if you don't fight the Nazis, you are one. They did the same thing during Floyd. If you weren't an anti-racist activist, you were a racist. We're not even 6 months out from Charlie Kirk, and Homan says the mob's trying to kill his family.
I'm telling you here today, it's not over. Now the rhetoric is even tripled. Now they're saying they're murderers. They went beyond Nazis and secret police. Now they're saying is murdering people. Death threats against me alone have tripled. I mean, I had one yesterday, was a little different. They don't want to kill me. They want to kill my family. You know, tear my soul out so I suffer the rest of my life.
The agent who shot Renee Good in self-defense was forced to go into hiding because of death threats. And reports now say he's suffering from internal bleeding after getting rammed by the car. There was a time when even the media thought ICE was cool. During Obama, they were doing ride-alongs.
Under the cloak of darkness in Chicago,
Attack one, guys.
an immigration and customs enforcement team gears up for another long day, pursuing undocumented immigrants who have been convicted of crimes in the U.S.
You have evidence, right, that he's using a fake identity or?
That is correct. We believe he's been using a U.S. citizen's identity to live and work. He has an Illinois driver's license. Third target, he has an unauthorized use of a weapon, which was a firearm. He has a couple DUIs. He is a criminal. He has extensive criminal history. And by taking him out of the community, it's making the community safer.
So Obama's boys were picking up illegals wanted for identity theft, DUIs, and gun charges. Now Trump's men are nabbing killers, carjackers, and child molesters. And Bernie's like, leave my landscaper alone.
You don't believe that ICE agents should be picking people up off the street for
grandmothers and gardeners.
Yeah. This Trump general movement with authoritarianism.
I mean, all right, cool. Go get you an American gardeners. Go get you an American landscaper, an American carpenter. I mean, that's all you got to do is just replace the illegal for a legal citizen. I mean, it's kind of crazy how y'all want to sit there and try to undermine your own people when it comes to labor, but then say you're a patriot. And that's real crazy, guys. It's real crazy logic.
Disregard for the Constitution, general disregard for the rule of law. We cannot allow that to happen in America.
Have you seen any video of ICE tackling a guy on a lawnmower? Have you seen any video of Homan arresting Jose, just watering azaleas? I haven't even seen a grandma get busted, and I have access to all the videos. Omar says ICE hasn't arrested a single criminal.
They haven't been able to produce any evidence that they are finding people who are undocumented.
I mean, remember when Trump did that wildly, he did that wildly outrageous thing by putting all the criminals' faces outside of the White House that they deported in their crimes. Remember when Trump did that? Yeah. Actually, the person they was going for in Minnesota was actually charged with child molestation. You know, the one that Murray Good wasn't impeding on. So, yeah, they're catching criminals. The worst of them, by the way.
Committed crimes.
Does Omar have TV or the internet? I know Verizon was down today, but come on.
My bad, guys. My bad. Shout out to my man, Parabolic. I was going in for a second there, but shout out Parabolic. He says they are trained not to be in front. Where did that cop walk from? Okay, yeah, and his partner does the same thing and gets hit. Bad knowledge of a traffic stop. I mean, bro, it wasn't really a traffic stop. I mean, no, they were telling her to get the F out the car. I mean, they didn't stop her like driving down the road. She was there willfully by herself, honking the horn in rhythm, taking up a whole lane of traffic. I mean, you could try to paint her as this innocent observer, but she wasn't. She wasn't. I wish she was, though. And shout out to my man Gaming. He says, a fucking illegal Berger running his mouth. Jesus. Well, goddamn. He said a Berger running his mouth. I mean, hey, bro, you know that guy's actually 70 years old? Bro's 70 years old. I was like, all right, bro, I'm impressed. Your politics suck. You could barely freaking speak the language, but what's your wellness routine? It look like you got some secrets we can touch on. So shout out to that guy. Shout out to Parabolic Courage. He said, 1, missed my first chat. My bad, my friend. He said, 2, I started by saying the agitated. 3, doesn't matter when talking about people who we are supposed to put our safety in their hands. We are, bro. We're trusting ICE to deport the illegals. I'm sorry, but if there's people getting in the way of that, just like if there's people getting in the way of the cops, I would say handling the safety or promoting safety in their community, then that person's going to be stopped. That person's going to be taken to jail. If there's a person trying to impede an officer's arrest, they'll be taken to jail. Trying to impede an investigation, they'll be taken to jail. This is the same thing. They were running those door-to-door knocks, doing their little investigation, trying to catch a certain person, and she was getting in the way. They was going to lock her up for obstruction. And I'm sorry, but she's wanted to take a joyride. That didn't last too long for her. So I know, look, you guys want us to focus on the car, but she put him in front of the car, not he walked in front of it. Like, that's just the facts right there. So there goes your whole argument of oh, he shouldn't be in front of a car. He was put in front of a car. There you go. Now, look, was she an agitator? Look, she didn't deserve to get shot for being an agitator, because honestly, I mean, I hope that's protesting. But there's a difference between protesting and obstruction. Protesting, you standing on the sideline, letting them do what they do while yelling slogans, trying to make them feel bad. That's protesting. Obstruction is you literally trying to put hands on them, stop them from doing what they're doing, distract them, throw stuff at them. I mean, block them in, make noise to try to let people in the area know that they're there, try to stop their investigation. That's way different than protesting, my friend.
Swimming in mugshots. Here's a dude from Sudan convicted of homicide and assault. Or what about this bad hombre from El Salvador? Convicted of 3 counts of homicide. According to my math, that's 3 dead people. Here's one from Omar's neck of the woods. a Somali national convicted of homicide. I can do whole shows of just mugshots, but then we wouldn't have time for texts. Why do Democrats want to keep these kinds of people in the country?
Mayor Fry seems to, again, Matt, we've said this many times, choose illegal aliens and criminal illegal aliens over the American citizens in his city.
Facts.
Let me say that again. He chooses criminal aliens, aliens that would harm children, kill, rape, and maim American citizens. He chooses them over his own citizens.
Minneapolis has been siding against its own citizens. Frey and Waltz let their taxpayers get fleeced out of billions by Somalians. And then they never even said, sorry, I screwed up. It took a sink or swim champ, Nick Shirley, to blow the roof off. The scandal was so big, Tim Walz retired. He yanked his reelection bid because he knew that.
And know what? I mean, that boy Nick Shirley right back at it. He released another video. Like I said, if we reach our goal, we can go ahead and react to that one because it's actually a good one. I mean, like I said, I wonder how they're going to try to call him a liar again. I wonder how they're going to try to do it. Because like they tried to and they didn't succeed. I mean, CBS thought they did something. Oh, we went there and we asked them. I'm like, yeah, did you ask him what happened to the what was it? He's supposed to have like 40 or 60 kids. Let's say on the low end 40. He only had 12 there. I mean, you want to tell us where the, I don't know, 20 plus are? Like, you want to tell us what those are? Oh, no, you didn't do any investigation into that, CBS. You just walked out and said, whoo, everything looks good here. Okay. Okay, this is why people don't really trust mainstream media no more.
Another shoe to drop. The Leary
CNN
Center
was worse, though.
may just be the tip of the iceberg. Nick Shirley just dropped another bombshell. Turns out Somalis don't just love the daycare business. They have their hands in hundreds of car companies bringing fake kids to fake daycare centers. It's a total black hole.
My research has shown that there are about 1,020 such companies in Minnesota, and more than 90% of them are Somali owned. A lot of these companies, their address is an apartment, some are in a house, some are in a.
I mean, bro, some of their, bro, look, it will say it's a transportation service, but it's actually a liquor store or money transferring place. And it's just like, hold on. So you're telling me that you're marked down as a transportation service that gets, well, Medicaid funding or Medicaid reimbursement, right? And you're not even a transportation service. You're actually a liquor store, but you're actually getting money for giving rides that it doesn't look like you're giving. My God damn. I mean, shoot, and that's quite the scam because they're pulling in about $1 million a year from that scam alone, saying that they're transporting people to hospitals that they never transport.
Convenience store, some of them in a vacant building. There's no signage, there's nobody there.
Shirley and his deputies say these transportation companies are ripe for the picking.
So if you have 800 companies in Minnesota that are NEMT companies, they all own 20 vehicles and they're all making 10 trips a day and it's $50 per trip. So it's 800 times 20 times 10 trips times $50 a trip. Do the math. And the reality is, how many of these trips are being provided? Zero. They don't have to provide any, and boom, they get paid.
Yep.
Nobody bothers to check.
Minnesota's not even checking to make sure Somali Jr. got driven to daycare. Hunter Biden would have made more money in Minneapolis than in Ukraine. Walz was just handing out cash to whoever put a hand out and never looked to see who they were or what they did with it. Shirley's the only one in Minnesota who's knocked on doors.
This does not look like Safari Transportation. Where is the transportation company?
I don't see any signs denoting that there's any transportation.
Hello. How are you? We're looking for the transportation company.
Safari Transportation?
It's a battery.
Looking for Safari Transportation?
There's no Safari Transportation here.
No Safari Transportation?
Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue.
We're just looking for Safari Transportation.
We don't know.
So, but this is registered for Safari Transportation.
And here's the worst part. It's like they don't even know how guilty they make themselves look. It's like, bro, they're literally coming to you with government documents, aka what's ever on this paper you guys are supposed to be doing. He's coming with the government documents. He's going like, bro, you know, this is supposed to be a transportation. I mean, now I don't know when the last time I seen a transportation cell closed, but maybe you can enlighten me. Maybe this is what you guys do on the side or something. But can you show me a car where you're actually transporting people to hospitals and all this good stuff? Because you're getting taxpayer dollars for this. So can you please tell us how the hell you got this whole closed store, look like a smoke shop a little bit in there, and you're transporting people like. And then instead of just giving me an answer, you want to get all defensive with me. I'm like, you only make yourself look more guilty. That's it. You're only making your community look worse. That's it. I actually and I'm gonna say I hate when people throw the entire Somalian community under the bus, but people like this guy here is what makes it happen. I mean, when you don't even try to sit there and defend yourself from the fraud. And look, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, he's committing fraud for sure. I'm being real with you. It looks like it, but I don't know for sure. But when you sit here and have this defense instead of just saying, oh, no, brother, inshallah, come to the back. Let me show you. Wallahi, we don't do no scamming. Here you go. Here are the cars. Here's our people we pick up. That's all we got to do, man. Inshallah, my brother. And there you go. Nick Shirley would have left. He'd have checked those guys off and be like, you know what? They some real ones. Make sure you use their service. And that guy would have got the biggest promotion ever. But hey, when you want to sit there and get defensive, it looks like you're hiding something. All right, back to it.
Okay, we don't know.
We're asking where Safari Transportation is.
We don't know.
Okay, so the business is not here.
Somalians start a shell company. They say they have cars to take kids to daycare, and they file the address at a convenience store.
Here's the thing, it's getting to a point where I'm afraid to say this, but it seems like the whole Somalian community benefits off this fraud. Like everybody gets a take in it. Everybody's probably making maybe $5,000 to $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a month off of this crazy little fraud ring that's going on in the Somali community. Not saying all of them are involved, but it looks like all of them may have their livelihood linked to it. All of them are somehow getting in on it because this is how they have that much protection. I mean, if you got a whole community in on fraud, then you're going to have all the protection in the world. But if the whole community is not in on it, not everybody's getting money from it, you're going to have some people willing to snitch like, bro, fuck them. No, if there's a whole bunch of black people doing this, I'll be like, bro, fuck them, bro. Arrest those niggas. Excuse my language. But no, really, arrest them. Get them up out of here. And even if they were trying to cut me in, I wouldn't appreciate it. But let's be real. If I was a person who had less integrity, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's because it's a group effort, I'll be more likely to participate because I'm somehow getting cut in on it. This is what I'm trying to explain to you guys, that because most of the communities cut in on it, this is why they're all getting aggressive and trying to hide it. I mean, some person don't even gotta be getting paid directly. It could be their cousin, sister, mom, dad that's getting paid off this, and they don't want that to stop. But I mean, if your livelihood is built off fraud, then I'm sorry, but yeah, you gotta go to jail. And we need to hit you with the FBI, open up. And I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to go to court, and you're gonna get hit with Uncle Ruckus. Get out there. That nigga is get out there. Guilty.
Shirley couldn't find any cars, kids, or car businesses there. But Minnesota's shoveling money at them week after week, every time they send them an invoice. So guess what happens when Shirley finds fraud? The Somalis, just like they did with the politicians, play the race card.
Yep.
You hate Muslims.
I'm not saying I hate Muslims. We're talking about fraud. We're talking about fraud. This is fraud.
Community
that
that's suffering because of fraud?
We're talking about fraud.
Are we the only community that does fraud? Are we the only community that does this?
This is about fraud.
Right, there's what, 300 Somali providers in all of Minnesota?
There's actually 800.
But all right, though, not to ruin the video, because let's see if we can go ahead and reach goal and get to watching that. So we're not going to ruin it. But another shooting in Minneapolis. Walz tells Trump to end this occupation. End this occupation. Oh my God. Like, bro, what are we, China? So what is the Trump administration? What, the government of China? What is he? Is the government? What is he? The president of Russia now? We're occupying what? ICE? What? A U.S. Federal agents, U.S. law enforcement is invading what? U.S. territory? Is occupying U.S. territory. Please tell me how that makes sense. I'm sorry, but that just sounds dumb.
DHS says it was in self-defense during a targeted stop of an
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Undocumented immigrant. CNN's Whitney Wild is on the scene right now where there have been some explosions, it seems. There are crowds gathering. Whitney, can you tell us what's happening where you are? think we're having trouble with Whitney's connection. We're going to try to reconnect with her. This is an active situation that's unfolding on the ground in Minneapolis. And like the scenes of ICE operations across the city over the last couple of days, it gets chaotic, and it gets chaotic very, very fast. Look, we don't know all the details. We were saying in the previous segment, as we're coming back to the table while we wait for Whitney, the DHS says that this was a targeted enforcement operation and that the ICE officer was attacked. And I do think that that is exactly the type of situation that we want as few of those situations as possible to transpire. And yet it seems like all the time there are all kinds of interactions happening where ICE officers are put in danger. And I'm not sure if it's all just because of, violent people attacking them. Sometimes it's
Whoa, I thought she was about to tell the truth for a second there. I mean, she was almost there. If she'd have just said, maybe it is our rhetoric. Maybe we do need to tell the people that watch us, millions of people who watch us, who expect them to tell us the truth. Maybe we shouldn't frame these people as Gestapo, Nazis. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that because, we're kind of let's be real. Them getting hurt is kind of our responsibility because we're spreading that rhetoric. We're spreading the rhetoric around. We're telling people that these people are people to be feared and fought against. And that's exactly what they're doing. And there's a lady who died. It's another person that got shot. I mean, is this really what we want? And I mean, Leth, ask yourself that. Is that really what you want?
Also the tactics that I think are putting them at risk with vehicle stops, which have been some reporting about how these vehicle stops are so dangerous, and more of them are happening.
Tim Walz and Jacob Frost should make an offer to DHS. They should offer to repeal their ordinances of separation that in their sanctuary policies that prohibit local police and state troopers and state prosecutors from helping ICE in exchange for a prioritization that ICE is going to only go after people who have felony problems, or who have violent criminal past, who have other serious charges pending or have in their past. They ought to make them that offer. That's the way.
And I talked to my man Parabolic Courage. He says, look up Barnes versus Felix. It's my basis. All right, your basis for your argument. I got you. Why not?
If you want to make this work a lot better in the community, then the Democratic community leaders should offer to help. They should make this a collaborative effort.
I think they would take that deal, but I'm not sure the administration would take that.
So are you admitting then that ICE is not handling this appropriately?
I've just said I think they need to be learning. They need to be learning from their tactics, from mistakes as we go along.
Okay, but learning on the job does not mean shooting a woman point blank 3 times.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. They're not learning. I mean, real with you, they get maybe 6 months of training or so. And a lot of these guys, majority of these ICE officers are ex-law enforcement and ex-veterans, right? Or my bad, not ex-veterans, but veterans. So basically ex-military. Most of these guys are ex-law enforcement and ex-military. So they got a decent amount of training, especially the ex-law enforcement. So I don't know where you guys are going with this. And here's the thing. You got trying to say they're untrained for a shooting that was done in self-defense. And I mean, let's be real. Like I said, where do you guys take accountability for provoking this type of action against ICE? Because I'm be real with you. You guys were never talking like CNN, MSNBC, ABC, the rest of you guys. If you were never talking like this about ICE, Renee Good would still be alive today. And that's a fact.
In the face and then calling her an effing B, which I can't say on TV, and having her bleed out with teddy bears in the car. How does that build trust? How does that make any of us safer? And how does that build the goodwill to do what Donald Trump would like to say that?
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to try to go back to Whitney Wild, who's on the ground now. Whitney, can you hear me? Whitney, what's happening around you?
Yep. Okay, we are near 23rd and Lindale. It's not an exact location, but we're a couple blocks away. Sorry, it's a little hard to breathe because they just let off several flashbangs, multiple tear gas canisters that were coming off all around us. And at one point, it became so foggy that producer Meredith Edwards and I got separated from our photographer, Jonathan Shearer.
Oh, Parabolic. I'm looking that up now of how Barnes and Felix relate to the shooting of Renee Good. I got you.
Things have calmed down a little bit now, but you'll see. Can you walk with me, John? Are you okay to walk or no? You want to stay here? Okay. You can't see just over my side here. There's still multiple federal agents and a growing crowd, very angry here, following them all around the neighborhood from what we've seen. This is all because what we know, according to the Department of Homeland Security, around 6:50 Central Time, law enforcement was conducting an operation where they say that they were going after a specific target. And when they tried to approach that target, he ran, he jumped into a car, he fled in a vehicle and then crashed. Again, this is according to the Department of Homeland Security. Again, they're saying that in an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and then crashed. And once law enforcement was able to catch up with that subject, they attempted to arrest that subject. He was fighting back while that officer and the subject were on the ground, apparently fighting, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Other people began attacking law enforcement. That's when the subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick. And that's when DHS says that the officer fired what they are calling defensive shots. They're now saying that that officer and the subject are in the hospital. The other two people who were engaged in this attack are in custody. But this is a city that is already on edge. And what you're seeing right now is a major reaction. Again, it's hard to see, and we'll try to get a little bit closer here in a minute, Abby. But there is a growing crowd here that is increasingly angry, that is following ICE, what we believe are ICE officers or other immigration agents throughout this neighborhood, screaming at them, telling them to leave in the strongest possible terms they can muster.
And like I said, though, when you do stuff like this, you're only going to make things worse. Bro, they brought 1,000 more. They brought in 1,000 more ICE agents. They not backing down. I mean, I'm being so honest with you guys. Like in Minnesota, if you want to make this worse for yourselves, go ahead, keep doing what you're doing. But when you got the National Guard and the Marines out there, nobody's going to feel bad for you. Maybe, of course, the left will, but nobody here is going to feel bad for you. We're all going to look at you like you crazy. Like, all right, I mean, what do you thought was going to happen? You try to run off on these guys. You tried to run them over. Well, not in the Renee Good situation, but in other situations. I mean, you're impeding their investigations. You're blocking them in on the roads. I mean, what do you think is going to happen next? Because it's most likely going to be the National Guard. And then if your guys get even crazier, it's going to be the Marines. So I'm really wondering, when this goes far enough, you guys can't complain, because, I mean, there's people like me warning you. People on even Fox News are even saying, hey, yo, you might want to tone it down. I mean, shout out to Abigail or Phillips. I mean, even she's coming around to the idea of like, damn, maybe we are going a little bit too far. And I know they're trying to blame this on ICE training, but no, it's not the training of ICE. It's how you guys have radicalized the people against ICE. Think about it. If the people were radicalized against ICE, none of this would be happening. None of it.
Here. Meanwhile, ICE, trying to push back this crowd, was letting off tear gas canisters over and over and over. And at one point, Abby, they were...
Here's the thing. The criminals are the people who are obstructing ICE. You're not allowed to... Oh, yeah, you're low-key not allowed to obstruct an investigation or an arrest or anything like that. You're breaking the law. If you get arrested for that, ICE is not the... Here's the thing. I know the left is getting crazy, but you're getting mad at ICE for upholding the law. You're calling criminals... You're calling the criminals, the people who are acting lawfully, the people who are doing their job lawfully, you're calling them the criminals, while you guys are actually the criminals here. You're the ones actually trying to hurt them. You're the ones trying to stop their investigation. You're the criminals, not ICE.
Going off all around us, and actually it became so chaotic that one bounced off my foot and bounced off my side. And that's when we got separated, because the smoke was everywhere and we were having trouble reconnecting. But now we're back. Our fearless photographer, Jonathan Shearer, was right in the center of it, catching everything. If you guys are rolling on it, maybe we can run that video later. But that is the scene here, Abby, and it's static, and it's going more so.
And
Back
Whitney, as we're talking, if you need to move or relocate, please do. Stay safe while you are out there. But I want to ask you, because 6:50 is the time that, according to the Department of Homeland Security, this incident occurred. It's been now several hours.
I mean, hey, shout out to Parabol. I mean, Parabol, you basically proved me right with the Barnes and Felix, because remember, you said the totality of evidence. In Barnes and Felix, they're even going over saying the court said judges must evaluate the totality of the circumstance. Basically the same thing I told you. Not the totality of evidence, but the entire circumstances surrounding Renee Good's shooting. Everything from being told to get out the car, everything from trying to drive off while an officer is trying to get her out the car. And when she pulled out, she put that man in the line of view. That's the entire situation. Not just focusing on, oh, a mother got shot, or oh, Renee Good got shot. That's what you guys are focusing on. You got to focus on the totality of the circumstances, like of the entire situation that led up to it. Not the totality of, oh, well, the evidence points to she came here at this time and all this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I get that. But no. We need to focus on the situation that led up to her shooting. Like, so, I mean, the Barnes and Felix, like, pretty much proving my point. Is that, like, yeah, it all depends on the totality of situation, the creation of a dangerous situation that affects the way the shooting is analyzed. Yes, the creation of a dangerous situation, which Renee Good created. Let's be honest. So, I mean, you're kind of proving my point here. I appreciate that. So notice how, you're not being emotional about it. So shout out Parabolic. It's because Parabolic, you're not being emotional, but some of the Dems in the chat are, like, they're kind of losing their ish right now. But shout out Parabolic Courage says that notice I haven't talked about her being a mother or my feelings on it. It's just what I know about the facts and how it relates to a citizen's death. Yeah. And in this citizen's death, they're pretty much going with what I'm saying. The court judges must evaluate the totality of the circumstances, and that inquirers have no time limit, meaning events leading up to the shooting can be relevant, not just the final second. So there you go. So the events leading up to the shootings must be like, those are relevant, not just the final seconds, not just the second of her pulling off those. And remember, in actual seconds, that's probably like 2-3 seconds of time he had. So no, we don't focus on those 2-3 seconds. We focus on the entire 3-minute video and all the other angles that led up to those 3 seconds when she got shot. That's what we focus on. And that's exactly what, I mean, the Barnes, and that's how they're relating this Barnes versus Felix case to Renee Good. I mean, you guys can look this up yourself. Look up how the Barnes and Felix case relate to Renee Good shooting, and you'll get a pretty good breakdown of how it does. But let's see here. It's a civil case argue. But yeah, if there is a civil case arguing that the shooting was unreasonable, excessive force under the 4th Amendment, Barnes versus Felix affects what facts the courts must consider. It's not just was the agent in danger at the instant he fired, but also what happened before the moment, commands, warning, positioning, and how the confrontation escalated. What the agent and driver each did, and the broader context is exactly what Barnes said courts couldn't ignore. So Barnes, I guess in this situation, saying, look, you can't ignore the full gravity of it. You can't just ignore, like, focus on, oh, I shot her. No, you have to focus on, well, everything that led up to that moment, which is basically proving my point.
Is your sense that the reason that there are still ICE officers or federal agents on the scene is because they're doing something, they're doing active enforcement, or maybe they're investigating the shooting? And the folks that I'm hearing chant.
Now, I don't know. I think that's trying to assume duplicity at a certain point. But shout out Parabolic. He says, therefore, if the officer pulled in front of a vehicle and then walked in front and his partner did the same, then he did things to be safe. No, not really. No, remember, his partner was on the side. It was on the side after, remember, before. So before the partner was on the side trying to get inside the car, getting the lady out, she was told to get out the car 4 times. Now, after that, hand inside the car, going like, yo, you need to get out. That's when she backs up the car, put him in the line of view. So really, there's nothing that his partner did that was unsafe. And the only person that was being unsafe was Renee Good. That's the only person. Like, she shouldn't have moved her car.
Are people chanting? Are they blowing whistles? What are they doing on the ground?
They're chanting, they're blowing whistles, they're screaming at them to go home. You're going to hear more flashbangs in a second, I think. It sounded like one just a moment ago. They're surrounding these immigration officers and letting them know without any ambiguity that they do not like what they see and they want them to leave. This has been an ongoing scene throughout the city of Minneapolis after the shooting of Renee Nicole Good. The city has been quite angry. We've seen multiple protests, not just in Minneapolis, but all around the country.
You saying where did they pull over the vehicle, the front or behind? Now in the video, I believe the officer pulled up behind her. Remember, he was circling her car, aka he pulled up behind her, pretty much talked to her and started circling her car, documenting her plates and all that good stuff. When he was done doing that and the girlfriend was talking shit to the guy, that's when the officers pulled up and said, get out the car. You know, things progressed past there. So like I say, you got to focus on everything that escalated to that shooting. And all right, well, if those slight escalations didn't happen, I mean, would he have still shot? Is this a deranged police officer? Obviously not, because if he was, he'd probably shot her before those 3 guys pulled up there. I mean, and if Renee Good wanted to shoot the man, I mean, she could have just drove straight into him right there and then, but she actually decided to curve away. But in his point of view, in his perception, since the car was put in his direction, he believed that Renee Good was going to go right into him. So she shot. I mean, he shot.
Certainly now, this is giving new reason for people to protest. Sorry, I'm just watching. We're here. It's louder than it looks. So I'm trying to figure out, Abby. Sorry, I keep looking away.
So is it, I mean, what can you estimate?
There are things going on.
Do you have a sense of the size of the crowd, and are more people coming to the scene because it's now known that there was an incident there?
I can't, it's so dark, Abby, that I can't tell what the size of the crowd is. Are you okay to walk, Jonathan? Do you want, Abby, we can walk and show you. Hold on. I can't know what the size of the crowd is, but there's other law enforcement here, it looks like. I can't see who they are. It's so dark.
Okay.
They're in
Damn, they out
darker
here deep.
uniforms, so it could be local law enforcement, Abby. I'm just not sure. But when
deep.
we were
I
on
can
our
see 'em.
way, we saw at almost a dozen law enforcement vehicles screaming over to this location. So we're still trying to get a handle on what the roles of law enforcement are and what the federal agents who are still on the ground might be doing. Are they continuing to do immigration enforcement? We can't know in this moment. All we know is what we see. And we see that they're starting to cordon off this area over here. But I think this scene, Abby, could be between 50 and 100 people. Like, it's so dark, I can't really tell. But we can.
Yeah.
Are you guys okay to walk? Sorry, Abby, it's tough.
And
the conditions here are
yeah,
difficult because it's so icy.
Bro, I mean, bro, Minnesota is Minnesota winters are trash, bro. Trash. I remember there was a snowstorm I had when I was a kid, and in Ohio, bro, we got like a foot. Minnesota, 2.5 feet. I was like, bro, and that's always Minnesota. They always get a ridiculous amount of snow. Like, we get 6 inches there, they get a 1.5 inches over there. It's like, it's wild. But shout out to those guys in Minnesota.
AC and cold. Can you tell us though, Whitney? It is dark for us to see even what you're seeing. What kind of neighborhood are we even talking
you're right,
about
I did.
here?
Oh, shout out to my man Hellbat. Hey, shout out to my boy Hellbat. He says, notice how so many people wanted to keep their cheap labor forces and are willing to assault others with deadly weapons to do so. It's like, bro, like, damn, you just can't pay that extra 30 for the gardening? Instead of hiring Juan, you can hire, I don't know. I know I got a black friend that actually got a lawn care service. I mean, you could hire DeQuan or something, bruh. You could hire Steve. Steve does good work. My white boy Steve, he does good work on the lawn. So does DeQuan. You can go hire an American. Why has it got to be Juan? You know, DeQuan and Steve, they charge about $40-$50, but Juan only charge you $10-$20. I mean, you're undermining your own people. Come on now.
Abby, this neighborhood is not far from downtown. It's 10 minutes away. We're at 23rd and Lindale. What we have seen is multiple people driving out to ask us what we know. So when, to go back to what you're asking about whether or not people are if the crowd is growing, I think it is growing. And I think people are curious, at a minimum to know what's going on, asking us and those around them what happened and for details. They're also here to make their voices heard in the loudest way that they can at this moment, Abby.
All right, Whitney Wild, as you're walking around here, I'm seeing some folks that there's a man walking in front of you with, a illuminated vest. Is that law enforcement? Is that a protester? Do you have any sense of,
I see it too,
of who he is and what he's doing?
I can't tell. It looks like he has a helmet and maybe a camera, so he could be, a member of the press as well. But we've certainly seen multiple people here who appear to be.
All right.
I guess.
Let's go ahead and get past this, and let's go ahead and get into this little story right here. Whoops, wrong one. There it is. All right.
President Trump is pushing to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. It's unclear exactly how he would do that, and there are debates about whether it's good policy and could hurt the very people it is intended to help. Nevertheless, it is a proposal that is out there that is generating a great deal of interest. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. When I say it's generating interest, Harry, how much?
It is generating a ton of interest, John Berman. I mean, just take a look here. Google searches for credit card rate cap up 3,200% versus a year ago, up like a rocket. And every single poll that I have looked at, it's an extremely popular policy. And therefore, I'm not sure about the policy, but it is great at this point. Great politics.
Yeah, maybe the victory for him is merely talking about it, whether or not it goes through. Why? Why do you think there's so much interest in this?
Why is there so much interest in this? Why do I say it's great?
Because it stops that predatory lending that, I'll be real with you, these credit card companies, I mean, payday loans, big banks, yeah, the predatory lending that they like to do. I mean, let's be honest, we shrink it down to only got to be 10. Yes, there's going to be less Americans accepted for credit, but it's only going to be the most responsible of us who's going to get it. And that's how it should be.
Politics. Well, take a look here. How Americans feel. Credit card debt is a stress in my life. Look at this. You get the majority of Americans. 55% say credit card debt is a stress in my life. More than that, where cost of living ranks on terms of the top issues in terms of what's affecting you and your family. It is number one in poll after poll after poll. So when you see this, you see a majority of Americans saying credit card debt is a stress in my life. And you see that ranking number one, cost of living in terms of the top issues. That is why there's so much interest in something that I think a lot of Americans think can address the very issue that they feel is numero uno, and that is the cost of living.
How partisan of an issue has credit card debt become?
Yeah, okay. So this is another reason why I think this is great politics is, oftentimes we see the issues that divide Americans. Liberals and Democrats on one side, conservatives and Republicans on the other. But take a look here. Percentage with credit card debt, 49% of Democrats, 48% of independents, and 51% of Republicans. It is a bipartisan problem in this country. So all of a sudden, Donald Trump is saying, hey, let me find an issue in which I can unite the different factions in this country behind something that I am trying to propose here. This is it, baby. This is an issue that unites Democrats, independents, and Republicans, because the percentage with the credit card debt amongst Republicans, independents, and Democrats is pretty much gosh darn equal.
Well, what are the chances, though, that there is actually a cap based on people betting on it?
Yeah, okay. So essentially you see this, you see it's good politics, right? You see, of course, that the Google searches are way up. But in terms of the chance that it actually happens, chance the federal government this year caps credit card rates, at this point, the Kalshi prediction market has it at only a 33% chance. So good politics talking about it, but actually getting it accomplished, that I think is a little.
Bro, because, the big banks are going to be bitching, loan companies bitching, credit card companies will be bitching. All of the guys that we don't like are going to be complaining about this. So, yeah, I see. This is like I said, this is for the people. Corporations, not so much. This is for the people. And small businesses as well can also benefit from this.
A little bit tougher to do, and the prediction markets agree on that.
Yeah, it's not nothing. 33% is not nothing. However, it may be more about the discussion, more about the proposal than actually passing.
Correct. We'll see what happens, because politics these days always surprises me.
And it would be wild. I know credit card companies, bro, that'd be crazy if they had to lower your interest rate, and it had to lower it to 10%. But they also might do lower your buying power, of course, lower your credit limit. They're like, all right, bro, we'll give you this 10%, but you're going from 1,000 to 500 though. On God, bro, you tripping if you think we just about to take that L with you. The only reason we gave you 1,000 because we could hit you with the 29%. Like what? So I can see that happening. All right, though, let's get to it.
We begin tonight with Iranian authorities closing their airspace for several hours this evening, and the world waiting for what, if anything, might come next. The airspace reopened just before airtime, but take a look. This is what the skies over Iran looked like also as of a few moments ago. As you can see, air traffic is going north and south of the country, not over it. Now, a number of Western countries have also advised citizens to leave Iran using, as Spain's government put it today, any available means. Additionally, some personnel at the U.S. airbase in Qatar have been urged to leave, according to a U.S. official who spoke to CNN earlier. Also tonight, a warning from Iran and a chilling assessment from its hardline regime of its crackdown on dissent, which has now taken upwards of 2,400 lives. That's according to a U.S.-based human rights group. The full number may not be known. Here's what Iran's foreign minister told Fox News' Brett Baer.
My message is do not repeat the same mistake that you did in June. You know, if you try a failed experience, you will get the same result.
Well, the foreign minister is talking about the strikes on his country's nuclear sites, which Iran claims did not significantly set back their effort. The President Trump says otherwise, obviously. And here's what the foreign minister said about his government's bloody repression of the biggest uprising since the revolution that swept Islamic hardliners into power in 1979.
After 3 days of terrorist operation,
you can speak English.
Now there is a calm. We are in full control.
Whether that's true or not, graphic evidence.
Yeah, I mean, that explains what he's been saying on Al Jazeera as well. He's been making the rounds. Pretty much says everything's good, we're in full control, and then they also want to run propaganda like, oh yeah, but ultimately we have pro-government rallies as well. I mean, we got the pro-government rallies. I mean, if you want to believe that, I mean, you can. I mean, personally, myself, I could believe that there's people that actually support the Ayatollah because they're a very extremely religious, I'm being real with you, a very extremely religious group of people, the Ayatollah, really Khomeini, and I can see why people align with that. And personally, not me, but I can see how he does have supporters. But due to the recklessness of their governing, like, you know, crazy inflation, a water shortage, continuing to promote other terrorist organizations while neglecting your people, yeah, that's gonna get you a revolution. Now, did this revolution come to be? We don't know, because to be quite honest, it sounds like Iran done got it together. And in the 30 years that they've been in power, the Ayatollah, they've had they've had worse protests than this, and they were able to weather the storm. So, and the thing that made this different was, well, Donald Trump saying, look, we'll back you up. But we were only going to back them up if they could take over their institutions. And it doesn't seem like they were able to do that, sadly.
Evidence has certainly emerged showing what the regime has been doing to try and regain control. Images like these, the dead in body bags overflowing morgues lined up row after row outside. Amnesty International, which analyzed video and photos from 10 Iranian cities, including Tehran.
Yeah, and it's the video I was talking about. This is why they're saying that there's about 12,000, because this is like, bro, we're talking about all over the city, they got body bags. That's why people are saying there might be 12,000, but on the low end, according to Iran, there's like 2,000 to 2,700. But the biggest number we're hearing is, bro, actually, I think Sean Hannity, we just watched a video with Sean Hannity. That man said 12 to 20,000. I was like, bro, I mean, I've heard 12,000. I heard nothing over that, but we'll see. We'll see.
Said today that, quote, mass unlawful killings, in their words, are being committed on what it calls a, quote, unprecedented scale, which, as you know, the president has repeatedly suggested could trigger an American military response.
On Iran, have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination.
Well, that was Sunday night. By yesterday morning, he was on social media saying, quote, Iranian patriots keep protesting and telling them in all caps, help is on the way. Now, he repeated those words on camera later that afternoon.
To all Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions if possible, and save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very.
And that was going to be the grounds that we actually, you know, went in under. Because think about how easy it would if, you know, take out the Ayatollah if, well, all the institutions are taken over from communications. I mean, you took over basically military bases. I mean, like, bro, key resources. If we're taking away all the institutions, I'll take away all control away from the Ayatollah, then yes, the USA can come in there and do a clean sweep of these guys. Hit him with the Maduro, just like we did Maduro. Because one of the main reasons we got Maduro is because people in the inside betrayed him. So he was able to get his ass. Now, that doesn't seem to be happening with the Ayatollah, sadly, but we'll see. People are saying the protesters are still going. There's still mobs in the street, while the Iranian officials say that, oh, everything is calmed down and we're starting executions of Mossad agents tomorrow.
Badly abused. I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way.
The The president also said the United States would take, quote, very strong action if the regime hanged a 26-year-old protester named Irfan Soltani.
Yeah.
Tonight, in that interview on Fox.
And shout out to my man Hellbait. Like, why do you think they tried to black out all internet up there? It's obvious on what happened after that. I mean, obviously, bro. Yeah, let's be real. They cut off that internet because they knew it was about to look ugly. And they knew it was like, bro, man, this ain't the 70s or the 80s. We could just kill people and, you know, we can get away with it. And nobody's going to have a camera phone to record it. So, yeah, they had to do a media blackout to cover up the gruesomeness that the Iranian police was going to have to do. And some of the gruesomeness that even the protesters was actually doing. Because there were protesters that was fighting back, that Iranian officials were saying that, you know, some of the protesters was killing other protesters, burning down buildings and all this wild stuff. And they wanted to block that out. But to be quite honest, we all know why they blocked it out. Because they were going to crack down on these protesters and they didn't want nobody to see it. I mean, China did the same thing. And we still don't know how much people died in Tiananmen Square. We just know we saw one guy in front of a tank. And Lord knows that guy ain't alive today. We know that.
Fox, Iran's foreign minister, said there will be no hanging, in his words, today or tomorrow. As for the president, he signaled it.
No, that is true. They are playing Tucker Carlson, and I heard I didn't know about Kenneth Owens, but Tucker Carlson, they was playing his video on him talking about intervention. Yeah, it wasn't him saying, "Oh, praise the Ayatollah." No, that wasn't Tucker Carlson. They were pretty much playing a video of Tucker Carlson said, "Yeah, we should avoid intervention. The U.S. should be against it. We shouldn't promote intervention." This was pretty much how Tucker Carlson, I guess, was trying to sell non-intervention to the American people. The Iranians, they're selling it as, look, see, there are people in America that says that they're against this, that they don't want this. Donald Trump is going outside of his people. This is why you should stick with us, Iranian people, because I'm the people of America sticking with Donald Trump. That, I believe, was the spin they were trying to put on it.
As much this afternoon appeared to back away from any red lines.
You know, trying to make the protesters feel a bit hopeless, make it feel hopeless, make it feel like nobody's coming for y'all, and also make it feel like, look, man, this is all what our U.S. wants, U.S. and Israel wants. You know, they don't want what's best for you, so you should do what we say. I mean, it's a pretty good spin. It's a pretty clever way to, you know, spin the story to them.
We have been notified and pretty strongly, but we'll find out what that all means. But we've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset. But that's just gotten to me some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution, which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution.
Well, that said, when pressed, he declined to take military action off the table, saying instead he would, quote, watch and see what the process is. We start tonight with Caitlin Collins, CNN's chief White House correspondent and the anchor of The Source. So is it clear where the president stands tonight on possible military action, why he seems so confident that the Iranian regime won't execute protesters?
Not really, Anderson. And that moment was from when we had first gotten in the Oval Office. The president gave us that update on Iran. Later, when he was taking questions from reporters, I asked him who it was that relayed that information to him, that the killings have stopped there, because obviously there's been a major blackout, a huge internet outage there where we really haven't been able to get a ton of reliable information out of what's happening on the ground in Iran. We've seen snippets of it. The president never disclosed who told him that the killing had stopped. He said it was from a source with information. He made the reference that it was coming from Iran. And obviously the question is raised by that if it is the Iranian regime, whether or not the president can trust them, given they have been historically incredibly unreliable and have lied outright about a lot of the things that they're doing. And so we know what we've seen on the ground. We've seen these images of the body bags that have already been out there. And just to be clear on where the president's line on this was over the last 2 weeks, Anderson, it wasn't if there are executions for people who have been demonstrating and protesting warning that then the U.S. would get militarily involved. The president had already said about 12 days ago that if Iran was using lethal force and killing these protesters, that he said the U.S. military would intervene. That was a threat that he repeated multiple times, something that we know that has happened, given we've seen the body bags that have been on the streets. And so that already in and of itself has changed. And so the question was how the president would respond, what that would look like. There's not a lot of military built up in the area like there was last summer during those strikes. And so right now it's just not clear, Anderson, on what this next step is going to be and whether or not the president was looking for an off-ramp with those comments that he made to us today.
Yeah, Caitlin.
I mean, yeah, like I said, because what I've been hearing is that Saudi Arabia and Israel is telling Trump not to strike Israel because the Ayatollah still has power, and if you strike them, they will be able to retaliate. We haven't meshed up their forces like that. We ain't really holding them back from doing that. So if that was the case, then we'd be striking Iran right now. I mean, if the civilians took over the institutions, we'd be striking these guys right now, trying to get rid of the Ayatollah. But since that isn't the case, we're not going to do it because we be putting Saudi Arabia, Israel, and military bases, well, I'll be real with you, in danger. We put all of them in danger, even though we got some guys evacuating now, which kind of, that was kind of the prelude to a strike, but we'll see, because it is a bit weird that we do have people moving out of that area, and usually that's a prelude to a strike.
Collins, thanks very much. Caitlin will be back, obviously, at the top of the hour with the source. Joining me now is John Bolton, former national security advisor during President Trump's first term. He also served as U.S. ambassador to the UN under President George W. Bush. Ambassador, how do you read what the president is now saying versus what he has been saying?
Well, I think that's the sound of Donald Trump walking backward. That doesn't necessarily indicate what he's going to do. I think this is Trump saying one thing one day and another thing the next day. There's no.
Look, John Bolton is just mad because he's not getting the war with Iran that he wants. I mean, look, man, look. Fox News got Lindsey Graham, and that's their war hawk. And of course, CNN got John Bolton, which is their war hawk. This is the guy that was damn near about to F everything up with North Korea. So Trump had to send his ass away because this guy's like war hungry and crazy. And trust me, he's mainly mad at Trump because, he's not striking Iran. He's going back and forth. It's like, bro, we all know you just won war, so it's hard to listen to what you got to say.
Doubt that there were mass murders of protesting civilians on Saturday and Sunday night. And the figure of 2,500 dead, I think, will turn out tragically to be very low. 10,000, 15,000, when you get reports from all over the country, it was bad. Now, the number killed on Monday and Tuesday night was much lower because people were not.
You know what? The wife is hurt. Now, look, bro. Look, sis. I'm going to tell you exactly what I just got done saying maybe like an hour ago. Stop undermining your own people for cheap labor. You can't call yourself a patriot. You can't call yourself a proud to be American if you're okay with undermining your own people for cheap labor. Do you hear yourself? Americans do landscaping. Americans do roof building. It's going to be a bit more expensive, but that's because they're not here illegally. So, yeah, stop trying to undermine your own American people and try to call yourself a patriot in the same sentence. Like, you honestly need to shut the F up. And I ain't telling you to shut the F up because I don't like talking that way to women, but I mean, just use your own words against you.
Going out in many of the places that Western journalists and others can identify because they didn't want to get killed. So it doesn't mean that the conduct of the regime has gotten better. It means people stayed indoors. But I think without some American action to underline what Trump has previously said, if we basically do nothing, I think it will be a blow to his credibility because he did draw red lines and the regime did cross them. And as of right this moment, we haven't done anything in response.
Yeah, I mean, to Caitlin's point, he had said, if you're killing people in the streets, that was one kind of red line. And then suddenly it became executions. Essentially, I mean, they have been executing people in the streets, the security services, as we know. As you said, we don't know the full number, but whether it's execution by hanging, as was going to be the case in Mr. Soltani, by all reports, or whether they're being slaughtered in the streets, it's still executions.
Sure, but it's Trump looking for the off-ramp.
Yeah. To what extent do you think has the president backed himself into a corner with those vows on social media, telling Iranian protesters to keep doing what they're doing, to try to get into the streets, to keep protesting?
Yeah, look, the famous Obama red line in Syria was, if I see them moving chemical weapons around, we're going to do something about it. And he didn't, to our detriment. And I think the same thing applies here. Look, it is true, then, and I think acknowledged almost universally at this point, that the regime is at the weakest point it's been since it came to power in the revolution in 1979, for a variety of reasons. The economic reasons we see manifest in these protests, but because of dissent by the youth, ethnic conflict, women who staged massive protest over 2 years ago after the murder of Masih Amini. The regime is deeply unpopular. It's thoroughly corrupt inside. This is a moment when we could have regime change. I think the U.S. could assist that in multiple ways, which we're not doing. And if we miss it this time,
too late. I mean, it seems like we already missed it. It seems like they already got things under control. So, we could strike them now, but it seems like it would endanger us or our military bases in Israel and in Saudi Arabia getting hit. So, yeah, I'm sorry, dog, but it seems like we might have already missed that opportunity. And of course, this guy wants war with Iran, but hey, it's kind of crazy how people think that we can just strike Iran and nothing's going to come of it. They're just going to fall over. It's like, yeah, not without that revolution first. It got to be revolution, then U.S. strikes. Not U.S. strikes, then revolution. It don't work that way.
There may not be another occasion until the supreme leader dies and they have to find a new supreme leader. And in the meantime, Iran will continue its nuclear weapons program, continue its support for international terrorism, and continue repressing the people of Iran.
What do you think the U.S. options would be militarily, or through intelligence means, or other means, in terms of trying to get about regime change?
Right. Well, I think first you have to decide on your objective, and my objective would be regime change. So what I would look for would be strikes, at least the opening strikes, that would impair the power of the regime to repress the Iranian people, and that would instill in the people the feeling that at least the United States is prepared to do something to help them. So that would seem to me, after clearing away whatever air defenses Iran may have to safeguard any planes we're going to be sending in, I would go after headquarters for the Revolutionary Guard and their Basiji militia, who are really the thugs killing most of the people in the streets. I'd go after their bases and facilities, and we'd be very discriminate in how we tried to do that. I would go again after the nuclear program, the ballistic missile production program. I'd go after the Iranian Navy. I'd say to
the nuclear program that they don't got no nuclear missiles, so you can't say you're going after like nuclear weapons. So that's why he said nuclear program, because there's no proof that they have nuclear weapons. And then, of course, the moving of the goalposts. I thought it was all about nukes, but now it's about their ballistic missiles program. So you pretty much just want Iran to be honestly disarmed. Like, just say what it is. But let's be honest, though. Like, they was ready to give up their nukes in that deal that they were having before the 12-day war. They're ready to give those, not their nukes, but their uranium. They're ready to give up their 60% enriched uranium. But, for some reason, the Trump administration or the negotiators switched up the deal. They said, no, now we want your ballistic missile system gone as well. And I'm like, yeah, they're not doing that. They're not doing that. One, it'd just be stupid to leave themselves defenseless. And they remember Muammar Gaddafi, what happened to him when he gave up his weapons. So it's pretty outrageous for us to even think that, or for our negotiators to even try to force that on Iran. We were this close to get them to give up their enrichment. And then we said, all right, go ahead and throw the missiles in there too. And then they just said, yeah, no. So we pretty much just cooked the negotiations there, and then we bombed them. So you could say we were negotiating in bad faith in a way.
The regime, we are going to take you apart piece by piece.
Take them apart piece by piece. I love the language sometimes. It's like, I love the confidence, but bruh, you and Lindsey Graham just want war at a certain point. If John Bolton was president, he wouldn't even have waited for a protest. He just bombed them and said, F it. And then when people started dying, he just said, for the greater good of overthrowing the Ayatollah. That'd have been the message he'd just been selling to us as trillions of dollars are wasted, thousands of lives are thrown away. That's what he'd been telling us.
A deep reckoning is now underway. Tonight, a government contractor with a top secret security clearance is behind bars. He is accused of leaking highly sensitive classified material about U.S. military operations based on documents obtained during a search warrant at the home of a Washington Post reporter. Take a look.
Another piece of information that I think is very important is the leaker has been found and is in jail right now. And that's the leaker on Venezuela. And a very bad leaker. So there could be some others, and we'll let you know about that. We're hot on their trail. But the leaker has been found, and the leaker's in jail. And will probably be in jail for a long time. Let's see what happens.
All right, here with more U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is with us. Madam Attorney General.
Oh, guys, let's make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. So let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. I believe we are about $26 away from hitting the goal. So we can go ahead and run Conspiracy Hour and go ahead and react to the Nick Shirley video. So we're almost there.
Great to have you. All right, when we're talking about leaking about a military operation, if somebody that has top security clearance, in fact, does that, they are putting troops directly in harm's way. What can you tell us about the case in this particular case?
My bad. I said 27. My bad. I meant 22. 22 away from opening up the calling lines and, you know, playing the Nick Shirley video and all that good stuff. $22 away. My bad.
Others that may be involved. And when does the press maybe cross a legal line? Because the press is obviously involved in this also.
Yeah, and Sean, in April, I did a memo rescinding Merrick Garland's memo saying that reporters will not be subpoenaed. We will not look at reporters' phones. I rescinded that because we have to protect our classified information and the heroic men and women in the military. And Sean, the First Amendment is a bedrock principle, but this isn't about that. This is about classified material that could jeopardize lives. And this IT guy that worked for Department of War, and Pete Hegseth has been amazing, and he's up against a lot with these people. This guy that worked, he was a contractor, IT contractor, who had classified information, is charged now with leaking classified information involving a foreign adversary. He could jeopardize the lives, the safety of our men and women in the military. So today, it's been reported that the great men and women of the FBI executed a search warrant at the direction of Kash Patel and my office on the reporter's home, seizing the devices that contained classified material regarding our foreign adversaries. And that's what we're looking into now. But the guy from the IT department is in jail. President Trump has made it very clear. You will not jeopardize the men and women in our military, and you will not leak classified information.
I mean, I guess there could be a couple of scenarios. One, if the press was soliciting classified material purposefully, and maybe that could be proven, maybe that can't be proven. Or what if something is sent that's classified and the reporter had no idea it was classified?
If the reporter had no idea it's classified, we have the right to have that returned to the Department of Justice. I cannot, and to the Department of War is where it belongs. I cannot talk about the facts of this case because right now it's just a search warrant to retrieve the information that belongs to the Department of War.
Crazy.
But the guy who worked for the
people out here leaking war secrets. I mean, I guess that goes into Donald Trump's point of why he didn't really talk to certain people, well, in the media or in Congress, because he knows there's leakers. And there are leakers. There will be people who literally try to undermine our government by leaking, well, information to our adversaries at worst. At worst. I mean, the media is one thing, but our adversaries is wild. I mean, there's people that leak stuff to China, Russia. I mean, it's all part of the spy game. China, Russia, I mean, Venezuela, who's ever willing to buy it or whoever the information would be valuable to, trust me, they'll get it.
War. He is in jail and he should remain in jail.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on to Minnesota. You have multiple employees now that have resigned. They didn't like the fact that there's an investigation into some of these groups. We call it astroturfing. There are different groups, even crowds that you can purchase, believe it or not, which is insane. and they didn't want to be a part of this. And you need to get to the bottom of is who might be financing the instances that would be putting ICE agents' lives in jeopardy. Isn't that legitimate? That seems legitimate to me, especially in light of, 8,000
Oh, yo, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He said, man, not leakers, spies. And I'll give you that one. I'm thinking, I was low-key thinking the same thing. I'm like, yeah, they low-key are spies. I'm like, bro, calling him a leaker is a nice thing. Like, he's really a spy. I mean, what, he was Hispanic too, trying to leak what, information to Venezuela? Yeah, it's not a good look, man. It's not a good look. But, I mean, makes sense. Makes sense. And shout out to my man Hellbat.
% increase in the threat level and a 1,300% increase in, attacks against these guys.
Yeah. Sean, we support Secretary Noem. We support our men and women of Homeland Security and ICE who are out there taking predators off the street every day around the country, and they're doing it in Minnesota. What happened in Minnesota? We had 6 prosecutors who suddenly decided they didn't want to support the men and women in ICE. One of them was busy doing a photo shoot with the New York Times while ICE was out there risking their lives. So they came, they said, we want to resign, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement. So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great.
Wait, what?
He was just confirmed.
Whoa. Wait. Whoa. Go back on that, sis. That was groundbreaking. Like, you did what? All of them?
Fine, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement.
Wow.
So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great. He was just confirmed 3 months ago. So
yo, they try to hit her with the, oh, well, we don't want to help out ICE. So, what we're going to do? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a year leave, since we got that. And, it's going to be on taxpayer dollars, right? Yeah, but, it is what it is. We want to take our year leave because we don't want to help ICE. Okay, how about this? You can take your final check and you can never work here again.
he has his hands full, and that's what we're facing around the country, the deep state in many of these offices. And we learned these people had been out there interviewing at liberal law firms prior to this. But I'll tell you what, from a personnel level, that'd be an HR nightmare. So people better look into them. One of them actually in 2022 defended BLM when they burned down a pawn shop and someone was murdered. Yeah, they want to be part of the resistance. Yeah, bring it on. They're not going to be working for Donald Trump and the Department of Justice any longer. But that's what we're up against, not only in Minnesota, but around this country.
That's almost impossible to comprehend, but nothing surprises me anymore. All right, Attorney General.
That's really government employees pretty much telling the Attorney General, yeah, we're just going to take like a year off. Like, why? Well, we just don't want to help ICE. We don't want to run these prosecutions, man. I'm tired. I'm emotionally drained. And it's like, okay, great. I mean, you could be emotionally drained at home for the rest of your days. Easy.
Go ahead.
And Sean, also, we had our great men and women in the U.S.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, why do you think, wrong one. Yeah, he said, why do you think Omar is in Congress? To scam and to give to pirates and to bring in more lawlessness in and denaturalize and, whoa. He said denaturalize and deport. You know what? Damn. Hey, I feel it though. Like, look, I don't really have that much hatred for the young lady, or I'm like, she needs to be denaturalized and deported. Honestly, she do need to fix her mouth when she does talk about us Americans, seeing that, you're supposed to be American yourself. And then 2, yeah, what's going on in Minneapolis and Minnesota, yeah, I'm be real with you, you're somewhat complicit as well, Ilhan Omar. And it's your community. And, when we watched the Nick Shirley video, there's a lady connected to the Leering Center, right? The Leering Center is putting in about what, 2 million or more a year. Yeah, there's a lady who's connected to the Leering Center that's also connected to Ilhan Omar. So yeah, I know it goes deeper. And I'm be real with you, that would make sense if she was involved. It would, because I mean, how else would this community get away with it so easily if you didn't have somebody on the inside?
Attorney's office in California.
No, not just the white liberals, but one of your own in there as well.
California and Eastern Michigan say, we'll come in, we'll prosecute those cases. So get ready. Good riddance to the 6 that are gone. Our great other prosecutors from around the country are coming in to protect the men and women of ICE.
Click here to subscribe
There
to
that
the
goes.
Fox News YouTube.
I mean, man, that's kind of crazy. Prosecutors like, well, we don't want to help ICE out with prosecuting these people. So what we're going to do is take a year vacation. I'm just like, bro. And then they thought that was going to fly. That's the most hilarious part of it. All right, man, let's get into our girl, Maria Cachado. And we ain't heard about her in a while because it sounded like, Trump kind of sidelined her. We're kind of, replacing her for Delcy Rodriguez.
This morning, President Trump.
Maduro's vice president, basically, their regime. We'll see how far that goes, though, because it does. I'm not really sure if we're going to install her in because it doesn't sound like she has that much support. We did get some of her political allies released, but that's not really going to say that we're just going to install her in. And I'm be real with you, she doesn't have the support of the current regime that's in there right now. I mean, the Supreme Court is the people who brought in Delcy Rodriguez. So I'm wondering how would they feel about bringing in Machado, who had no support from their regime or the government.
This morning, President Trump vowed that Venezuela now has the military protection of the U.S. This comes just 1 week after he said the U.S. would run that country. Meanwhile, Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado is expected to travel to Washington to meet with President Trump this week. For his part, Mr. Trump and his team met with dozens of U.S. oil executives late last week, urging them to commit $100 billion to boost oil production there. Joining us now to discuss it all is the United States Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. Good to have you here in person.
Thanks for having me, Margaret.
Before I ask you about Venezuela, very quickly, these protests in Iran, that is a country reliant on oil to keep its government-controlled economy afloat. The president's been briefed on military options. What is the U.S. willing to do to help?
Certainly the president has been very outspoken about wanting to have freedom and rule of law and capitalism and great relations with the United States return. So we'll see. I think his moral support has been strong. Certainly he's taken a strong stance against the mullahs in Iran in disabling their nuclear program. I think the people in Iran are rising up because they feel there's a strong America that has their back. I won't go into any specifics there.
I hope we do.
But
look, bro, I hope that's the case because if the Iranian people don't have the upper hand on the government, then it's not going to be worth it. We're going to attack these guys. They're not going to get thrown over power, and they're going to attack, and they're going to end up attacking our allies and our bases. I mean, like I said, unless the Iranian people control the institutions, which I doubt it, sadly, then a strike on Iran would be extremely foolish. Actually, bro, getting involved because of a protest was extremely foolish. But I mean, hey, I guess we could step it up. I guess we could somewhat step it up when it comes to Iran. I just don't get it. It's like, bro, y'all doing anything to push us in there. You even get involved in an effing protest. That wasn't even the worst protest they ever had, and we're trying to turn it into something crazy. But like I said, though, we'll see what comes out during these days. But it does sound like Iran does have the situation controlled on the ground, sadly. I mean, you never know. Things might pop up out of nowhere. We might bomb them anyway, and they might get the upper hand. Anything's possible.
wish them well, and we'd love to see a free and democratic Iran again.
Will there be more interdictions of vessels carrying Iranian oil? Any more activity on that front?
I won't reveal any change in position there.
Okay. Let me ask you about Venezuela.
Yes.
Where you have been very focused and very central to the president's policy. The president said that Venezuela now is the United States, the most powerful military in the world, to protect them. To protect them, we will. Is the United States military providing security guarantees for American companies?
We're not doing that right now, but what he means is we're changing the game for what's happening in the ground in Venezuela. Venezuela has purchased $20 billion of Russian weapons. They got Cuban mercenaries there. They supply oil to Cuba.
I mean, bro, when we took out Maduro, we took out 32 Cuban soldiers, or basically Cuban mercenaries. And then we took out, 100 Venezuelan, military men or people. The way the minister reported it, the Venezuela minister reported it. He said we took out about 100 people, which happened to be military men. There were 32 Cuban mercenaries that was also taken out. And guess what else these guys had? I mean, they had Chinese radars that we were able to scramble. They had Russian missile defense systems, and then they had Chinese missiles with Iranian drones. I mean, bro, they literally had all of our adversaries' equipment. Like, bro, you could tell if it's Iranian drones, China and Russian missiles, a Chinese radar. I mean, what does that tell you? That China, Russia, and even Iran has heavy influence in Venezuela. Now, to be quite honest with you, they could have got the Iranian drones from Russia, but let's just assume that they got them from Iran.
They harbor the Hezbollah's headquarters for the Western Hemisphere. Venezuela has been.
Shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, heading to bed now. How about next time? Be on time. Said, I got you, dog. I got you. But shout out to my man Hellbat, man. Showing support. Appreciate the support, my brother.
A very dangerous, very destabilized place going down the tubes.
But I got
and
you.
with the United States' influence now by controlling the sale of their oil and therefore the flow of funds into the country, we think we will see relatively rapid change, improvement on the ground in Venezuela. This is a process. We're only 8 days into the process, but it's off to a strong start.
Well, it's off to a quick start. You had the oil executives at the White House just Friday. That the State Department yesterday had a security alert I want to ask you about because it specifically cited the risk to Americans in Venezuela. And it said armed militias are setting up roadblocks, searching vehicles for evidence of U.S. citizenship or support for the U.S. The man who runs those militias is Diosdado Cabello, who is the Minister of the Interior. Is he ordering the hunting of Americans?
Not that we are aware of, but we.
And this guy was the guy who reported on the 100 deaths in Venezuela. Venezuelan people, aka militants.
We should be cautious. Look, this is, as they say, 8 days into a change of leadership there. The interim authorities are trying to establish power. Collectivos have been running wild over Venezuela for over a decade.
Right.
So yeah, you're not going to.
He controls them.
He does.
So is he safe in his position? Because right now the administration seems to be working with him.
We need to work with the people that have the guns today to ultimately move the country to a representative government and a better station. But what you've got to prevent in the meantime is a collapse of the nation. And I think the strong moves we're making right now is to influence the people with the guns today, which is part of a process.
And you're not concerned he's going to undermine the more business-minded President Delcy Rodriguez?
Oh, of course we're worried about things like that. We need to get stability among the leadership in Venezuela. So yes, of course we're concerned about those things.
So tell me broadly, is the Trump administration's goal here to acquire the state oil company PDVSA and to run it? Are you going to put Americans on the board? How's this going to work?
Well, again, it's a process. The first thing to do is to reduce the damage to the United States, the inflow of guns and criminals and immigrants and drugs into the United States, the destabilizing of a key part of the Western Hemisphere. We need to stop that. That's why we've entered into Venezuela. Certainly part of the way to improve Venezuela and to improve the Western Hemisphere and improve the lives of Americans is to get their very corrupt 25 years in decline oil industry back going again.
Does that mean the United States government's going to run it? The president says we're going to run the country. Are we running this as a American state-owned oil company, essentially?
No, today we are running the sale of their crudes. You know, we have a quarantine around their ability to ship oil outside of Venezuela. All of that goes through American crude marketers, and then that crude goes out into the market. We collect those funds and bring them back to Venezuela to better the lives of Americans and Venezuelans. But in the long run, what will happen with Venezuelan oil resources? Yeah, of course, quite likely you'll see American companies, expanded presence there. You'll see growing production. Of course, you're going to see more American involvement in there. But exactly how that's going to work, that's going to unfold over time.
So back in November, a U.S. judge backed a bid by an American hedge fund to purchase Citgo Petroleum. The Treasury still has to approve that deal. The hedge fund is actually run by a big Trump donor, Paul Singer. Do you want to preserve Venezuelan ownership of Citgo? Do you want to have America have a financial stake in it? Like Trump bought what big portion of Intel company?
Yeah, about 10% that we make money off of that go to the Treasury. I mean, yeah, it could be a revenue maker.
Do you want to own portions of oil companies?
Why not?
Again, that's going to be up to American businesses. That's certainly a very real possibility. The Citgo sale is part of bringing redress to creditors of the United States for the Venezuelan government. And of course, one of the capital providers in that transaction is a hedge fund provider you just mentioned. There's lots of American investors and American refining entrepreneurs that are involved in that. So to take Venezuelan-owned refineries that are in the United States and legally through an auction process transfer them to American owners and American entrepreneurs in the refining business, I think that's fantastic.
There's concern about corruption here, though. Will there be Americans installed on these boards? And how do you respond to these allegations that some Trump donors are going to get preferential treatment?
I can assure you that is absolutely not the case. Absolutely not the case. Think of what President Trump has done for the American oil and gas industry. He's driven down the price of oil. He's dramatically
There's an oversupply of oil, and now
Right.
you're going to put more on the market.
Exactly. That's not good. That's not good for American oil and gas companies.
Because it makes it less profitable for them to actually go and invest in drill, baby, drill.
Exactly. Democrats and President Biden are fantastic for American oil and gas companies because they try to restrict the supply to something that's essential to life, which only has one possible impact, which is to drive up prices and grow profitability. So President Trump is no helper to the oil and gas industry. And
Obviously, he's trying to add supply to drive down prices. Biden was trying to scarcen the amount of oil, trying to turn, in the attempt to turn us over into green energy. But all that did was make energy prices more expensive and make, gas more expensive. That's all he did, really. And of course, he not completely drained, but he like damn near halfway drained the our oil reserves. I think we're at 45 million barrels. The bastard.
Certainly, there's no corruption, preferential placement of people. There's none of that. I can assure you of that. I'm in the center of this.
How are you going to decide the contracts? Is the Treasury going to approve the Citgo dominance there in that?
That went through a large
Are you
auction
going to
to
brief
buy.
to Congress the decisions you're making about which firms get access?
Absolutely. That was an auction open to all American firms. There were many bidders, including the coalition of bidders you mentioned. We want those assets to get as much money as possible to go back to the creditors of the Venezuelan government. And we want American refinery assets owned by Americans. They're going to increase the throughput, drive down the price of gasoline in America.
Okay, so Secretary Rubio said there's a 3-point plan: stabilize, rehabilitate, transition. This sounds indefinite. Even when you heard some of those oil executives, Chevron's leadership, they're already in Venezuela, we should say, said it'll take 18 to 24 months to even increase oil production by 50%. So how long is this American involvement? Because he's saying there it's at least a year and a half, 2 years.
They've been there for 100 years, and likely Chevron's going to be there 50 years from now.
But the United States government, how long does that role continue?
You heard the third part of Rubio's question, which is transition. We want to bring a representative government to the people of Venezuela. I think then you'll see the full sovereignty.
Yeah, representative government that works within line of American interests. As soon as they go outside of that, I mean, we're going to overthrow them. As soon as they try to go outside of our dollar again, they will be overthrown. And I mean, sadly, I do get the whole sovereignty of nations. They should be able to work whatever superpower and use their currency and all that. But I mean, when you go against the petrodollar, that tends to get your ass, removed. I mean, let's be real. Anybody who's ever tried to go against the petrodollar ends up getting overthrown. So I'd always like to say, world leaders, if you're watching me, maybe you should, not try to overthrow the petrodollar. You might want to disband BRICS, or things are going to get serious. And we'll make sure that BRICS don't exist on our side of the hemisphere. Brazil, just saying.
To the government of Venezuela. We don't have a legitimate government of Venezuela today. We'd like to move and get there. But America's there as a
timeline.
25 years this country's gone in decline.
Yeah.
President Trump, out of the box, creative intervention has allowed us to change the game.
Yeah.
But I don't know the timeline of that. It's not weeks. It's more months. Could be a year or two. Could be more.
Okay. Secretary Wright, thank you for your time today.
And man, I don't mean to sound like a war hawk, but what sucks? When you get down to the reality that, if they're threatening our dollar, and them threatening our dollar could lead to the economic collapse of my country and my people. Sorry, man. I'm going to have to pick my people over y'all, bro. I'm sorry. This sounds fucked up, but I mean, I am an American after all. Like, why wouldn't I choose my own country and the economic safety of my country, my people, over you guys wanting to use a different dollar to buy oil? I'm sorry, it's fucked up out here, but this is the reality of it. Is I'm gonna pick my people and the prosperity of my people over you guys wanting to buy oil in the Chinese yuan or whatever currency you want to do. Sorry, just can't allow that. Sadly, it ain't up to me. It's it's what the government, how the government runs. Shoot, it don't matter what president you have either. You can have a Democrat or a Republican. They will still get your ass if you try to overthrow the petrodollar. I mean, look at Obama. He did it.
We're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options.
Does American help look like? All options are on the table.
Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel.
I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language.
You do not get to talk over me.
This is serious. The estimates are between 2,000 to 12,000 people being killed in 2 days. And the people are still coming out in the streets.
If Trump carries out an attack on Iran, the Iranian retaliation will be massive.
Oh God, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Do you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. We are $13 away from hitting goal. Appreciate the support. Shout out to all the supporters.
I was here listening. I wanted to tear my own arm off so I could have something to throw at the screen. He's obviously never been punched in the face.
History will remember your lies.
Oh,
here.
shout out to my man Chase. Remember, for 4 months, he said there's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason to the madness. Yeah, method to the madness. Trump is playing 4D multi-dimensional chess while he got everyone thinking he's playing checkers. Oh, and 4 months, man. Oh yeah, well, shout out to my man Chase, bro. Appreciate you, dog. I mean, let's see, because like I said, this could be 4D chess. You know, you might. I'm gonna be real with you. When he did Venezuela, that was a 4D chess move, because a lot of people were kind of ignoring the whole value of that would have during the trade war with China. And China gets a good amount of oil from Venezuela, and then so does Cuba. We put them in a tight position through that. So it's like that people don't even know that we kind of put like 2 countries in a very tight position. And it's China and Cuba. And others as well, but not as much as China and Cuba.
In the short time since our last show, President Trump has ordered airstrikes on Islamists in Nigeria and Syria. He sent the U.S. Delta Force to seize Venezuelan President Maduro in a stunning overnight raid. And he's now controlling the regime by video link while a naval armada lurks in the Caribbean Sea. He threatened to seize Greenland from Denmark, one way or another. Mexican cartels, he says, could be bombed too. And most consequential of all, Iran is now on notice. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Iranians have been killed in the past week for protesting against the Islamic regime. Today, the president's posted cryptically that help is on its way.
Crossing your red line yet to trigger a response?
I know they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options.
Well, the mullahs have run Iran as an Islamic dictatorship for almost 50 years. Dissent is punished by death. Women are beaten for not covering their faces. Minorities are denied housing and services. There's little dispute about any of this because the Iranian government wants its own people to know about it. Every popular uprising to date has been beaten down by one of the most formidable and ruthless security services in the world. Bodies are piled high as a warning, and eventually the protesters go home. So why will this time be any different? Well, Iran's exiled crown prince, Reza Pahlavi, says the difference is Trump.
And I think we have some serious leaders that understand what is necessary, that understand the ask of the Iranian people, and are responding to that. I think President Trump is responding to the call that the Iranian people have. The Iranian people have heard his words. They are naming streets after him in Iran. There's a difference. They know he's no Barack Obama or Joe Biden. And that's why they do have a higher expectation.
Well, there's no sane argument that the Iranian regime is good for the Iranian people But you don't need to be an apologist for the mullahs to worry about what happens next. A regime has spent half a century embedding itself in every community on every street corner isn't going to just vanish into thin air. And many sympathetic Americans want the president to focus on rebuilding their nation, not anybody else's. Only Trump knows what he'll do next. But right now,
I mean, that is true. I mean, we are a bit sick of foreign intervention to the point where, like, bro, we don't start seeing some, policy towards our way instead of you trying to focus on everything outside of America. Then I'm be real with you. I always said the Republicans deserve to lose the midterms if all you do is focus on foreign policy and not American policy or domestic policy. You're screwing us in that sense, and you're screwing yourselves, and y'all will lose the midterm if the only resume you have is a whole bunch of foreign intervention.
Peace through strength is starting to look like a lot like, well, the strength, and he wants the Ayatollah to know about it. Well, we'll start this debate by talking to someone close to President Trump, the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Thanks, Piers. Great to be back with you.
So much going on in this year, and it's only, 2 weeks old. As we are about to talk, Donald Trump has posted to his Truth Social platform in the last few minutes, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I've cancelled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. MIGA, Make Iran Great Again, President Donald J. Trump. First of all, your reaction to that post. What should we read into this?
Well, I think President Trump is monitoring this situation very carefully. He's very admiring of the fact that the Iranian people are taking their country into their own hands. They recognize that if they don't stand up to the Ayatollahs, who for 47 years have made their lives a living hell, then no one is going to do it for them. I think the president is giving them encouragement that they just need to know that they're not being forgotten, that there are people who recognize that their quest for freedom is a legitimate quest. Iranian people are right now in an economic mess. For the cost of what used to buy them a car, they can barely buy a loaf of bread. They don't have water. Their government is spending all of its money throwing it away on Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. Murder.
Which he does have a real good point on. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, their people are suffering, yet these guys are still sending millions of dollars to the Houthis, the guys in Yemen or a certain part of Yemen. I mean, come on now. Now, why your people suffering? Don't you think you might want to pull back on the foreign funding of terrorist groups? Like, I'm just saying, that'd have been a pretty smart move because, you deal with inflation, water shortage, reckless spending. I mean, what do you think? Do you think the people are just going to sit there and not revolt? I would hope they would. I honestly was hoping they would get the Ayatollah out of power. And I still am, because we don't know if it's for sure if they were able to stop the protests or settle the protests.
People. They're the #1 state-sponsored terror organization in the world. They operate all over the world. It's not just a Middle East issue. It's not a Gulf States issue. It's a global issue. And these bad boys have not only made it difficult for people across the Middle East and the world, but they've really made it horrible for their own population. And this past summer, Pierce, the Iranian people saw that their nation, which is 10 times the size of Israel, got its butt kicked by Israel in the 12-day war. And they're wondering, why don't the...
All right, I'm sorry, but that's actually propaganda. In the 12-day war, honestly, both sides were receiving heavy damage. Both sides. I mean, bro, Iran was hitting Israel. Israel was hitting Iran. The problem is that Israel could not afford to keep on taking on Iran. So we got involved. We bombed the Mount Fordo, and Iran backed off. And that's what came to the ceasefire of the 12-day war. So, no, it wasn't because Israel was kicking Iran's ass. They were both kicking each other's teeth in, both getting good shots in on each other. But for some reason on Fox News, they're going like, oh, Israel is winning. It's all them. But then when you actually see Israel and how they're getting bombed in Tel Aviv and some of their major places, you're like, oh, okay. Propaganda. Of course, they're going to try to sell it to us like Israel is just taking the day. I mean, let's be real. While we think about it like this, if Israel was winning and this was going to be a sure win for Israel to destabilize the Ayatollah or to take them out, why do we get involved? Why would we stop them? Why we should just let them cook and let them get what they want. But that's wasn't what was going down. So we went in there, helped them save face by bombing them and getting them to back off.
Iranian officials spend some money on making our country better rather than on murdering people in other countries.
What is Donald Trump going to do, do you think?
Well, and Israel can win the war of nutrition with Iran as well. I mean, you know, they still got to buy their weapons from us and other countries, while Iran, I mean, they're just making it. They're just literally making these missiles.
Because he's making it clear in that new statement that if the killing, as he puts it, senseless killing of the protesters doesn't stop, and the Iranians, the regime's admitted at least 2,000 people have been killed. Many people on the ground believe you can add, at least 10,000 to that number, potentially more. Clearly, a lot of innocent people are getting killed here. What does
Without a
Donald?
doubt.
Sorry.
I was just saying, without a doubt, there are many. And, back in 2009 in the Green Path movement, there were like 100 people killed, and it almost toppled the regime then. We know that there are thousands who have already been killed by their government this time. So this proportionally is a much larger movement than we saw even back in that particular moment. So we're watching something that is clearly organic, that happened from within. It wasn't something that was stimulated by a foreign government. It was stimulated by the desperation of the Iranian people and by their being fed up with a government that just seemed to forget that they were hungry, they were thirsty, and their government was ignoring them and spending all their money sending big checks and weaponry to the worst terror groups in the world.
So in terms of what Donald Trump could do here, again, he says help is on its way, make Iran great again. What does that help look like? What does American help look like if the killing of the protesters continues?
It would not be for me to say. I would tell you what the White House press secretary said today when I asked that very question. She said all options are on the table. And I think that's what the president will look at, all options. What could those be? They could range anything from economic aid to military, may just be the encouragement. I wouldn't try to put a particular option in the hands of President Trump. His instincts are better than anyone's I know. And he seems to know what to do and when to do it. And time and again, he confounds the people who assume he won't do the right thing. And by golly, he ends up doing it. So I'm going to sit back myself and watch and see. But I have every confidence that when the president says something, he means it. And I think the Iranians didn't understand that in the summer. There's a saying down south, Pierce, that there's no education in the second kick of a mule. And I don't think the Iranians maybe learned everything from the first kick of the mule they had last summer. And it may take a second kick of the mule. And I would just remind them there's no education in that.
That first kick of the mule, that's a great phrase, by the way. That first kick of the mule was a collaborative kick from Israel and the United States. Would Israel?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, what he's saying is BS, because I'm just like, bro, if Israel was kicking their ass, why we get involved? Literally. Like, no, literally, let them cook. Like, what was the point of us getting involved if Israel was just cooking that shit? And then why did Israel stop once we bombed them if they was just going to win? Because a war with Iran, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but Israel cannot win a war with Iran. They can't. They're out-missiled. They're outgunned. This is one of the reasons why they want Iran to be stabilized, because they're the last opposing force in the Middle East to them.
They'll get actively engaged again.
Or the opposing force that actually has any real power to take them on is Iran. And Iran leaves Israel alone because of America.
With the United States, if there were to be new military strikes against Iran?
I don't think we know. I mean, nobody at this point knows. It was very apparent. And even the Mossad indicated that they were caught off guard by the uprising. So anybody saying that this was instigated by Israel or instigated by the United States, they're saying something that just doesn't match with the reality. This has happened because the Iranian people are saying we want to be unshackled from this oppressive and very horrible government that has made our lives terrible and that have put us in a position where we don't have food, we don't have water, we don't have a future. But boy, do we ever have missiles. And, there's a point at which people in their desperation just say, that's enough. That's what we're seeing in Iran. What Israel will do, what America will do right now is to say, what can we do to be helpful? But we don't want to get in the way of the Iranian people taking their country in their own hands. I think we all have great admiration that this is coming from them, not from someone else.
Okay. Before the cameras, before the ceremony, before history is.
And like I said, guys, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. We are $13 away from our goal. So appreciate the support, guys. Just $13 more. We can go ahead and get into the Nick Shirley reaction. And of course, go ahead and run a conspiracy hour and open up the call-in lines as well. All right, guys, not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get right back at it with Ambassador Mike Huckabee.
There have been uprisings before, a number of them, that have all been quashed in the most violent and ruthless manner by the Ayatollahs. What makes this different? I've been struck by people like the German Chancellor coming out and saying this is the beginning of the end this time, and it could be just a matter of weeks before this regime topples. Others who are very expert in Iran think that is fanciful thinking, that they are so intrinsically embedded into every aspect.
Oh, and I'm gonna have to go ahead and share some common sense for you guys, but somebody said Israel's one of the most armed countries in the Middle East, bro. Actually, well, so is Iran. And it could definitely hold its own against Iran. I mean, no, it can't. It can't. Not without our help. Not without our interference. I mean, bro, if they were able to hold their own against Iran, you know how much they've been fear-mongering on Iran for 20 years, damn near 30. If they were so armed, they'd have took Iran out decades ago. Like, bro, we wouldn't be talking about the Ayatollah. They'd have been took them over if they was oh so heavily armed. If they were, if they could just whoop their ass any day of the week, but they can't. And it shows because they wait for us to get involved. And then when they popped it off with Iran, they needed us to get involved to stop the decimation of their cities. And of course, they were hitting Iran as well. Both sides were kicking each other's teeth in. But let's not sit here and pretend like Israel was just dominating them. That's just a lie.
Of Iranian society, that it can't happen that fast. What is your assessment of whether that is even achievable?
I think you and I both remember back in the late 80s when everyone in the world was
hey, and shout out Toe for the baller alert. He says, got the hour. Hey, and I got you, Tove. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and post that call-in link. Just go ahead and take a quick little break real quick, but I got you guys.
Off guard when the Berlin Wall came tumbling down one night, and the people of East Germany said, that's it, we're done. And over the course of the next few months, the entirety of the communist empire started falling apart and people had freedom again. Nobody would have imagined, nobody could have predicted. My gosh, if I could have predicted that, I could have predicted the stock market for the next 20 years. But why did it happen? It didn't happen because the US instigated it or because the Brits instigated it or because NATO instigated it. It happened because people finally got fed up and they were willing to risk their lives. What we're seeing on the streets of Iran, and here's what's important, it's not just in Tehran, it's in over 100 cities across this vast country. So this is not a limited issue with a few university students who are yelling and screaming and carrying signs. These are people who are now engaging in physically challenging the oppressive police and military. There may come a time very soon when some of the people in the police forces of these communities across Iran say, I'm not going to kill my neighbors so that I can somehow please a government that makes me sick too. When that moment happens, and I think we could see it soon, then it's game over. Okay,
sadly, I mean, I'm hoping that I was hoping that moment would be now, but you know, there's people saying, I bet that the Ayatollah will be out by the end of the month. Well, I'm doubting that a bit. I'm actually kind of doubting that due to what I'm hearing Trump saying, oh, everything is settled. The protests are, you know, settled down and they're not executing protesters. And then, of course, we got the Iranian foreign minister coming out saying, oh, the protesters were quelled. Don't worry, guys. It was just Mossad and the CIA getting involved again. Like, you know, nothing to see here. Man, it's really hard to tell what's going on, to be quite honest. And we'll have to see as time progresses and at the end result of the month. I mean, if the Ayatollah is still in power, I mean, that kind of shows that I guess they did quell the rebellion. I guess they are still in power. If not, and they're just doing a media blockage to hide the fact that they can't control the rebellion, then, hey, I mean, the game is still on. The Ayatollah could be out by the 31st. I mean, I think it's out on Polymark or Kalshi. They're out here throwing bets on it, and the bets is at $19 million. We have bro, people betting on if the Ayatollah is going to get kicked out by the end of the month. I mean, we might actually have some armed forces who take that bet and go out there and be like, look, man, I'm putting missionary work to get these guys up out of here. I need my money. Bro, I swear to God, this gambling is going to lead people to do some very wild things, okay? I think we might want to stop it now. We're playing in the devil's playground, guys. I'll tell you that right now when it comes to gambling.
Again.
Ambassador Huckabee, always great to have you on Uncensored, as I said at the top of the interview, and I say it even more emphatically now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierce. Great always to be with you.
Well, to debate this, I'm joined by the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the Iranian-born former Canadian MP, Goldie Gamari, the journalist and host of the Chuck Todd cast, Chuck Todd, and the former US Navy SEAL, Rob O'Neill. So a powerful panel to launch our first show back this year. Cenk Uygur, Happy New Year, first of all. Let's get the pleasantries out of the way. I suspect things are about to turn unpleasant very quickly, so let's be civil to start. Cenk, I thought it was a good time to have a vacation, if I'm completely honest with you. Turned out to be one of the worst times to ever have a week off in history, where basically all hell broke loose everywhere. And as we try and wrestle with this, let's talk primarily for the purposes of this debate about Iran first. What do you feel about what's happening there? It does seem significant to me that the German chancellor is now coming out saying this is the beginning of the end of the regime and it could happen in weeks. Is that your sense, that this, despite a number of repressed attempts at overthrowing this regime that have failed, that this time we might be seeing the hand of history?
Yeah. So first of all, Happy New Year back to you and to everybody on the panel. So Piers, in this case.
Oh, yeah. And I went ahead and posted the call-in link. So if you guys want to go ahead and go to the post tab, and you can go, like I said, you can go to the post tab, we hit the main page, go to the post tab, and you'll see the call-in link or the StreamYard link right there.
The most important thing to recognize is that there are two separate issues going on here. One is the Iranian people's battle with the regime. And there we support the Iranian people 100%. I would love for Iran to be a democracy, control its own country, and be a beacon for freedom in the Middle East. Well, that would be amazing. I would hope that everybody would want that. But there's a second issue also going on at the same time, which is that Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. They've agitated it for this entire time, including through the representatives of Israel like Mike Huckabee. He's not our ambassador. He's the Israeli ambassador. And we know that now because he had a secret meeting with Jonathan Pollard, who's a traitor to America. So he meets with traitors secretly, by the way.
Yeah, Mike Huckabee did have a secret meeting with an Israeli spy, which is absolutely insane. It's like, bruh. It's like, bro, really? Like, doesn't that kind of lean into the fact that we might be owned by the Zionists? Since, you know, we have ambassadors meeting with Israeli spies, thinking that there's no such deal. There's not really a big deal about it. You know, I'm just meeting with a spy. Yeah, that's a problem. I'm surprised he didn't lose his job over that, but it is what it is.
Behind Trump's back, behind the American people's back.
Oh, not really.
Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel. They've wanted this regime change forever. And now here's how you could tell that.
Well, that doesn't mean he's wrong.
They will not.
Cenk, it doesn't mean he's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it might well suit. It might well
that's
suit.
right.
Well, hang on. It might well suit Israel's interests, but that doesn't mean it doesn't also suit America's interests, or indeed the rest of the world's interests.
Right. So, Piers, then we get to the issue of, yes, but what is America doing and what should America do? So if you want to accomplish the thing that we all want, which is Iran to be free, the worst possible thing you could do is bomb them. Because if you bomb them, like all countries, they will rally around the flag. If you think there is no one who supports the regime in Iran, you're also wrong about that. I think they're a minority, but they're the minority with the guns, etc. And so at this point, the idea that, oh, don't worry, we'll just bomb the Iranians, we'll kill a whole bunch of their civilians, and then we'll be greeted as liberators. You know, Mike Huckabee talked about 2 kicks of the mule, but except he got the wrong mule. So we got kicked in Iraq in the same exact way. Neocons like Mike Huckabee coming out there and going, oh, this is going to be easy. We're going to liberate the Iraqis, and the Iraqis are going to love us for it, etc. I don't need to get kicked by that mule twice. I guarantee you this will end in disaster if Israel forces us to get involved. If you care about the Iranian people, We should not bomb them. It will be greatly counterproductive. And I guarantee you that both Israel and America does not want democracy in Iran. What they want instead is a puppet leader. So they will bring in the former Shah, a king, a dictator who will do everything that Israel wants. And then the Iranian people will revolt against him. And then we'll go through this cycle again and again and again. This is literally how we got to the Ayatollah, by us imposing a Shah upon them. So that is a disastrous idea. Do not go into this war. Anti-war means anti-war. War is not peace. George Orwell was a genius.
Okay. Goldie Gamara, you were pulling a number of faces there, none of which I would describe as particularly indicating an agreement with what Cenk was saying. So what would you like to say?
I mean, first of all, Cenk is not Iranian, so he has no idea what's going on in occupied Iran. Pretty sure Cenk doesn't speak Persian either, so he probably has no idea what the tens of millions. No, actually, it's Persian. Persian is the English word for Farsi. So don't correct me when I'm speaking and don't interrupt me. I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language.
You do not get to talk over me. You do not get to talk over me or interrupt me when I'm speaking on behalf of 90 million Iranians who are out in the streets right now fighting for their lives.
You're not speaking on behalf of all Iranians.
You speak. Yes, I am. You speak about how the bombings
when
or whatever.
When did they elect you?
Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? Are you threatened by what I'm about to say? Is that why you want to interrupt me? I suggest you keep your mouth shut.
No, because you're pretending
until
to
I'm done
represent people
speaking.
that never elected you.
Well, let her
ahead.
speak. Cenk, with all respect, she'll let you speak. Let her respond.
Yeah, I let you speak your garbage propaganda, so now it's my turn to speak the truth. So do not interrupt me again. So like I was saying, Pierce, Iranians right now are literally risking their lives out there, and they are saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi is, of course, the current Shah of Iran in exile. And what people don't know is that back in 1979, that it's not actually a revolution. It was an Islamic coup d'etat. It was orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, or sorry, actually, no, it was orchestrated by the Islamists and the communists, and it was funded and supported by Jimmy Carter, the UK, and France. So what is happening right now? This is Iranians trying to rectify, and they are rectifying, 47-year mistake that was made. And what Iranians are saying is that we are going out and we are not going to stop fighting until we not only overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, but we return our king, because there is only one person that we Iranians trust to transition us from a dictatorship to a democracy, and that is His Royal Highness. And one final point, Iran was not an authoritarian dictatorship prior to 1979. We were a constitutional monarchy, just like England. That is what we are fighting for. So anyone who says that Iran was an authoritarian dictatorship, they know nothing about the country, because we used to be a constitutional monarchy.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein. Let's be honest, life moves fast and regular meals sometimes don't have the punch we need. Veracity focuses on the root cause of many health issues. Metabolic health. Metabolic Power Protein delivers 20 grams of plant-based protein in just 2 scoops without all the unnecessary sugar and calories in other products. It's all natural and developed by doctors, allowing you to get the protein you need and support your metabolism with 2 easy scoops every morning. It's also third-party tested for toxins and heavy metals. So get the protein in your diet the natural way with Veracity. Head to veracityhealth.co and use code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, for up to 45% off your order. Once again, that's veracityhealth.co for up to 45% off. And make sure you use my promo code PEERS so they know I sent you. Chuck Todd, welcome back to Uncensored. Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lot going on, Chuck. Someone said to me, wow, what a week to not be on air. And I was like, the thing about Donald Trump is there's always another week. And another week,
Correct.
And another week. So there's never a good week to have off in Trump land. There's an awful lot going on. You know, it's funny. I was talking to someone the other day. If you take away Trump's rhetoric, which can often be very inflammatory, and you focus on what I think is his vision here, a lot of what he's doing, whether it's Greenland, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Iran, I can understand the argument. I may not like the way he expresses himself with some of this. I understand the argument. What do you think is the overview here for Donald Trump?
Well, I think this is a case of opportunism, right? Look, I was just in the region. I was in Abu Dhabi about a month ago, which obviously is a home to quite a large Iranian diaspora. And this is before these protests got the attention. And I came away from there in my discussion.
Now, this young lady just snapped about, Reza Pahlavi, to bring the Shah back and all this good stuff. Lady, I'm sorry to tell you, but the Shah doesn't really want to come back. The Shah is actually a spoiled brat who's been living off, his daddy and his mommy all his life. And you're expecting leadership quality from that guy? I think you're just too desperate to get somebody in besides, the Ayatollah, which I need to be real with you. I mean, I guess anybody's better than the Ayatollah, but let's be real. Let's not bring in somebody who has no experience in leadership and who doesn't even want the position. I mean, bro hasn't even lived in Iran. Not at all, really. I mean, he has. He left when he was 17. So let's be real. He hasn't really spent most of his life in Iran. He don't know how the people are. He don't know what they think. He don't know. I'm be real. He's most likely separated from the culture. So as much as I would like a leader for him, that Reza Pahlavi guy, that's not it. I mean, bro was on PBD talking about how he doesn't even want to go back to lead Iran. He said, well, what do I be going back to? I'm like, damn. Trust me, I don't agree with it. I think, it's in your bloodline as, Prince. You should go back there and help your people instead of sitting here comfortably in America.
In meetings with various Iranian journalists and experts, the optimism that the regime is going to fall was high then. And I had another colleague who went in country over the last 6 months. And look, there's not drinking water in Tehran, right? Like this. What you're seeing, the level of desperation with the people, I think, is at a level that we haven't been able to fully understand frankly, as outsiders, because of the media repression and how little we actually are seeing what's happening in country. But when you talk,
that's the problem, though. It's the Western educated part, and it's people. When I don't know about that, I don't know about if it's people. Look, just because the people don't want, the Ayatollah, don't mean they want, Reza Pahlavi to start leading them. I mean, I'll be quite honest with you. And because he'd be bringing in Western culture, I think that'd be one of the reasons why they might not want him in. And if we bring him in, to be quite honest, I think there'll just be another revolution, to be quite honest. Like I said, we need to let the Iranians choose themselves. Because what we'd be doing is, we'd be doing the same thing what happened in Haiti. We installed a leader, that leader gets overthrown, now the entire country's in turmoil. Like, I honestly think that's what's going to happen if we don't let the Iranians choose their own leader. Or is they're just going to get overthrown because why? We planted them in there.
Talk to Iranians that have either been in country or are communicating, you do get this sense. So this is coming. And I think this is a question. Well,
I did not know. Shout out Gold Leader. I did not know he worked. He was in the military. So I guess I'll take that back. I guess he does got a bit of fighting spirit in him. But from his words, out his mouth, he's said multiple times how he does not want to go back to Iran and lead Iran. He doesn't even feel like he's qualified for it. I mean, you could call that bowing out, or you could call that just knowing what he's good at. I'm not going to judge him too much. I would say, hey, if I was him, I'd have did it even if I had no experience, because I guess it's in the bloodline. You have a blood oath responsibility or whatever. It's in your last name, man.
What does Donald Trump want to do? This is a bit of opportunism. I don't think he wants to get involved. Like I think pre-protests, he was probably willing to negotiate with the regime in some form or another. Now I think he sees where the wind is blowing. And if you talk to enough folks in the Iranian diaspora, you can feel that optimism that this regime's days are numbered. But we got to remember, just like Assad in Syria, we knew his days were numbered, but are they hundreds of days? All right. Or was it going to be, 10 or 20 days? And it's possible this is still this regime will fall, but it may not fall until this time next year at this point. But it is going to be sooner. So the question really is what role? And I think, boy, could the United States use an agency right now called USAID?
And shout out to my man Jay. He says, give the Iranian protesters pew pew and find out. And I'm like, hey, that would probably speed things up. Actually, I think that was already being tried, according to the Iranian Well, yeah, according to Iranian media, they're pretty much saying that Mossad, CIA came in and was arming these protesters. Now, the way we're framing it is, no, the protesters actually, jumped an Iranian police officer and took their gun and used it against them. But Iran's saying that no, guns were given to the protesters to carry out these acts. So, like I said, we'll see where it falls at the end of everything. But shout out to my man Jet, though. He said, yeah, just give the Iranian protesters pew pew and find out. Let's see. Let them vote in their own guy. Let's see what happens. I mean, it would be nice to have a presidential election that doesn't revolve around if these guys support the Ayatollah or not. Because Iran does have elections, believe it or not. But the problem with their elections is that the presidents can only be president if they are co-signed by the Ayatollah, aka the supreme leader, Khomeini. So, I mean, it's like you get a choice, but only if the supreme leader said that could be a choice, which isn't really a choice.
Because in some ways, that was what the theory of the case behind AID is, to be there to help those that are either looking for freedom and democracy or are trying to build a fledgling democracy. And that is the best toolkit we have. And unfortunately, it's not a toolkit that it's not in the president's toolkit right now, thanks to Doge.
Okay, Rob O'Neill, a lot of the time it's worth taking a look at the amount of money being leveraged in the prediction markets, where the money's going.
Yep.
Looks like somebody thinks they know something, because Polymarket has a $19 million market right now. Almost
$19 million, $19.3 million market on Khomeini out as supreme leader of Iran by July 31st. I might want to take that on and say no for some reason. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be out by the 31st.
The Ayatollah will be deposed, and they're now saying it's a 24% chance. So pretty much a 1 in 4 chance that the Ayatollah goes here. From a military perspective, given the scale of these protests, which might well be unprecedented, we can't be entirely sure because the internet's been shut down and footage is scarce. But if it is unprecedented, do you think we're beginning to see the beginning of the end here of this regime?
Thanks for having me, and Happy New Year to everyone. I'm optimistic about it this time. We've seen it before. Excuse me. And like Chuck Todd said, it's kind of up to the media how much they're going to report on it, because we only know what we're told from over there. At least, like the first guest, I don't speak Persian or Iranian or Farsi or Urdu, so I'm going to say it in English so I don't even confuse myself. But in the past, when they see the Iranians rising up, when they get to that point, for some reason, our media blocks that out. And then it seems to me, because I'm not there, and if I'm not there, I can only go by what I hear or read. Then they crack down hard, they kill people, and then it goes back to business as usual. This time, what the Iranians have seen is that we bombed a mountain, we hit them pretty hard. So hopefully, regardless of the media,
what we're hoping is that it's not, the usual is that, all right, they have these protests. It looks like it's about to turn into a revolution. They black out the media, and all of a sudden they come out and everything's all good, guys. Yep, nothing really happened. Sorry, guys. It was an overreaction. I know the videos you see of people rioting and burning shit down, just an overreaction. Like, oh, yeah, we got everything under control, and we're going to go ahead and hold executions tomorrow. Oh, and that's pretty much what they hit us with.
Or what our media chooses to say, the Iranian people know that we will support them. The biggest problem that we had, one of the major problems that we had in Iraq, the biggest problem being we went into Iraq, was we immediately disbanded the Ba'ath Party. And although they looked bad because they were doing what Saddam Hussein wanted, they're doing that because they want to keep their heads on their own shoulders. They're going to do what they need to do to survive and keep their family alive. We got rid of them, and then foreign fighters came in, and obviously we know the Civil War started. It was chaos for a long, long time. Right now, what's happening there, if the Iranians know that we're going to help, but then our media backs out and they're not sure about us, who knows what they're going to do? But I do know that foreign fighters are now going into Iran to try to help, be that the Mahdi army, who the Shias, or is it Hezbollah, even Hamas. I mean, they were getting funding through the Iranians, but I believe they're Sunni, and I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But
yeah, it was actually funny. The only reason why Iran was supporting Hamas at that time was because, they were always supporting Hamas because they are Sunni Muslims and Ayatollah, they're Shia. So they weren't originally supporting Hamas, but since things popped off for Israel, yeah, they did start supporting them. Why? Because they share a common enemy.
I think the bottom line, and this is me just trying to be an honest broker, I think we should do as allies, everything we can to support the Iranian people and help them get what they want. This is not Rob O'Neill from the United States. It's not my decision, but I would love to help the Iranian people because I think everyone would agree they've been beaten down and oppressed for almost as long as I've been alive.
Yeah,
Pierce, can I quickly add something here?
Chuck,
just a piece of reporting that I got while overseas is that there's some thought that the current president, okay, and I may mess up his name, Pezeshkian, he's turned out to be at least rhetorically more moderate than some expected. And I had a source who said somebody close to him indicating he thinks he can be the Iranian Gorbachev. Meaning, and that's a real, so if you actually ask strategically, what could the United States do? Can it start to find people that are within the regime who want to help get rid of the regime, right? Look, and who's to say that this even worked out as that well? But you do in some cases. Without Gorbachev, does the Soviet Union fall as cleanly as it fell, right? And I think so. When you're asking like, how do we deal with the next day? I think finding out whether indeed the Iranian president wants to play a role here or not is something that's the type of thing our intelligence community, in theory, should be able to help with.
And all right, now let's go ahead and move over to this quick little clip, and then we're gonna get into Nick Shirley. But now, if you know who Anton Daniels is and Hori Holcomb is, they had a little bit of a back and forth on Hori Holcomb's show. And I wanted to cover it because apparently I guess I went somewhat viral for my response. So somebody said I should make a video on that response. And I got y'all. I got you. If you're on next, don't worry, man. I heard you out. So I'm going to go ahead and react to it real quick. And then we're going to go ahead and get into the Nick Shirley thing. But this is an example of one, how not to act as a man. Like, bro, this is one how not to act as a man. Like some people think they could just talk they BS and nothing will happen to them. Just keep talking and nobody's ever gonna pull their card. But shoot, one day somebody is, and you're gonna look like a sucker when they do. So let's go ahead and get right into it because it started off what was supposed to be a healthy debate, but then it turned into a screaming match and almost turned into a fight. And one of these guys lacked testicle fortitude, and you're about to find out who it is. Let's get into it.
People are stupid. He's saying all black people are stupid. Well, have you said all white people stupid? No, I'm talking about cops.
You should say that one time.
I'm talking about
because
cops.
It's easy to say all black people are stupid as an example. Say something about the white people.
No. You're not. I don't think you got all the time.
Well,
That's what kills me about these guys, these Wakanda forever, these Wakanda guys, or these FBA felons, is that maybe FBA felons is a bit mean, but these FBA guys is that it's always about the white man. They don't ever want to take no criticism on their own community. They get mad when you talk about their own community, our own community, and they say, why don't you talk about the white man like that? Because I'm not in that dude's community. I'm not white. Well, so of course I'm going to talk about the problems in my community more than the white community. Why is y'all response? Well, you're going to say that about the white man? But nigga, I don't live next to the white man. I live next to you niggas.
I didn't hear you. Can you tell me?
I talk about liberal white women literally being the biggest enemy of the United States of America. That's the thing I say every single day.
Caucasian female, the biggest
literally white liberal women are the worst thing that ever happened to this country.
What about their men?
But we gonna get there because you keep trying to get me to qualify it by participating and joining in on the court.
No, I think you're doing what's easy.
No. I'm doing what's real.
I think you don't want to go against them because of you.
Dog, I'm gonna be so real with you. Like I was kind of offended when he said you're doing what's easy, and I'm just like, bro, what's easy is sucking the dick of the black liberals. That's what's easy. What's easy is be real with you, munching on. Okay, maybe not take it that far. What's easy is just lining up with the liberal or the Democratic Party. As a black person, that's what's easy because that's where most of your group goes to. That's where most of your community votes for. So what's easy is to go along to get along. What's not easy is taking a conservative position as a black man or a black woman or just being black in general. That's not easy. That's not taking the easy route. That leads you to get shunned and villainized and criticized by your own people. So what the fuck you talk about? Oh, you're taking the easy route. I'll be taking the easy route if I was agreeing with dumbasses like him. That's taking the easy route. I'll be taking the easy route if I just bitch down and be a liberal. That's taking the easy route.
You go against them, it'll be some video of you going against them. And when I say them, I'm talking about your boss.
I don't have a boss.
We say that. We say that, but here's the truth.
I don't have a boss.
It's a reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after white males. What are white males responsible for in this country as the downfall
I'm
of
an equal
it?
accountability smoke giver. I talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men
Well, you
since
ain't
you've
been
been up
listening.
here.
You ain't been listening.
Bro, it's like the obsession with white men is kind of creepy.
He's saying all black people.
Like, yo, FBA guys, can you hop off with a white man's nuts, bro? Can you hop off they dick for just like I don't know, a day? Can you? And actually talk about your community's problems so we can actually get to some, I don't know, progress in our community instead of you just hopping on they nuts all day? Like, dog, you say you hate them, but you love to talk about them. Like, bro, it's like a sick love fantasy, a sick obsession that you guys got with these white men. And then you guys say that we're the bootlickers, but you guys are talking about these dudes 24/7. What about the white man? I mean, bro, the obsession on the white man that you guys try to place on us, you guys are the one that have it, because you can't have a conversation without bringing it back round to the white man. Like, the obsession is crazy.
Because if you go against them, it'll be some video of you going against them. And when I say them, I'm talking about your boss.
I don't have a boss.
We say that. We say that, but here's the truth.
I don't have a boss.
It's a reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after white males. What are white males responsible for in this country?
Bro, I'm sorry, but who doesn't beat up on white people? White people beat up on white people. Movies beat up on white people. Black, Hispanic, we all take attendance at whitey. Okay? We all talk about the white. Actually, talk about the white man's became boring at a certain point. Especially, it should be to these FBA dudes too, because that's all you guys ever talk about. Yeah, it's like there's nothing else going on in your community. It's not like you guys have bad birth numbers, bad economic numbers, the murder rate's insane among our own. Oh, it's not like we have problems like that. Everything's about the effing white man, though. I can't believe some of you guys sometimes. And you dare say that you care about our community. But you spend so much time bitching about the white man more than actually try to, well, at least be a better person in your community. You won't even do that. Won't even do that. Much more try to actually do something for your community instead of bitch about the white man and feed this victim mentality.
The downfall
I'm an
of
equal
it.
accountability smoke giver. I talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men since you've been up here.
You ain't been listening. You ain't been listening.
I've been listening to you.
No, you haven't.
I hear you
don't
taking
have, you don't have the capacity to be able to listen because you're too busy.
No. You got me wrong.
You're too busy.
My capacity that you just criticized, that's an opinion. Here's the fact. Have you seen something about Caucasian males and how they destroy this nation? Well, what did I miss?
Let's slow down, because
talk about Caucasian males and how they destroyed this nation. I mean, bro, not to be that guy, but they also built this nation as well. Like, to be quite honest with you, they also built this nation. So, I mean, if you're going to sit there and talk about, oh, how bad white people are, then, I mean, can we also talk about all the good they did too? Let's not just sit there and bash white guys all day. Like, we can sit there and talk about all the high crime in the black community too. But we can also sit here and talk about all the good things and the advancements we also brought into America because we're here. I'm sorry, but I'm not just going to sit there and talk bash on the white man all day because, one, I'd rather fix what's in my community. Like, if the white man want to join in, thank God. But let's be honest, they can stay out and we can just focus on us. You trying to bring the white man in every time you get in your feelings about a problem that you refuse to solve in your community. I'm being real, just pathetic. Every time you lose an argument on reparations, you want to bring it over with the white man. Pathetic. It is. Grow the F up.
You talking loud, but you're not saying a lot.
No, you talking loud, and you still talking around. What did the Caucasian male do to America to bring it down?
I'm not getting into that.
You dancing around it, and that's why I lose respect for you when you start dancing and kissing Caucasian males' ass.
But I don't.
Don't do that in front of me because I'm not an ass kisser of nobody.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you is, bro. You ass kissing the black community right now because instead of talking about the problems in your community, you want to obfuscate to the white man. You want to sit there and focus on that because you don't want to talk about the problem in your community because you are part of the effing problem in your community, you fat son of a bitch. Like, yes, with all the obesity of black men, guess what, my man? You're a prime example of, you're one of the main reasons why people promote the ghetto culture. You're one of the examples. It's because you're one of the examples why you don't want to talk about the black community. You want to talk about the white man. Bruh.
You suck the dick of black people right now.
Yep.
You do
suck the dick of the white liberal, suck the dick of the black liberal, suck the dick of the radical black leftist. I mean, bro, you sucking 3 dicks at once. I don't even know how you have any room in your mouth left.
on the easy shit. What you do, let me tell you what you do.
Nah,
See, ain't
homie,
nobody
let me
gonna
tell you something, homie.
Ain't nobody gonna tell you.
I don't
Ain't
suck
nobody gonna tell you
dick.
to- Yeah,
I don't
you do.
suck
Yeah,
dick.
you do.
So
You do.
fix
You doing
that.
it right now.
I don't suck
You
dick,
doing
homie.
you doing it right now.
Homie, believe me when I tell you, I don't
Believe me
do
when I
that.
tell you.
I don't do that.
Listen.
So don't come at me with no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna give you the same
Let's
energy
switch
you give me.
Let's switch six.
Oh, let's go.
I'm with it.
Homie, I don't do no dick sucking shit. I'm a motherfucking man. I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I don't give a fuck about none.
Well, I tell you what, watch that dick sucking shit, because that'll go bad.
Call it what you want.
I don't do no dick sucking,
You say a
homie.
lot of shit that I don't fuck with either. You
Okay, but that gay shit, oh, you
I
go.
don't give a fuck about what you
Hey, homie, I tell you what.
I'm right here.
Don't put
You
no
switching
dick
seats
sucking
don't mean
shit.
to me.
Don't put no
I'm from
dick sucking
Detroit,
shit on me, nigga.
I'm from Detroit.
Say
right
I
now.
suck a dick again.
I'm right here, right now.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna respect you.
Dance around it. Dance around it.
No. I'm a
I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna respect you because it's your platform, and I flew out here to have a conversation.
We good.
But
We
you're
good.
not closing up on me.
Yo,
We good. I did already. I don't do
We
dick
can put the
sucking shit.
microphone right down,
Yo.
right now, and go on back. I don't give a
no,
fuck
sir.
about
No,
this
sir.
shit.
Let's go.
Homie, you just running your mouth.
You see how one guy just got up and sat down to try to talk more shit, and he thought that Anton was gonna back down. That's a lot of these FBA dudes. They think that they can get loud and you just gonna back down. They didn't get loud and start talking about my ancestry and think that you're just gonna back down on they lazy, unperforming asses. I mean, no, bro, I don't care about my ancestry or your ancestry. I don't give a fuck. Who are you? Because trust me, the FBA people, the great FBA people that got off the plantation, y'all ain't them. They didn't have a victim mentality. They weren't victims. They weren't bitch ass niggas like you. So please, you're low key. I ain't gonna lie. You bring shame. You bring shame to your ancestors that got off the plantation, because that victim mentality, bro, that wasn't them. The bitching about the white man, yeah, they spend more time building than bitching. Like, bruh. And shout out my man Monty. That just proved the anger and stereotypes. Literally, just proving the anger and the stereotypes. Because instead of talking about what really is going on in our community, he want to talk about the white man. Oh my God, what the white man? What did the white man do to America, bro? Shut the f up and worry about your community.
I'm not running my mouth. You running your mouth. I don't do you doing this shit for the internet. You doing it for the internet. Now, if you want to say your time, no, hold on. If you want to
I'll
say
show you I ain't doing it for the internet.
If you want to say Anton, listen, don't
I'm gonna let
disrespect
you
me like
finish.
that. If you want to say Anton, don't disrespect me like that. I'll respect you, but don't boss up on me, because you said a lot of shit to me today that I don't fuck with either. But I let that shit ride because you don't know me. You don't know me. So I'm gonna extend the same respect to you. You called me out of my name. You said some wild shit, especially with regard to how would it call this nigga out his name? Nigga, I'm telling you that you did. You can't tell me how I get disrespected.
I got a question for bro.
Okay.
No. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. We just getting loud. I ain't gonna get loud.
Then don't switch seats.
No, I mean, real with you, dog. Like, Corey Holcomb fails to realize that, yeah, you tried to call this man exactly what he called you, a dick sucker. You try to say he's dick sucking the white man for not speaking up enough about it. But as a black man, I would hope that he's speaking more on the problems in our community. I would hope that. I would hope you would appreciate that as well. The fact that you don't even want to hear that, you just want to hear him bash the white man, it tells me a lot about this FBA community. It tells me so much. You guys really don't care about fixing the community. You don't care about prosperity to black people. What your ass care about is money, and bitching.
No, this is my show. This is my show.
That's cool, but I take that shit as a threat.
Okay, well, it is a threat if you calling me dick sucking. I don't dick suck, my nigga.
Man, fuck what you talking about.
I don't dick suck.
If you want to get back to the conversation, because you ain't gonna do shit.
Ain't gonna do nothing.
Because you're not gonna do
Come
shit.
at me with that dick sucking shit again, nigga.
You're not gonna
come at me with. Say I suck dick again, nigga.
We can go out back right now.
We can go outside.
We can go out back right now. I'm with
Come on, y'all, get up, bro. Get up. At this point, your man card is being pulled. He don't gotta call you a dick sucking dude ever again. Get up. You got in his face. You was talking all that rah. Anton got up. Come on, get up.
I bet you won't say that shit.
We can go out back right now.
Nah, go back.
I got money for all this. Whatever.
I got money too. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
Hey,
No, it's just not.
I told you, bro. It be them type, bro. It be them type talking all that stuff. As soon as somebody gets up, they like, man, bro, I got too much money, bro. Man, you doing too much, bro. See, this is why you guys is lame, man. You always be doing, bro. Get your bitch ass up. You did all that talking. All that saying dick sucking, all that. Oh, you cover for the white man. All right, bet. Let's take this outside and we'll see about that. I mean, you call me a punk and all this. You trying to get in my face? Great. I mean, I don't like the talking. And shout out Anton, because I felt it when he did this. All right, let's go outside. Because I'd have stopped talking too. I'd have been like, all right, bro, you in my face. You talking all this good stuff. Let's go outside. If you don't get up, you're the bitch here. I'm sorry. But you have now, yo, like, bro, just hand over your balls, bro. You're cooked. You're cooked.
I ain't falling for that. I ain't falling. Darlene, get out the way. Don't get in the way of two niggas. Let me tell you something, homie.
You yelling at
I ain't
women?
got to go out back right now because we got to go out back to lead this motherfucker. But I'm saying that dick sucking shit, watch that. That's all I'm saying. And if I don't say it how you like it,
if you want to
okay,
get back to
So his ass sat back down. He sat back down. Oh no, bro! You did all that talking. You got up. I damn near thought bro was about to take it outside. I was like, all right, hold on. He might be a real one. His ass sat back down. After that, done. After that, bro got up. There's no safe words, no nothing that need to be said. You like, bro, as soon as a man would have stood up, I'd have been like, all right, bro, I guess we taking this outside. There ain't no sitting down or nothing. Like, bro, you had your chance to be civil when we were sitting down face to face. If that don't work, I guess we going outside. This man got up and sat his ass right back down. I mean, yep, you lack testicle fortitude for that one, buddy.
The conversation. We can get back to the conversation,
but just know
I'm not listening to none of that shit, bro.
Here, nigga.
I'm not listening to none of that shit. If you want to get back to the conversation,
long as you
we can
know.
get back to the conversation.
Long as you know.
Bro, you not
Because that ain't
you not that tough.
You not that tough. That was hilarious. Because I was like, you're not. Like, bro, he just stood up on you.
But what you said in that was
man. And you didn't like swing. You didn't be like, all right, bet I'll meet you outside. Let's go. No. After all that ish talking, you just sat right back down and continued shit talking. I can't believe it. And then there are literally men online defending this bitch ass behavior. This is banned behavior. BAN, bitch ass behavior. Well, I'm gonna be real with you, bitch ass nigga behavior. But this is unacceptable. And excuse my cussing. I don't mean to curse so much, but this literally irritates me that I can see a whole black man that guys look up to act like this. And guys think it is okay to be like this. There's a lot of talkers in my community, but if you step to them, trust me, they ain't gonna do nothing. I'm telling you that right now. As a person that lives in my community, there's a whole lot of talkers who don't do nothing. I mean, from Dr. Umar Jackson, from your guy who just want to talk shit and run away in the end. We got a guys who do a whole lot of talking but don't do shit. And it's these FBA bastards, I'm telling you. Not all of them. Just the Tariq Nasheeds, Dr. Umars, and the rest of them that want to be a black supremacist all of a sudden and then bitch about white supremacy while they're taking on the same characteristics of the white supremacists they say they hate so much. The effing idiots. But it is what it is. And shout out to my man Jason. He said, nah, fuck them fighting words. We throwing hands. Literally. It's like, bro, there's nothing else to say. We going outside now. Like, bro, prepare yourself. Not that we just go sit here and not just go stand up and sit back down. Like, what? After that, I'm be real with you. I don't want to hear anything else is coming out your mouth. But shout out to my man User. He says, no freedom and power from your skin type. Man, true. Yeah, shout out to my man Power for coming in with this one. He says, yes, no freedom and power from your skin type. You get it from your mind, heart, and soul. What you feed it. Put God at the center of your life, step into your purpose, and react to life's stress and adversity as a champion who perseveres. I mean, hold on, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You cooking right now. You cooking. Someone needed to hear that, to be quite honest with you. Shout out. I appreciate that, bro. Words of encouragement. And shout out to Tove. He says he don't want to get his ass kicked on his own platform. Instead, he outed as a punk. Yeah, he got outed as a punk. I don't know why he did it. He should have, I ain't gonna lie, he should have risked it all and just took it outside and took that ass whooping. I'm be real with you. I'd respect that. Even you got your ass whooped, I'd have respected it. But the fact that this man stood up on you after you did all that talking, and Corey Holcomb, he looks like he's the hood type. Anton's the clean cut type. And that guy bitched you. Bro, just turning your black card, turning your man card. I mean, turning your masculinity card, bro. Just give it up, bro. You have failed. You have failed.
The key word, you act like you don't know. And I know you act like you don't know, brother.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You just said it. Believe me,
Why
you said
is
it.
Phil laughing?
Phil silly. He said, Philly tried to, look, it was an intense moment in here, Anton, and we trying to make it where it is professional. We trying to make it where it ain't what everybody said.
I mean, bro, why would I want to be an S.E.T. is not FBA, bro? Look at y'all examples. Tariq Nasheed made a museum just to turn it into a fucking nightclub. The embarrassment. of that should, like, I don't know why you'd want to claim to be FBA. Umar Johnson, FBA. Look at the embarrassment. Look at all that money he took from his own community. No effing school still asking for money. The embarrassment. I mean, bro, look at the embarrassment of the FBA community. The fact that Caribbean and African blacks perform more than y'all. The embarrassment. There are some high-performing FBA, and I ain't talking about all of y'all, but the loudest of y'all is the weakest of y'all, is the underperforming of y'all, is the worst of y'all. The loudest of you guys are the worst.
Might be or whatever the fuck, because I ain't with all that. I ain't got to go to war with no man who visited our show and probably didn't understand one thing how I was thinking, and I probably didn't understand one thing how he was thinking.
Corey not gonna have me back on the show, y'all.
You funny, man.
Oh, and if you don't know what FBA is, it's Foundational Black American. So it's these guys that trace their lineage back to the cotton fields in the South, and that's what they call an FBA. If you could trace your lineage back then, or to Black Indians or dark-skinned Indians, you would be considered a foundationally Black American. Because, your roots come from foundationally America, unlike my roots who come from the northern part of South America, or your African homies' roots who come from maybe the western or eastern part of Africa. That's pretty much the difference between us. I mean, the effed up part is that the FBA community are very disloyal people. Why? Because, well, they betrayed the same people they grew up with. I mean, they grew up with these Africans and Indians and all this crazy stuff, but now we're no longer the same. They're better than us because what? Tariq Nasheed told you so? I don't know. It just comes all out of insecurity. And then when you beat them in a debate on reparations, they have no argument but to insult your own heritage. I mean, it's pathetic. It's like literally the most pathetic group of Black people I've ever seen in my life. Which they didn't even give themselves. Like, they literally, honestly, they dishonor their whole lineage by what they do. I mean, they go, and we're talking about straight up supremacists. They think they're better than white people, other Black people. I mean, bro, they literally take on the white supremacist characteristics that they shame other people for getting involved in. I mean, bro, they try to call me a white supremacist, but while involving in the same characteristics of a white supremacist. It's absolutely hilarious.
You funny. If I wasn't gonna have you back on the show, I wouldn't have shook your hand. I hope you believe that. When I caught myself, I was like,
you know what I'm doing right now, Phil? I'm putting pressure on him to get me back on the show.
But it ain't working
by saying that he's not going, because
it ain't gonna work like that. But I'm saying
Corey don't like this, dog. He don't like this.
Wait, what Corey don't like? Why are you talking to that man over there?
Because I got to talk to Phil. I'm talking to Corey through Phil. You know what I'm saying? If you know, you know.
Hey, yo, but so am I. Hey, I'm American and Black by title. I was born in America and I'm Black. I mean, that's the thing, though. But they make it about heritage. See, the FBA thing is divisive. It's the most divisive thing in the Black community, and it doesn't bring us together. It only separates us and make her a weaker community. That's why I really don't like these guys, because they're a weakness in our community and not a strength. But it is what it is.
Here's the thing.
Them the games when they get in the fights. I'm telling you, this is how it jump off.
Corey not going to have me back on the show because Corey is not having fun right now. This is going to be one of Corey's best shows, but he's not having fun right now. And Corey seems to be a feeler. I'm more of a results-driven guy.
Yep.
Corey seems to be the type of person that goes off of how he feels.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, and that's a lot of these FBA guys do go off of feelings, not logic, but straight feelings. I mean, bro, you can't even get the logic around of these guys that they won't get reparations. You can't even get the logic around how reparations is basically what was it? What type of punishment is it? Like mass punishment? I forgot. I don't know why I forgot the word for it, but they don't understand how, if you want to invoke reparations, you're pretty much asking people to pay you who had nothing to do with slavery. And they don't even understand how that's wrong. But, they'll be the same ones. Oh, constitutional republic. Oh, we're American. So proud to be. Yeah, except when it comes to your own greed, huh?
If you notice, I'm doing a lot of explaining to you about how the line can get crossed, but you're doing a lot of telling me what I am. I think that's homosexual behavior.
I said Corey seems to be, meaning that I'm leaving open a door to.
Bro, he said, you trying to tell me who I am. That's homosexual behavior. No, I'm being a real one to you. I'm telling you, bro, you a sucker. You Loki, a dick sucker. You a bitch, and you ain't gonna do nothing. He proved that in front of everybody. Bro, if anybody's acting like a homosexual, it's kind of you right now. I mean, sitting down while talking, while a man stood up on you.
To get corrected, I want him to correct me if I'm wrong, but I still want the freedom to be able to give my opinion. So you don't want me to get my
You
thoughts?
can have the freedom, brother.
Why
What
is
I
that-
look like
why
trying
is
to take
everything-
freedom from you?
No. I'm starting to feel some type of way, bro, because why is everything homosexual to you?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, if,
When
I'm
did
gonna try to
when did the
explain.
conversation turn into homosexuality again?
Okay, I'm gonna let you land. Because I don't want to talk over you.
I'm
enough.
trying to understand it. Why is everything gay?
I can
don't get
explain it. I can explain
Okay, go
it.
ahead.
Maybe
I mean, bro, that's all FBA guys do. They try to, bro. I don't know why, bro. They always try to assault your sexuality. Like that's gonna take you, or that's gonna veer you off topic. I'm sorry, but that's all they do is, you a musty tether. You must be gay. Oh, you gotta be gay. I'm just like, so because I'm not FBA, I gotta be gay. Like, do you hear how retarded you guys sound? Oh, because I'm going against what you guys preach. Basically, I just disagree with you. I'm gay. Retards.
look, I'm not saying that you gay, but what I'm saying is if you looking at another man and you say you talking to me through another man, if I'm a man, I'm gonna say, well, I'm right here.
Yeah, but you're not getting it.
You still talk about me, homie. This is a gay conversation,
bro. He's in your what?
No,
that's what happens when you know you lost the conversation. He's trying to do everything in the world to get out of this conversation by now calling it gay. Because you know you got bitch. You know he's making you look intellectually and physically weak at the same damn time. Now, man, this conversation's gay, man. Like, bro, what are you, a kid?
You talking to men who
this
playing
guy.
riddles and stuff like that. I'm telling
You the one that's talking to riddles. I'm
you ain't
talking
never been to
straight
jail,
talk.
have you?
Hell no, I ain't never been to jail.
I
Why
could
would go to
tell.
jail? You been,
I could tell.
You been to jail?
Nope. Nope.
So what the fuck that mean then?
I'm just saying, like, if you went to jail, they would have to start you over from scratch.
What would they do to you?
The people who
You would be the tough one.
No. Just let me land with this. The people
I don't
who
think from a jail perspective, nigga. I'm not a jailbird. I'm never going to jail.
I see.
The fuck is we
Well, you
talking
can't
about?
say what you'll never do, but I'm saying
never going to jail, bro.
okay.
I don't even have that. I don't even like that type of energy.
I'm just trying to make a point. That time. What I'm saying is, I have been around enough people who have been institutionalized where I know how to carry myself around men who not finna play with you. That's all I'm saying.
I don't hang around niggas that been to jail, so I saw for it that way. The way you saw for it is a little bit different than the way I saw it.
Shout out to Jet. So I want to know what kind of baby oil Holcomb buys, man. What you mean? It's the same one, man, for all suck ass dudes. Johnson & Johnson, sponsored by Diddy. Sponsored by Diddy Combs. Like, yeah. Oh, man. Yes, bro. Yeah, that's what type of oil he used at. Johnson & Johnson, fresh out of Diddy's closet. I had somebody sit here and be like, bro, and this is probably one of the most retarded takes ever. Like, bro, see, retarded takes. South Americans and Caribbeans were willing to work below wages. Bro, you sound retarded. No, bro. See, like, you don't even get your own, like, movement. Bro, you guys don't care if we were born in America. Like, as a Caribbean American, as parent, as an offspring of a Caribbean American, you guys don't know what the F you're talking about. You know, if we come over here legally, right? When we come over here legally, we got our paperwork together, we get paid the same as you, dumbass. We didn't come over here illegally. That's only for illegal people who come over here undocumented that get paid like that. When you come over here legally, we get to say the pay. When you're a legal immigrant, you get the same pay as the U.S. Naturalized, get the same pay as the U.S. That's why we're okay with legal immigration, because they don't undermine the American worker. Because once you're a legal immigrant, they have to pay you the same as a U.S. citizen. You dumbass. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay. So I choose not to hang around niggas that's been institutionalized, that had to carry themselves a certain way because they made a decision that they wasn't supposed to make.
And you know, it shows that you've been around people that ain't seen the other side of the game. Because some of the smartest men I know they've been to college and gave that time up. And it was actually a learning process for them. But they still got to stand 10 toes down when they out here, Anton. I don't believe that you tried to disrespect me now that I've been talking to you. I don't believe that. I believe that you are way you are. I am the way I am, and it can clash if people are not educated on how to be around each other, because men can go to war over misunderstanding.
Bro, you don't know how to be able to disagree with somebody. You don't know how to shut the fuck up and let somebody make their point. You got emotional because he was talking about the black community, and you wanted him to talk about white people. Then you stirred the conversation went off the rails because of your obsession with white people. It's your fault.
He's throwing an intellectual shot right now.
What am I doing?
So without saying it, he's basically saying, oh, you from a different space, so you don't get the way that we move over here.
Over here or anywhere in the United States of America, and that's not a black thing. I'm talking about Caucasians, Hispanics, and Asians understand the respect level men must have when they're in front of each other, because it can trigger war. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand.
Bro, you're the problem who have a problem with respect. The thing is, you didn't expect him to get up in your face like that because you mistook him for a sucker because he's a clean-cut individual. It's like, I get you from the hood, bro, but guess what, bro? That hood shit don't mean nothing. I swear to God, bro, I don't care what hood you from. You all get knocked out the same. You all take a punch the same. I don't care what block you're from, buddy. Like, who cares? When it comes down to a fight, your block ain't behind you. I mean, your block ain't in front of you. Your hands is. So who cares? I don't care if you a hood nigga or not. Shit, I most likely know niggas more badder than you, hooder than you, and I don't give a damn. So it's like, bro, you guys trying to say, well, you know, just because you a clean cut, these college guys don't know how to step out here and talk to us hood niggas. We don't give a damn. We don't. You niggas is soft. That's why y'all can't have a conversation. You're soft. But y'all put up this facade like y'all hard, but y'all the softest dudes in our community.
Saying everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting. Maybe I knew what you was gonna do before you did it.
Maybe. But I tell you what, that's a dangerous game to play, especially if you got a life that you live in. Because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was gonna happen like that fast. That's why out here, I try to walk under the code. There's a code out here.
No, you don't. And that's why I said
you say I don't walk under the code.
No, you're hypocritical.
No,
I told you that to your face.
The whole world a hypocrite. But what are you talking about?
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite when it comes.
I believe you.
When it comes to specifically you moving by a code.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Because you think that you can say what you want to say when you want to say it, and that people are supposed to respect the way that you move. But I don't think that you move the way that you're supposed to anyway.
I want this thing to be studied.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, bro, you can't even have an intellectual conversation. I mean, Anton, just like I said, dominated you intellectually and physically. And now you're over, and then let's be real, we got the FBA guy trying to save face for this guy on all over X and YouTube, and they can't. I mean, bro, in no world where a man stands up on you, tell you to come outside and your ass stay seated, is you the winner of the conversation. Or I'm be real with you, if anything, you kind of got hoed. You got hoed. And that's just the fact of the matter. I'm be real with you. There's a lot of these guys out here like Curry Holcomb that will talk tough like this, bro, all over the internet. But when it comes to in person, bro, you kind of see what happened there. He was willing to get loud, got in his face. When bro stood up and said, all right, cool, come outside. What'd he do? Keep talking, made some excuses, got up like he was about to do something, then sat his ass back down while Anton was still standing, ready to go outside. Tells you a lot.
Here's the truth. Brother Anton is talking about everybody else but himself and white men.
Bro, this nigga... Bro, stop the obsession with white dudes. Like, bro, this is going to prove that y'all FBA system, bro, y'all FBA guys, bro, hop off they nuts, bro. I'm sorry, but this is getting creepy. It's getting weird. You have an obsession with white men. Like, I think the projection, I see the projection. You say that we love white guys, we're white supremacists, but you guys love white guys. You want to be them. You want to have what they have. You want to be everything like the white man. That's why you bring them up every 5 seconds. You can never talk about your own because you're too ashamed of your own and you just want to be like the white man. It's okay, bro. Just say it out loud. I don't feel that way, but that's how you guys feel. You're willing to get on your knees and beg the white man for reparations. I mean, you guys aggrandize the white man so much where you can't stop talking about him. You're begging this man for money. And even though he's still telling you no, you still align yourselves with the white liberal man and think you're doing something. This is crazy. This is crazy.
This is a fact.
I like this chat. Let me tell y'all why I like the chat.
Everything but himself and white men.
No, listen. I told you I want to come back and have a full conversation about it. Or we can talk about it right now. I ain't got nothing better to do.
Study this episode.
Shout out to the
shit on Caucasian males.
Shout out to the
shit on
I'm
himself.
not gonna shit on nobody.
Yeah, you shitted on black people. You shitted on motherfuckers.
I feel like I shitted on you. To your face. To your face.
Be
Shout out-
careful
shout-
shitting on me, because
shout
I
out
feel
to
like
the
you're
chat.
talking shit again.
I'm not talking shit. I'm
Well,
telling
be
you.
careful.
I'm telling you.
You
that-
shitted on me to my face, but that shit will
Corey,
lead to some
would
danger.
we please stop the
Trust me.
the tough talk? I got security. You got security.
Homie,
nobody
I
doing
ain't got
shit.
security. Them my people.
Cool. Them your
You
security
gotta
people.
hire a motherfucker to be with you.
Absolutely.
Bro, but he just stood up and told your ass to come outside, though. He just stood up and told your ass to come outside. So, I mean, bro, all this tough talking is kind of out the window. I mean, you had your time to be tough and you missed the window, buddy.
I was gonna have to hire somebody.
You better.
100%.
How you be talking?
Corey, stop talking tough. Stop talking.
Homie,
tough. You just said that.
I'm
you
not talking tough. I'm talking to you straight up.
Why are you so?
You said you disrespected me in my face. And then you act like it was all
said that I
good.
disrespected you to your face. So I'm confirming what you said. You felt disrespected. So I am telling you that I disrespected you if that's the way you felt. Is that not what you said? You said that out of your mouth. And so I apologize when you said that you felt disrespected.
No. The reason you said you disrespected me in my face.
Because you don't accept the apology because you
still
still
talking about everybody else except yourself and white men.
I'm telling you what I said. You felt offended by it, so I apologize. All I'm doing is rehashing the conversation that happened. Why are you so easily offended?
Literally.
You still talk about me?
Because they're fragile, bro. What you mean? I mean, the F and hold on, I'm about to, the F and FB, the F and FBA stands for Fragile Black American. That's what we're gonna call them now. FBAs, Fragile Black American, not foundational, but fragile. You gotta handle these guys very delicately, especially when you talk to them. Man. Oh yeah, well go ahead, Monty. What's up?
I was going to say, what we have here is a misunderstanding. This individual thinks that respect is just owed to him and that every Tom, Dick, and Harry that talks to him must mind their tone around him and his tone must be supreme. Then gets called out after he talks a whole bunch of shit and then sits his ass back down like the coward he is. He lost respect trying to gain respect, acting big and bad.
Literally, and that's just the worst part about the video. It's just like, and like, dog, when I seen a lot of men try to come to this guy's defense, I'm like, bro, as a man, I don't even know how you defend this. I don't know how you do it.
Why is the conversation always about white folk? Whenever it's good, it's about white guys. Whenever it's bad, it's about white guys. Whenever it's fucking neutral and nothing's going on, they got us talk about white guys in some way or another. Why can't they ever celebrate their own successes without fucking gloating? Why can't they ever fucking talk about their own fucking problems without deflecting?
Literally. I mean, literally. And I mean, like, what's wrong with talking about black issues? Why you got to get mad that we're talking about black issues and go to, whoa, you going to say that about the white man? Like, bro, either the white man don't have that. One, the white man may not have those problems. And two, we're talking about our community. If it's a conversation between black men, why is it a problem for us to talk about the problem in the black community? If there's a conversation between white men, we're not getting mad at them because they're not bringing up the blacks.
Any problem a white man brings up about the black community is completely fucking disingenuous. Because you don't fucking live it.
True. Whoop. And shout out to Toe. She said the projection of don't put that don't put that gay shit on me. I ain't no dick sucker. Bless his heart. Sugar is a closet bottom. Damn. He did get a little bit too mad about that whole dick sucking comment. And he didn't even mean it as, oh, bro, you're gay. He meant it as, oh, bro, you're low-key bending the knee to that party. You're low-key bending the knee to the leftist black liberals. You're bending the knee to the fragile black Americans. I mean, sorry, bro. You are kind of selling out, and we could tell you don't have your own opinion. You haven't really thought about this because you're just explaining all the talking points of, well, black liberals, word for word, bar for bar. Nothing really too different about what you're saying.
Don't forget the liberal white women. He's selling their fucking a shame by proxy fucking mentality as well.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Anton tried to say, yeah, what you mean? I said liberal white women are like the worst thing to happen to this country. Well, what about the men? I'm like, bro. It's like your problem is white men. This is like, let's be real. You don't even care about the fact that white women are the one that's putting all these laws in that are hurting America. F it. This is all about the white man to you.
I just want to say, I believe it was the white men that freed the foundational black Americans.
Yes, it was. She was white men. It also helped the foundational black Americans in the Underground Railroad. Like, come on now.
And fucking fought for desegregation.
I mean, shoot, our president brought in the National Guard to enforce like desegregation, to enforce it.
It's the white guys.
That means a whole bunch of white people, white National Guardsmen, came to a state and said, you guys are going to work with blacks. Forced it. Now, it may not have been the best thing at that time, but I mean, it's really hard to call the white man racist when he's pretty much forcing desegregation. But that was them.
I want to live in an alternate timeline where these fuckers didn't get traded in slave trade and see what this generation of Black Americans' lives would look like if nothing were ever the way it was. If they just stayed in Africa, they damn sure wouldn't be fucking on a podcast talking about the white man. They'd be scrounging for water.
Scrounging for the resources that, well, sadly, the European countries keep taking it for them. So, I mean, like, bro, you sure you want to go back over there? You sure? But it is what it is with these guys, man. Like I said, the loudest, but, I mean, the most wrong.
It sounds like I'm arguing
because I'm right.
Oh, wow.
I'll be around bitches and they tell me about myself all
right,
the time.
get up.
Be gone. No. That shit don't hurt no feelings. It's probably...
Well, that's the second time he got up on you. Second time you ran your mouth calling him out his name. And the second time you refused to get up. Actually, third time you refusing to get up. Crazy.
Better this way.
Because I just proved my point.
Be down. So you proved the point. Homie, just gone, man. Just gone, man. You gone.
I'm not the jet.
You done did this before. Get your bitch ass to... Hey, homie,
right, I'm out.
Get your bitch ass the fuck on and walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch, nigga. Walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch.
You proved my point.
I got shit to do.
Hey, you better walk away.
I know, right? And here's the thing, though. He's like, damn, bro, you just gonna talk about my girl like that? But if I said something about your girl being a bitch, oh yeah, no, your ass would have stayed seated. Oh,
Bro,
yeah,
why
no,
is it always the ones in the bucket hats?
Bro, I like, bro, you could tell it's the one who's dressed in the urban attire, and it's crazy. The man with the button up, man, the collar, got the nice little glasses on, clean cut. This man looking raggedy as hell. Don't even got the lineup right. But it's the clean cut man that stands up and shows more masculinity than this ghetto bastard here.
Ah, damn. He's what you call that. We have a name for that for the white community. It's called redneck rich. He's ghetto rich.
Well, and yeah, that's it. He's ghetto rich. And the problem with these ghetto rich guys is, I'm be real with you, dog. He's just a sucker to me. He's just a sucker. It's like I lost all respect for this man after that conversation with Anton. Like, bro, you got in your feelings. He was cooking you intellectually. You try to, I believe, intimidate him. He tried to intimidate him. And here he is again, standing up while you're sitting down. Again.
All right, I'm out. Get your bitch ass the fuck on and walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch, nigga. Walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch.
You proved my point.
I got shit to do. Don't bring bitches up here, dog, that you ain't finna stand on. Remember I told you that. If you got a bitch with you, explain the bitch. Don't ask her to be on my show, nigga. Can she be on the show? I don't know that bitch, nigga.
Damn.
Now get your whole ass the fuck on and pay.
Say that walking away. That's what I'm saying. Like the most whole ass thing I've ever seen is just like, so you say, oh, this always walking away when he gave you the opportunity to come outside twice. Twice.
Man. Woo. He has the most to say when he's in the least danger, but when he's in danger, boy, is he quiet and understanding then.
Man, literally. Bro was real silent when bro stood up. He's like, man, but as soon as Anton started walking away.
It was just a misunderstanding, my man. I think you're a good man. Fuck you and your hoe. What, bro? That was a change in tone in fucking 30 seconds.
Literally, as soon as he started walking away, he got louder and louder. I was like, bro, you make yourself look worse right now. It'd have been best if you'd have walked away and you'd have just cut the show and stayed silent. At least you could retain some type of masculinity. But now it's all gone, bro. All gone. But all right, man. It's time to go ahead and hopefully Tove can be joining us soon. But let's go ahead and get into it, guys, with Nick Shirley's new video. Now, I had to cover that real quick because, like I said, I guess my response on Twitter went kind of viral. So it is what it is.
They were fucking wilding out on Nick Shirley.
Bruh, literally. I mean, yeah, we're really about to get into it with this one. All right, guys, let's go.
I'm asking. No. You don't ask me nothing. $2.25 million.
Are we the only community that does fraud?
How come they said this building was closed? Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Advanced Mobility? Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
They know we're shining the light on the fraud,
and they have no defense.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
The Minnesota fraud scandal continues to get worse and worse as billions of dollars of fraud has been exposed. And as I showed the world the blatant fraud taking place at daycares and other locations across Minnesota, it became the most viewed video expose on the internet and created instant change within the government as the Fed sent thousands of federal agents to Minnesota. And
shout out to my man Jet. I did miss your super chat. My bad, brother. He says the bass in his voice gone. It's real bitchy now. Literally. Like what he got in that man's face. They sitting there, bro, like shaking. You can see his voice, his tone like going down. As soon as Anton started walking away. Oh, that bass in his voice came back. I was like, oh man. Uh-oh. Like I said, anybody who's defending that, bro, I'm sorry, but bitch ass behavior, bro. Bitch ass behavior. Hey, Tove, how's it going?
Hey, hun. I was just curious. What was your response on Twitter? I never actually saw that.
It was a bit much, but I guess I could read it out somewhat. I was pretty much just saying I seen two men. I seen one man stand up and I seen one man stay seated. And I said, anybody who's trying to defend Corey Holcomb, I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, I don't know how you have any type of masculinity defending this as a man. And I was kind of just going off on that point right there. Just like, hold on. Are we really going to say we're going to let this dude talk all this shit, do all this, and stay seated while the other guy that, I mean, everybody wants to hate Anton, while the other guy showed some balls, stood up, said, come outside, and this man stayed seated. And yet you guys, you weak beta males are going to take Corey Holcomb's side? Okay, then.
Yeah. It's usually the calmer ones that you don't want to piss off.
Exactly.
It would have went either way. Now he's more mature and more masculine because he didn't take the fight. But if he would have taken the fight like the hood rat he is, and he got his ass beat, it'd have been like, well, at least he stood up and fought for what he blah 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 blah.
Okay, here
Maybe I don't mind.
Here it is. Well, I made a couple comments that kind of went there, but he said, look, I pretty much say, well, I saw an N-word who stood up and an N-word who stayed seated. Holcomb got hoed. Prove how intellectual and physically soft he is. He was insulting that man the whole time, talking about how he praised the white man. Anton gave him the same energy. Bro getting loud and started crying. Yeah, bro getting loud and start crying. Apparently a lot of people felt what I was saying. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. I mean, I hate to see it, though. I hate to see people go out like that, though, because I'm be real with you. I used to like Corey Holcomb. He's a comedian. He's funny. But you know, you like to talk about being a man and all that. And I'm just like, bro, I mean, that was the opposite of being a man right there. That was some old feminine stuff. Like, I could see your girl doing that to Anton, but your girl was more composed than you.
If I remember correct, I think Anton actually does have some background in some kind of fighting form.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if it was boxing or something like that.
Yeah.
But
so
he
ain't
no
he
fighter.
ain't one to. Yep, exactly.
He was gonna give him the 1-2-1-2-6.
Man, you see Corey Holcomb's fat, sloppy behind. He's like, bro, don't even look like he can run a mile. Like, bro, you don't even look like he can run a 10-minute mile. And that's a lot of time to give somebody to run a mile.
It'd be like Jake, that fight they had between I think Jake's little brother.
Honestly,
and what was the other guy's name? I just read about it. He got his ass knocked out once.
what was it? Jake Paul and Anthony. What's his name?
Yeah.
The heavyweight champion that broke his jaw pretty much. But
yeah.
Last comment about Holcomb, man, look, he's a one-punch problem. That's what he knew. That's why he didn't want to go outside. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
Change within the government as the Fed sent thousands of federal agents to Minnesota.
I disagree, Seth. I disagree.
All right, what's up?
Bro, as strong as his jaw is for all that talking, he better at least suck 2 punches.
You know, I would hope so, too. I'm like, all that talking you was doing, bro, I hope that hardened your chin just a little bit.
Froze over $185 million in all payments to childcare. And while politicians like Tim Walz call people like me white supremacist and far-right delusional conspiracy theorists for exposing the fraud, Meanwhile, he actually dropped out of running for re-election. The Minnesota fraud scandal has erupted the nation as protests and riots took place, all starting because daycares like Quality Learning Center were exposed. However, the daycares is only a small portion of the fraud taking place in Minnesota. In this video, I will take you into what has continued to allow this fraud to happen and connect all of the dots for you, exposing all of the fraud from strange connections of the business owners and the politicians who have openly admitted to the fraud on live TV. And to dive deep into the fraud, I met back up with the local David, who has been investigating this widespread fraud scandal for years. So here in Minnesota, you have daycare fraud, you have adult daycare fraud, you have healthcare fraud, and you even have more fraud. What's some of the fraud that's also taking place here inside of Minnesota?
Well, what I think might be sort of the heart of the beast here is this transportation fraud. And what I mean by that is in Minnesota, we have something called non-emergency medical transportation, NEMT. My research has shown that there are about 1,020 such companies in Minnesota, and more than 90% of them are Somali-owned.
And so right here on the table, what do we have? All this information right here.
So I have a number of companies that are local here in the Twin Cities, and this is just a fraction of the companies that are out there. What I found was that the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles per company. A lot of these companies, their address is an apartment, some are in a house, some are in a convenience store, some of them in a vacant building. There's no signage, there's nobody there.
And so why would there be such a need for all these transportation companies here inside of Minnesota?
So if you think of this transportation as the hub of the wheel, so childcare is a spoke, adult daycare is a spoke, autism is a spoke, the interpreter services, which we could get into, that's another spoke. It all ties back to transportation. Why? Because those meals someone had to deliver those meals. Someone has to deliver the kid to autism, or say they did. So it all revolves around the transportation. And so when you're looking at this, you say, okay, well, let's just be conservative. Let's go on the low side. Let's say there are only 800 Somali-owned non-emergency medical transportation companies in Minnesota. Well, again, the average is 20 vehicles per company. So that's 800 times 20. And the way these NEMT companies are paid is if they bring someone to a doctor's appointment, whatever the case might be, or Costco or wherever they're going, because remember, it's non-emergency medical transportation. Well, we went to Costco because they have to eat or they'll die. So that's considered, right? So it's almost impossible to figure out from the outside what exactly the payments are for each of these trips, but I have a pretty good idea. So when someone provides a transportation to a facility or a location, they're also paid for the time to sit there and wait for the appointment to end and then drive the person back. So they're paid 3 different ways. And the average is going to be $50 per trip. So it's going to the appointment as a trip, coming back trip. So that's $100 per round trip.
Oh,
so if you have 800 companies in Minnesota that are NEMT companies, they all own 20 vehicles, and they're all making 10 trips a day, and it's $50 per trip.
What?
So it's 800 times 20 times 10 trips times $50 a trip. Do the math. And the reality is, how many of these trips?
All right, so basically 800 companies totaling to 20 vehicles, totaling to 10 trips a day at $50 a trip. Damn, them all of these 800 companies are totaling $8 million of fraudulent payments a day. Or my bad, not payments, fraudulent charges a day. Boy.
So I want to call Nick out on this because he should have did a little bit more research on that.
Mm-hmm.
What he is claiming is doing a whole lot of generalization to come up with that number, and these fraudulent companies do not have 20 vehicles. Maybe they're running the fraud as if they have 20 vehicles, The whole they go to Costco or whatever. That's not how you can't bill for that.
I mean, seems like they are. I mean, like I said, they're doing it fraudulently, then I can see so. And I hear what you're saying, like, yo, 20 vehicles, one company. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you're right, though. Think about what they're doing with the kids, though. It's like, oh, we're marked down for 99, but the building don't even look like it could hold 50.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to actually see the evidence myself to see how they were running that, but that doesn't follow the framework of the fraud that I know is able to happen.
Got you. Okay, so you're pretty much saying, yeah, you know this type of fraud, but it doesn't really work out like that. Well,
correct. I've seen that particular business be defrauded by companies that I've worked for, and I know how they do it. But it's not like he's describing. I think you have to have outside investigation for that, like actual investigation to forensically look at their books, because what he's describing is, yeah, it's sensationalism, and oh yeah, it's $8 million a year. That may be all true, but how much of that is actually getting paid out? You'd have to go and look line by line by line and connect it to things that either did or did not happen to prove it.
So we'd pretty much have to see the numbers for sure before
absolutely
we get 8 million a day. All right, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
How many of these trips are being provided? 0. They don't have to provide any. Why? Because when they are paid by the state of Minnesota, these companies go online and they fill out a form, and it just says, okay, how many trips, how many miles. They submit that electronically to
that is correct,
and boom, they get paid. Nobody bothers to check. They don't call the dentist. Did this kid show up? They don't do anything. As soon as that form is filed with the state of Minnesota, that payment goes out immediately.
Let me pause real quick.
Hey,
no. He's wrong. He's wrong about that.
All right, go ahead.
He's wrong about that. That's why when this originally came through, I was like, oh, that's a much bigger, and I know how that fraud works. So they have an autism center. They have a daycare. So the way it works is you have to have one party that requests the ride and one party that fulfills the ride, and you have to have both of those on that form. So there is a check to make sure that people aren't doing it fraudulently. The check would be that, I'm trying to commit fraud. Well, in order to commit fraud, I have to be I have to perform a service for S.E.T. But if you're also a part of the fraud, that's how it works. And that's why he said it's a spoke of the wheel, because it's the autism center that quote unquote requests something, and then the transportation company that goes and fulfills it. That's why he said you have to have people that do all these things and they're not actually happening. That's why he said it goes deeper than that. And that is the glue that holds the whole scheme together.
But the way he's saying it though is if like, hey yo, they could just fill out that form, turn it in, and they're over here getting the payments.
So they have to fill out the form, yes. But there has to be somebody that authorized the on behalf of another company. That's how they protect it from people just fucking blanket filling out forms for ghost people. But if the whole thing itself is a ghost organization, they're just doing paperwork between themselves.
It sounds like it. Sounds like you're just filling out the form and turning it in and getting paid. And I'm just like, bro, that's like me saying, man, I guess give me 5,000 and just give it to the government. They're like, oh, here you go, bro. I'm like, what?
But it's not exactly that. It's like, oh, you say, oh, let's give me 5,000 because I did this work for Monty, and then Monty's also a fraudster, and Monty says, yeah, he did all that.
Yep. So all right, perfect. All right, that's a good way to explain it.
So essentially, these transportation companies are what hold all of the fraud together, because you have the daycare centers working with the transportation companies, the adult daycare centers working with the transportation companies, the healthcare companies working with the transportation companies. So it's just another way to bill and to also make it look like something's happening here inside of Minnesota.
This is the belly of the beast. All of this fraud revolves around these transportation companies. All of it. This touches every part of fraud here in Minnesota.
And today we're going to go confront these people. We confronted them last time. There were no kids in any of the child care centers. And today,
oh yeah, go ahead, Monty.
This is why I believe that this is happening, because Nick Shirley is getting enough right and enough wrong as someone that doesn't understand the complexity of it. But all of the things he's touching on are things that you wouldn't understand unless you did some research into it. So he's getting enough wrong, and it shows that he didn't like script this out and plan this out and come up with this massive elusive fraud. He's getting enough wrong. He's getting the nuance wrong, but the general point correct.
All right, hold on now. Explain the nuance then part.
Like he's saying, oh, you know, they're doing this and they're just making fake rides. He kind of touches on it, but he doesn't know the exact mechanism in which they're doing. That's why they need federal prosecutors to come in there with forensic accountants, so that what he says he's going to show a spider chart later on, and that's about the best explanation that you can give. But he's getting enough about the industry wrong that he's an outsider looking in. That's what I'm saying.
All right, gotcha. And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, haha, Monty services set. Gay. I mean, bro, come on now.
No, set servicing me. I'm the guy with the fraudulent daycare.
I'm weak. Yes, I'll be the one driving to the daycare. Pretend, bro, that just sounds so smooth though. It's like you just don't imagine just ride around in your car and you just BSing numbers like that. You just gotta turn in a form, make sure your homie on the other side cooperated, and you getting paid. Just make sure you cut your homie off something and everybody's happy. And you can do this every freaking day. What? Money glitch.
Yeah. Only we were that, stupid.
Yeah, that too. Oh, we were that stupid just to let it keep going. Well, honestly, Tim Walz and them are that stupid. So I mean,
it's not. So I wanna give Tim Walz a break on this because he's gotten a lot of fucking fire off of this. If you're not paying attention to one aspect of it, it's very easy to let the other things go casually by. And here's the thing: I have experienced this on the emergency side of it, doing interfacility transports. It's the same thing, but a medical professional has to be there. Companies are trusted. That's the issue. Companies are trusted that their word is what they say it is, and they kind of coerce their employees to make fraudulent claims. I don't do it because I fucking value my freedom more than I value a company's dollar. I have seen smaller scale versions of the same thing in different forms happen.
Well, we saw it during COVID, if I remember correctly. I know.
Oh yeah. Oh my God,
one of the things my mom bitched about was anytime they came into the ER, it would be the smallest little symptom, and they'd mark it down as COVID.
Yep, and that's because they were getting federal funds.
Yep.
And hospitals. I'm not arguing that hospitals shouldn't be trusted. Hospitals need to be trusted to perform at the level they need to perform at. It is the people
to perform, but trust them to charge is the problem.
Yeah. You have to trust. You have to be able to trust their integrity. And when you have somebody without oversight, like an industry like this, like healthcare, that's why they pick this. To be honest with you, because it has the most vulnerability to fraud, and no one's going to check until someone's like, "Wait a fucking second."
Yeah.
All right, then let's get back to it.
What do you expect to see?
I think we're going to see some vehicles because, when I drive around the cities here, I see these Somalis driving. Mostly it's like a Plymouth Caravan or whatever. And there's never, ever, ever been a passenger. And in 7 years, I've never seen a passenger in any of these vehicles. I've followed some of them. They're going to Costco. They're going to Sam's Club. They're going to Walmart. The driver gets out, goes in there, loads up a shopping cart, comes in, puts it in the van,
and gone.
And off they go back to where they live.
And now we're going to go out and see what's happening with these transportation companies.
And here's the other.
I mean, man, bro made like $2,000-$3,000 just driving to Sam's Club to get some groceries. It's like, bruh.
He probably made about $50. That's what the reimbursement rate is for those transports. Remember when I said earlier, I was like, a BLS transport's like $1,200 and one of these is like $50. That's why it kind of flies under the radar and the state just
but can't
pays
you
it.
turn in like multiple forms if you've got 20 cars on there and be like, all right, here's a form for all 20 cars?
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. I know in my state you have to put down mileage for it. But what the companies have gotten out of doing, because you used to put like the entire odometer start and end, and that's how it was done to the 10th of the mile is what Medicare does, or Medicaid. And it'd be interesting to go check these guys' odometers to see if they're actually tracking odometer miles.
Huh. All right.
Thing.
Yeah,
Tim
I
Wall
think
will
it's the
play
same
out
here.
and the Department of Human Service. You threw the people of Minnesota under the bus. Shame on you, and I'm coming for you.
You heard it here first, David. All right, let's go. So where's the first location we're going to?
The first location is a company called Safari Transportation, Cedar Avenue South in Minneapolis.
And so what makes Safari Transportation Company an interesting transportation company?
Well,
Allegedly fraudulent.
Well, the thing about Safari is that they've been registered since 2015 with the state of Minnesota as operating vehicles. And again, the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles. So if they've got 20 vehicles and they're at 607 Cedar Avenue, I have no idea where there's parking them because there is no parking anywhere near this office.
Underground?
We've arrived to the transportation company. We're outside, and right there we have a Loving Arms adult daycare. All the windows are completely boarded out right there, and there's supposed to be a transportation company registered right here. It's 617, but it's a liquor store. Okay, so the location here is 607 and also 617. These are two transportation companies. We're on a main road right now, and this is 607. And it is not a transportation company. It's actually a money transfer, but it's registered here. 607.
It's transporting something.
It does not look like Safari Transportation. Where is the transportation company?
I don't see any signs denoting that there's any transportation. It's all just looks like money wiring. But if you look at the Secretary of State's office, state of Minnesota, Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue, and it's been registered here since 2015.
Yo,
what they're doing right there, I'm gonna call it disingenuous, simply because you can put a registered agent at any address. Now they're supposed to be reachable, so when they go in there and there's nobody in there, that is the part that's fishy. But just having a business registered at the same business as another business, there's like a couple buildings in Delaware.
No, I get that. No, come on, Monty. Everybody gets that one where you can have like multiple businesses in one building. But if you got multiple businesses in one building, but it looks like there's only one business here, I think that would be a bit of a problem. Like, bro, it doesn't even look like you can fit any more buildings in here. But if you walk into one of those big old buildings,
No. So it just has to be a physical address that can receive mail. It does not have to be a storefront. Like if you go on,
it's like a mailbox.
Yeah.
Okay, now they did get into that in here.
Yeah, I know. I see it earlier.
What I'm actually kind of interested about is what I haven't heard them touch on, and I'm pretty sure is the same for every state. Is they're having multiple of the same business, the same service business in the same building, and that is also illegal. It's it's considered market manipulation.
Not if it's not a storefront. You're wrong about that, Tove. If it's not a storefront,
That's what I was trying to remember.
If it's just a store, if it's just a mailbox where they receive mail, it could be. It's usually at like a tax office or an accountant's office is usually who you make your registered agent, or your attorney's office or something like that, where a bunch of businesses are registered, or maybe it's a post office box where there's like 800 businesses that go there, and they can be the same business. It's what you can't have is what you saw in the other video, where there's 100 healthcare agencies, actual brick and mortar businesses.
That's what I was talking about. I was getting them a little bit mixed up, but it's still interesting that they didn't touch on that in the last one. And it has been seen. It was being seen again here in Columbus in another video as well.
No, I think the main problem here is walking in and it's supposed to be a transportation company, but it's a money transferring company. And you're looking around going like, all right, I mean, y'all could be transportation still, but I don't see no 20 cars unless there's 20 cars outside or something.
And I will give them this. So I have worked for a couple of transportation companies, ambulance companies, and we don't broadcast that we're an ambulance company. We have like an office suite, and people are sleeping there, You know, they're like you can walk in and like it's on the outside it looks completely inconspicuous, minus the ambulances that are held in the back. But if you walk in, it looks very, very much like an operation for an ambulance company. This is why I was like, oh yeah, no, you can't talk this away. That this looks like fraud, because on its face, you don't want, if you're an ambulance company, what, and you're not like the fire department that gives public service, you don't want people mistaking you for an agency that can give you a whole bunch of life-saving care if you just walk in like the fire department.
All right, guys, now let's let the video play out before any more interruptions.
That was the original filing.
So let's see if we have the manager, let's see if we can find fraud. Hello. How are you? We're looking for the transportation company.
Safari Transportation?
Looking for Safari Transportation?
No, there's no Safari Transportation here.
No Safari Transportation?
Safari Transportation is 607 Cedar Avenue.
We're just looking for Safari Transportation.
We don't know.
So, but this is registered for Safari Transportation, 607.
Okay, we don't know.
We're asking where Safari Transportation is.
We don't know.
Okay, so the business is not here.
Don't record.
Fuad Omar?
Fuad Omar?
We don't know. This, do you see this? What is this?
Money transferring.
That's it.
Okay,
Well, this is
registered.
from the state.
This is fraud taking place. This is supposed to say, this is for Safari.
Oh, and shout out to my man Chase. He says you need to display your BSNS license unless it's a PO box. All right, so your business. I forgot what the S part means. But
Yeah, you have to business. You have to display your business, and he's correct about that. If you have a registered agent on file and they go there, you have to make it so that it's accessible. If someone goes there and it's just like a front for another store and they're sharing the building, you do need to have your business license displayed.
okay, and shout out to you. He said business license. I thought he was trying to code something else. But all right, well, acronym something.
Safari Transportation.
Go find out.
Yeah, we did find out. This is fraud right here.
Registered here
This is
since
registered.
2015.
2015?
Safari Transportation, state of Minnesota.
2015.
Well, but it's registered now. This is current, just off the state of Minnesota website today.
Sir, please.
This is from today. I just printed this off today. Fuad Omar.
Go check it out.
We're here.
We're
This is
here.
607. Where's Safari Transportation?
Okay, it's not Safari, period.
Okay, so it's a fraudulent business.
Did you see Safari anything here?
Exactly.
Did you see?
Exactly. It's
Did
not
you
here.
see it?
It's a fraud.
Did you see, sir?
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the next address. All right, let's keep moving on. So 607, this is supposed to be Safari Transportation, no transportation company. And now we're going to 617, another transportation company. However, it is actually Cedar Riverside Liquor. Where is the transportation company?
617.
617 right here.
Transportation for the state of Minnesota is registered to 617 Cedar Avenue South.
And it's a liquor store. David, they aren't even trying to hide that these are transportation companies. Where are the vans at?
Should we ask?
Let's go ask.
Hey, we're looking for Dreamline Transportation.
Now we're in 617, Dreamline Transportation. Where is the transportation company?
We don't have this.
You ever heard of Safari Transportation?
Safari, I know Safari, that money wiring, 607.
The money wiring?
Yeah.
Okay, that's money wiring.
Yeah.
We're looking for Safari
Maybe there.
Transportation.
607.
They said they never heard of it.
I never. Safari company, the money wiring, they send money there. That's the 607.
So Safari gets the money and then they wire it out.
Yeah, the money.
That man just said that Safari is actually a money wiring company, so therefore they're receiving money and then wiring it somewhere underneath the name of a transportation
So
company.
they said to go here.
Suite A right here. And then you have 617A right here, but this is reliable services, immigration, travel, and tax. I do not see a transportation company anywhere.
Morning. Hey, we're hoping to find Dreamline Transportation. Have you ever heard of it?
I'm not heard of it. Ask next door.
He said to ask here. That you would know.
Ask next door. This is a mailbox. It's not a road call.
So Dreamline Transportation could be nothing more than a mailbox. 834.
So it could be one of these mailboxes. Well,
okay, see you later.
607 Safari Transportation doesn't exist. It's actually a money wiring business. 617 Dreamline, inside of there, it's actually a liquor store. And then 617A is a place where there's a bunch of mailboxes and it says reliable ITT Services. How are you doing, man?
I just want to ask you,
Yes, sir.
why are you sensationalizing
Oh,
the propaganda?
What are we
to
sensationalizing?
attack our community? What's your final objective?
We're
Are
not
you-
attacking your
are you-
community by any means.
Are you making
We're
good money
looking.
from this?
We're looking for.
I mean, here's the thing. Does it matter if he's making money? I mean, shouldn't it matter that there is fraud going on in your community and you're over here trying to grill the guy who's exposing it when honestly, you should be the one exposing it, fat ass. I mean, it should be you. I don't know why you gotta wait on the white boy just for him to do it so you guys can call him Islamophobic and a racist.
Why do you think he got fat?
I'm weak. I mean, hey man, bro, that fraud money eating. I mean, the Leering Center pays, does it not? So I'll give it to him. It's just that I do hate how they like low-key like throw their community in the garbage when they defend this. Like, you guys are literally making yourself look bad when you defend this. And now I'm starting to get into the idea that, yo, it seems like all of you guys benefit from this. Everybody in the community. I'm not trying to throw the entire community under the bus, but there may be a large percentage of Somalians who benefit from this fraud. And they're willing to fight as a community not to let it go because this money circulates within their community.
Hey, this is just the Islamic State getting their penance from the non-Islamics. That's why they haven't started killing us or converting us.
I'm crying. Man, I doubt the whole push for Islam conversion work out too well here in America. Wouldn't really do too well.
As long as they don't have the numbers, yeah, it won't work.
Yep, and then I don't think they'll ever have. Well, I don't think they'll ever really have the numbers unless we literally let them. Like, we literally have to slow down, have like 0 kids for these guys just to gain on us like that.
I mean, you don't have to have kids if you just import more people from other places.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, if we just recklessly import them, of course. But if we are stopping the importing of them, and we're just and they're just start making kids, and you have more kids to the point where they overtake us, I'm gonna have to look at us and be like, bro, why we let this happen? But if we import them in, then I mean, shoot, at that point, our government sold us out.
If we convince each other that abortion is okay, and fucking what is it, 27% of Gen Z has been aborted?
Yep, bro, a good amount of our generation has been aborted.
Yep.
And we wonder why our birth rate is lower than theirs. Like they're having 9-10 kids. One guy can go get 40 women pregnant in an afternoon.
Bro, here's the thing though, like, bro, you know what the national average for kids in like just Africa or that like the Eastern Africa is like 6 to
11.
6 or 7, bro. 6-7 kids minimum. You're gonna have.
You just wanted to put in 6-7.
I'm weak. 6-7. Hey, I didn't recognize that. But yeah, that's the problem though. Is like, bro, what is our average? Like 2.5 when they're over here doubling, tripling it.
I don't think it's less than that. I think it's like 1.5 or something was the average of it.
I mean, man, all right, look, guys, we can't sit here and complain about a Muslim takeover. We're willing to let them outbreed us.
It was 2.5. It was 2.5 in like the 1980s before this abortion craze fucking took off. And it has slowed down, and there has been an uptick in abortions. So
it ain't really helping us. It's not really helping us at all. But if you act a feminist, though, it's the best thing on God's green earth. If you act a feminist,
right?
Because the feminists and the communists are aligned with the Islamists who take down the United States.
Oh, I'm weak. Hey, man, Monty turned into Tommy Robinson now. It's the Islamists.
What do you mean? Who's Tommy Robinson? I don't know who that is.
Really? He's this guy that pretty much tries to villainize like all Muslims as people who want to take over the country.
Yeah, but he's trying to get England. Isn't it the same guy? The British guy?
Yeah.
The protester? Yeah, he's been trying to get his country. He's trying to rally his countrymen to basically bring their country back.
Mm-hmm.
The socialists, the communists, the Islamists, and the radical left are all on the same page if it means destroying the West. Until the Islamists fucking take over, then it's wow, we're oppressed. It's going to be Iran all over again. It's just going to be Iran.
Honestly, I think the Islamists would just leave us. I think the Islamists don't really have that much beef with us. I think we have more beef with them, if anything.
the entire earth belongs to Allah, and Muslims that must take over the earth.
Who said that?
Plenty of Islamists.
Yeah, but Islamists, is that all Muslims or
No. Islamist extremists believe that. And
I won't
remember, we're back at the point where the vocal minority is the one that's
But
frivolous
here's
and
the problem
fucking.
though. When people say Islamists, like they usually mean Muslims all together. They don't differentiate like you do when you say, bro, there's radical Islamists and then there's your average Muslim. No, there's some people who put them all in one group.
I mean, that's because of their own ignorance and the fucking complexity of the matter. But when I speak of Islamists, I'm talking about radical Islamists that believe the earth belongs to Allah, and that Allah says that fucking Muslims must take over the world.
Well,
And I've heard it time and time again out of Islamists' mouths that's what they believe.
Yeah, trust me, I've heard it out their mouth too. But that's the thing though. When people point to Islamists, I'll agree with you all day. But then when they try to say, but it's all Muslims, that's what I'm just like.
No, it's not all Muslims, but it is all Islamist extremists, and those are the. I'm not worried about the fucking average Muslim that just wants to fucking come to the West and be a Westerner or go to Dubai and fucking live his life. That's not the person I'm worried about. The person I'm worried about is the guy that says he wants to fucking kill me if I don't pay his tax.
I'm done. Damn, man, we taking it back to biblical times.
That's where they get their shit from.
That is true. If you were a different religion back in their empire, you had to pay taxes.
Yeah, and it's a contortion of their word, of the word of Allah in the word of the Quran that fucking drives this. So that's why you get people that are confused that say, oh, their book teaches them that. No, it's a contortion of their book from stories, and that's what they want to bring to fruition. So if you have a bunch of people that are sitting idly by, like the average,
go ahead,
the average peaceful Muslim, and then you have someone that's not idly sitting by and is actively working to bring that to fruition, that's the guy you got to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I said, like here, we're not really worried about the Muslims, but we are. I ain't gonna lie though. I will always say, yeah, those guys who want to talk about, making Sharia law cities and all that, yeah, them are the guys I don't like. I'm like, yeah, bro, keep that somewhere else. I mean, you could be Muslim here, bro, and like, trust me, you practice your religion, we don't care. When you sit there and you try to create little towns that only your religion can reside in, that's a problem. That's a problem. We don't even do that for the Christians here. And I mean, let's be real, we like them way more than you guys. No offense.
We got Utah. I mean, we got Utah.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be real though. Let's be real. I'm like, wouldn't the Mormon? I mean, damn, that's a good question. Would the Mormon let a bunch of Muslims come in there and just start living, just be chilling?
I mean, they don't show up there. They show up in Minnesota where the leftists are. So
yeah, literally, you ain't lying about that. I'll give you that one.
Any means,
are you making good money from this?
We're looking for fraud.
No,
for instance, can you answer our question? Where's Safari Transportation Company 607? It's not there. And why don't you answer?
How much money are
why don't you answer the question? Where's 617 Dreamline Security?
How much money are you making?
I make money off of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That's my job.
Attacking the Somali community.
I'm not.
I would have told him, bro, I do this completely for free. I am completely broke. I'm just a good Samaritan.
Because that's the argument.
So you make money.
He's just repeating talking points. He's just repeating talking points because that's what CNN's told him. Notice how you didn't get that response in the first video before the first video aired. They were all caught aback. Now that they know what to say because the Democratic left has told them what to say, now they feel emboldened to go get in his face.
Wow.
Yep. Attacking you guys. We're asking.
I'll tell you the reason why
fraud,
this is
sir.
happening. All right, let me tell you the reason why.
Fraud is fraud, correct?
Yes.
This has nothing to do with race. This is fraud.
This
fraud.
Absolutely has to do with us being Muslim.
No, it does not.
All right, and us being from Africa. This is a constitutional argument. If you don't want us here, change the freedom of religion. Say, listen, you don't want Muslims in this country anymore.
We're not saying that.
No.
And that's the problem, though. When I hate when they make it about Muslims because
red herring.
I'm gonna give him a little bit of credit. I'm gonna give him a little bit of credit on this note. the right has a very nasty rhetoric towards Muslims in general. So it's like anything a right wing, all they gotta do is frame him as a right wing person, and it's automatically being seen as, oh, this is just the right wing Islamophobia.
Why do you think that's a right wing position though, Set? Look what he's dealing with right now.
Yeah, no, but
as
here's
a
the thing,
right
though.
wing.
That's what also gives them this idea as well. That's why I said I'm gonna give them a little bit of, like, I would say forgiveness on that or grace on it.
But it's a red herring argument, Set.
We do, huh?
It's a red herring argument. You're giving credit to a red. That wasn't even the topic of the conversation, but he brought it there. So who's really sensationalizing things? Is it the guy that's pointing out money is moving and it's not ours, or is it the guy that's saying you just don't like Muslims?
Yeah, but let's be real though. Was it not our own that came out on the internet going like, it's all these damn Muslims, you cannot trust every one of them? We told you. See, look, and here's the thing: instead of focusing on, look,
They're
guys,
proving
these
us
are
right.
Somalian people, bro.
They're proving the right by doing this.
Yeah, but hold on now. You're saying that approving the right, like all Muslims, or I would say when they talk about the Somalians, and even that's somewhat fucked up. But when the right tries to spin this as it's an all Muslim thing, I kind of get the reason why they're so defensive. Because let's be real, if we didn't make it about them being Muslims, they wouldn't be able to use it.
I mean, that's what they're using. No, I don't remember a single person that said, "Oh, Muslims have got to go." That's a credible person from the right. Maybe the fucking trailer trash in Alabama that has never left their house might say that, but everybody on the right has been like, "No, this is not a Muslim issue. This is a fucking fraud issue," and it is going to our credence or our statement of why we do not allow Islamists into our country.
I mean,
I wouldn't say
I
allow,
wouldn't
but
say
yeah.
that. I don't know about that. I wish that was true what you were saying, that all we heard was the right talk about Somalians, but sadly the right is making this about Islam more than Somalians.
It's the same thing as why we don't want transgender fucking women in women's prison. It's not saying all transgenders. It's like we don't want transgenders in our fucking prison system fucking raping women, because that's
and
it's not all transgenders.
I feel you. I just hate how some people hijack our message, or hijack the message, which we're coming in good faith with, and they'll turn it into something completely bigoted. And it's just like, bro.
Well, you're going to have that on
if
either.
you guys wanted to make it all about Muslims, you had a good argument on fraud against this community. Then you guys want to go bring Muslims. Now these guys can talk about, oh, it's because I'm Muslim.
It's not all Muslims, but it's always a Muslim.
Well, shoot. Wait, man. We'll see when we get to California.
We're not saying that.
When I go
Sir,
onto
we're
your
talking
comments,
about fraud. When
I go onto your comments,
my comments.
What I see is people that say we do not want Muslims here. Kick every single Muslim in Minnesota out of Minnesota.
That's a comment.
You're preparing for the Somali community to maybe be taken to concentration camps, just like the Japanese community. All right, you're sensationalizing.
No, we're not.
All right,
Sir,
something that
answer
can
the
listen.
question. Where
That's something
where
that
is the transportation
something
vehicle
that can
company?
jeopardize.
Dude, I'd ask him, where's the concentration camp at?
I just want to say they will play the victim until they have the sword in your hand and your head's getting cut off. That's how they play this. That's how they played it in every country that they've taken over. They play the victim until they have the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Not.
All right,
Sir,
something that
answer
can
the
listen.
question. Where
That's something
where
that can,
is the transportation
something
vehicle
that can
company?
jeopardize
Answer the question.
The safety and the protection of the
This is
Somali
fraud.
community.
We're talking
if
about fraud,
anything
sir.
happens to the Somali
We're talking
community,
about fraud.
Listen, I'm not doing anything. I'm not physically touching.
You're getting very close.
I'm not physically touching. No, I'm not physically touching.
This is fraud.
What
We're talking
you're doing,
about fraud.
what you're doing,
You're
what
defending
you're doing,
fraud.
When I go into your comments,
you're defending fraud.
People who hate Muslims
Okay,
want us out of here.
People can say
for
what they
being
want.
Muslim,
I'm not censoring anybody.
Are using your material.
So stop giving them ammunition and committing
use
fraud.
Your material.
I mean, there you go. Like, pretty much, oh, people who hate Muslims is using your material. I'm like, bro, here's the thing, though. Like, I get what you're saying, but let's be honest. You guys are making it worse. Like, I get that people on the right use this to stop
proving them
Muslims.
right.
Like, literally, though. Yeah, it's like, bro, then go against it. Help them out. Prove that you guys are actually against this instead of for it, because you're making yourselves look bad. You're kind of you're almost sitting there proving the conservative or those Islamophobes right. And I don't.
So I want to prove a point. I want to prove a point real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So the prison community, everybody that's in prison has committed a crime, right? Well, I mean, for the vast majority of everybody that's in prison has committed a crime. You notice how to the prison community, distances themselves and fucking outright beats the fuck out of anybody that's touched kids or hurt women.
Yep.
That the Somali community could be doing the same thing in effect. No, I don't stand with these fraudsters. Fuck these fraudsters. But no, if as a prison community, the worst of the worst can say no, we don't fucking roll with those people. Fuck those people. Then why can't a community? That's how you disprove a narrative.
Yeah.
Literally. As I said, playing into it and expecting people not to be more radicalized at what you're doing is like, bro, when you're running defense like this, you're making it work for Somali people. Not Nick Shirley,
Yep.
but this guy right here.
And he's
Like,
giving them the content.
Literally.
People who hate Islam use your material. Say to us, we don't want you here. Change the constitution. But guess what? Let me tell you something. Guess what?
Say it. We're asking
That-
about fraud.
change your frame of mind on this conversation and compare it to change every time you think about this, think of the fraudsters as chomos and think of the Somali community as the criminal community. Not that all Somalis are criminals, but the community, one community for one community, and look at it from that frame, and you'd understand what I'm saying. It doesn't.
No, bro, I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is that because you're saying the same thing I'm saying. Like, bro, there should be people on these guys' ass who's committing fraud. They should be there reporting them. They should be there. They're tearing up their shop, going like, "Yo, how dare you commit fraud in this neighborhood? You're making us look bad. You're dishonoring the Somalians." It's like, where is that? Because if y'all don't show it, we're gonna think that all of you are complicit,
or at least allow it or want it to happen, or don't care that it's happening.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He said, "That's it. Going to Somalia and looting my money back." So I'm about to get it from Al Shabaab, man. Like, they're gonna give it all back. Like, well, damn.
Damn.
I mean, bro, you're about to be on
Wait till the end of the video. The end of the video just turned my stomach, and I was like, at first I was willing to give this some credit that maybe it was sensationalism. After I watched the end of the video, holy shit, I was like, well, there's the fucking hook, line, and the sinker.
All right, let's keep going.
I'm not saying I hate Muslims. We're talking about fraud. We're talking about fraud.
Why are you attacking us?
This
are
is
we the
fraud.
only community that suffers because of fraud?
We're talking about fraud.
Are we the only community that does fraud? Are we the only community that does this?
This is about.
Oh, so now he's admitting it.
There's what, 300 Somali
This is
providers in
fraud.
all of Minnesota?
There's actually 800.
Don't keep talking.
So
you speak English?
transportation companies.
Mr. Security doesn't even speak English. Listen,
Yeah,
bro,
so this isn't a race issue, sir.
Listen, let me
This
say
is about
something.
fraud.
We have what, 1,000 providers?
Yeah, you guys have a.
Even it's 2,000 providers.
Okay,
you
sir.
want to sacrifice the safety of
Sir.
80,000 people
We're not
because of fucking 2,000.
How is he? Okay, that's crazy. Sacrificing the safety. I'm like, bro, you're sacrificing the safety of all y'all businesses by, like, bro, running cover for this. Instead, you should be linking up with them and be like, yeah, let me go ahead and help you out. Show me some of these businesses you're going into. Maybe I can talk to them and see if we can get some more information, calm them down. They might just be turning you away because you're a white boy walking in. Maybe I can help you get some information.
Exactly. If you were actively working against the fraudsters, you know how many fucking of that disillusion in people's heads would be fucking thrown right out the fucking window if they genuinely believe all Muslims are like that. If you have Muslims that are standing up and be like, no, I know how to get into this fucking community and I can prove it to you or I can disprove it to you, that would go a long fucking way.
Literally a long way, man, for us. Like, shoot, Muslim just go out there and try to expose the fraud himself, bro. We'd have respected it. But the fact that Nick Shirley got to come out there and do it, and now y'all all trying to call him Islamophobe and racist
Because you can't say it's not happening. He just admitted as much by saying, "Are we the only community that commits fraud?" He just fucking outed himself. He said the quiet part out loud. It's not about fraud, or it's not about the Muslims. It's about fucking don't look at our fucking little nest egg we got going, because we're not the only ones. We can show you a whole bunch more. Don't look at us.
Man, which is crazy, because just kind of be like, dog, don't you think you'd want to, I don't know, make sure that people can trust Somali businesses by helping us crack down on this? Like, this will make you guys look real good, but I guess
he's getting high on his own supply, so of course he wouldn't want to do that.
I mean, yeah, bro, looking pretty fresh. He got a nice little watch that barely fits. He got a nice little ring on him. Glasses probably expensive too. Coat probably worth a couple thousand. You never know.
Providers? Are you mad? Are you stupid?
I'm not stupid. You're stupid.
You're
Where's the transportation company?
What about if a mass shooting happens in Minnesota? It will be because of you. It will be because of you. If any Somali gets hurt in Minnesota, it's because of Nick and Shirley.
This is about fraud.
One single Somali gets hurt.
This is about fraud.
Single Somali gets hurt. How's it his fault? I mean, if they go to jail, it might be his fault, and everybody's gonna be cheering for that one.
He wouldn't have a story if there wasn't a story to have.
Yeah, don't want to hear that one though.
This is about fraud.
One single Somali gets hurt.
This is about fraud,
it's
sir.
because of you sensationalizes. You son of a bitch. Sensationalizes.
Wow, you're very nice.
Out of our neighborhood.
Very nice.
Get the f out of our
Sir,
neighborhood.
can you tell me where the transportation company
out
is?
of our neighborhood. We don't want you here. Get the f out of here. Calm down, sir.
Calm down, sir.
Get the f out of here.
Sir, this is about fraud.
You wanted clicks?
You're
You got clicks.
sensationalizing yourself,
You
sir.
wanted clicks?
You're sensationalizing yourself.
You wanted clicks? You wanted the YouTube?
Tell me where the transportation vehicle is.
Clicks? You got YouTube clicks. Now get the f out of our community.
Tell me where the transportation
Get the f out of our
company is.
community.
Tell me where the. This is about fraud. This is.
Say I don't want
This
Muslims
is about
here.
fraud.
Say I don't want Muslims here. Say it. Say
I'm
I
not-
want to change the Constitution.
No, I don't
and
want to change the
freedom of
Constitution.
religion, and I don't want Muslim Somalis in Minnesota. Kick them out. I was born in this country. You have to take the passport away from me. Relax. That is what you are
Sir,
arguing for.
we're not talking.
Change the Constitution.
This is about fraud.
Appreciate it. Get the fuck out of our community.
This is about fraud.
Fuck out of our
I
community.
mean, some of these people really think that we just want them all gone about the country. I'm like, no, bro, we just want the fraud to stop. I mean, y'all over here making it dramatic, going like, you want us all out the country. I mean, let's be real. If all of you guys are committing fraud, then I'm be real with you. Yeah, I would, but it's not all of you guys. So, I mean, we just want the ones that are committing this fraud to get about the country, or at least be arrested and in jail for at least, like, I don't know, 5 to 10 years. That'd be cool.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Stupid fucking idiot.
Tell me where the transportation company is then.
Get the fuck out of here.
Obviously, for this video, we had to get security because look at this now. All right.
Oh yeah, they get crazy.
We're going. But there is no transportation company in there. Fraud. There were no transportation companies.
No, none.
This isn't about race. This isn't against religion. This is about fraud. We're fighting fraud here. We're not fighting a race.
Well, and this is what happens when you put a spotlight on fraud. The people who are benefiting become extremely violent, and the Somalis are the most violent people I have ever met in my whole life.
Because he couldn't answer the question. Where was the transportation company?
He wouldn't answer the question. All he did was make it about race and then issue threats.
Neither business was there or operating, and giving a very conservative estimate based off of David's numbers and other numbers online, it's fair to say each business is operating with an average of 20 vehicles and with a much lower and generous rate of $25 per trip. And with 10 alleged trips a day, each business is pulling an estimate of $1.3 million in gross revenue. And with those 2 locations alone, there's over $2.6 million in estimated fraud. All right, we're going to the next location.
What's interesting, Nick, is that one of the places we just visited, the 617 Cedar Avenue South, that's for Dreamline Transportation. That's the address listed with the state of Minnesota. But the place that we're going right now is going to have vans that say Dreamline Transportation on them, but they haven't moved in months and months. You'll see they're covered with snow. There will be no tire tracks. And so why are they using this address? And all that was in there was a liquor store. And he told us to talk to the guy next door, and those were all just mailboxes. And then the guy next door said, go talk to him. I said, we just talked to him. Obviously, the cover up, and you see how they all stick together, and it's all this intimidation. And thank God we had the security we did there, because that would have been bad.
Now we're outside of this transportation vehicle company right here.
Yeah, and so you can see these are the vans that say Dreamline. You can see the sticker on the window and the numbers on the rear. None of these vehicles have moved in 8 months. I've been taking date stamp photos. All these vehicles are in the exact same spot they were 8 months ago. And look, there's no tire tracks, so they haven't moved.
And this van as well, this is Dreamline. Dreamline was the location where we got chased out from the Somalis on 617 Cedar. And this is a vehicle from Dreamline that actually didn't even exist. It was a liquor store. And now it's here, and the vans haven't moved at all. Literally, no vans and no tire tracks anywhere. If these vans are being used to transport people,
whether it be healthcare, childcare, there would be
Nice
snow
van, too.
tracks. And there's 1, 2,
A Dodge van?
3,
Nice.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 vehicles here. No snow tracks anywhere. These vehicles are not being used, and these transportation companies are making lots of money. Meanwhile, there's actually nothing to show for. Here's all of the vehicles right here. And the vehicles that are coming in and out, like this Toyota, it does not have anything to do with transportation company because there's no stickers on it and there's snow tracks. But the vehicles that are supposed to be used for transportation are literally locked in. Snow is building icicles. No one's even came out to remove the snow off the window. These transportation vehicles are not moving. And then right here, David has more paperwork for Silver Mountain. And there's 3 different companies in the same address.
Yeah.
So when we talk about how all these companies are intertwined, this is a perfect example of that. And this is why these transportation companies are so essential to the fraud in Minnesota, because they allow the fraud to be supported, as the majority of the fraud is from welfare programs like daycares, autism centers, and adult daycares, and
Correct.
healthcare services. They need to leave a paper trail to make it look like something is happening. Therefore, they use these transportation companies to create that paper trail by saying
It
they're moving people
legitimizes
from an
it.
adult daycare to
Yeah.
a healthcare provider, for example, but they actually never provide the service at the healthcare provider. But that paper trail allows them to continue to build the state for the money, and everyone gets paid. That's why this fraud is so deep and hard to dismantle, because quite literally everyone is in.
God damn, it's that organized at this point. I mean, they got a graph for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like if you were to follow the money, it would make a whole lot of sense. That's why I said they need to start at where the payments are coming from, which is the state, and track who's getting paid, and track $50. You know, that's about how much a ride costs. Track $50 and see who spends and where the money goes and how the money moves around. And all you got to do is send one acorn down the well, and you'll figure out where it's going.
Interesting.
Involved.
And it's all because the state of Minnesota never checks.
All right, so this is actually the location for Silver Mountain Inc., LLC, and Co. Let's see if any. Yes, we're wondering where Silver Mountain.
Silver Mountain?
Silver Mountain.
Oh, I don't know that. What is this?
It says 2722 Park Avenue.
Where
Is
is
Silver Mountain here?
Silver Mountain. You don't have a permission to do that.
Okay,
You
so
were
Silver
told-
Mountain does not exist.
I mean, you don't have permission to ask for business information? I mean, all right.
I think they cut out a piece of that video. I think
All right,
a piece of that video, like the escalation to that point, I think was cut out.
Sure. Yeah, well, maybe.
The name's not Silver Mountain, it's just Silver Mountain.
Don't ask
Home
me
Health
that.
Care.
When you come.
All right,
So
sir.
Silver
Well,
Mountain-
so
It's
Silver,
another way.
so
That's
Silver
the
Mountain
way
does
to
not
make a
exist.
business. You're making a
2722
business.
Park
You have
Avenue.
millions of people watching you.
Silver
You're making
Mountain.
business to
Okay,
different
sir.
people.
You have millions of people watching right
Yes.
now. Where is Silver Mountain?
I don't
Home
know where
Health Care?
Silver Mountain is.
Okay, well, that's what we're
But
looking for. All right, we're moving on.
sitting there-
So Silver Mountain does not exist. David, we're just simply asking for where is Silver Mountain Home Health
Can't
Care?
find any of these companies. I mean, this is shocking. 3 companies are supposed to be in that building, and he's never heard of them. He doesn't know anything about them.
And look, so they don't exist there. Right there, Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services. A daycare right there. All these welfare companies are in the same location, but their businesses.
I'm sorry, but like, bro, you know that's a scam. Be real with you. I mean, bro, they don't believe in sending their old people to nursing homes. They don't believe in that. Actually, they criticize us heavily for even doing that to our parents to send them to nursing homes. And I get it, I do, but it's kind of crazy how like their whole community hates nursing homes, hate the idea of putting their parents anywhere like that, but they're running one themselves. Crazy. But then again, it's also like a Muslim running a liquor store. It's like, wait, don't you guys not supposed to drink? But I guess you can sell it.
That business didn't even exist.
It's all fraud, all of it.
So right there is a transportation company, no passenger, just a driver. How come you think when it comes time to take accountability?
Hey, yo, shout out Jay-Z. Just imagine if Al Capone was Somalian and in Minnesota now. I mean, bro, I'm telling you, it'd been too dangerous to investigate. I'll tell you that right now. It'd been a little too dangerous to investigate. As soon as you come out with a video, you sleeping with the fishes, or you got concrete shoes on walking at the bottom of the river.
For what's happening, or just to answer simple questions about the fraud they can't answer.
Well, I think their reaction tells you all you need to know. That the reaction is so violent that if there was no fraud going on, they would say, what are you talking about? They would have a civil conversation, but they can't because they know we're shining the light on the fraud and they have no defense. So in their mind, being loud and using profanity is their only defense.
Because I'm trying to give them the opportunity to say, where are the transportation companies? Where are the daycare? Where are the children? Where are the companies now? Yet they can't answer.
And to this point, Nick, the transportation companies we've been to, we haven't seen a single vehicle at any of them. In fact, some of them don't even exist. We can't even find them. We're going to the addresses that are listed on the Secretary of State's website as their business address.
This is a massive parking lot here. We're gonna go ask them where their vehicles are. They should not have any excuse as to why they don't have their vehicles here, other than if they are out driving right now. And what's the story behind this business?
Well, this business is new as of March of 2024. It's Muhammad Malim is the registered agent for 713 Minnehaha Avenue East.
Me and David headed into this building. However, the owner was not there. We're here at the suite of Epimonia Transport LLC. There's actually not even a sign here. And anyone here, it looks like there's a guy over here. Let's see if we can talk to him really quick. Do you know about Epimonia Transport here?
So there was a transportation company here in 305 for a long time, even before I joined the building a few years ago. He's never really here. I've seen the office a couple of times. There's barely anything in there but a couch. And then I see him maybe twice a month at if so.
And there's no transport vehicles outside. Massive parking lot, but no transport.
I've never seen one. I've been here for 3 years and I'm always here. I'm a workaholic. I'm just nonstop here. So I know everybody in the building, and this specific space here is probably the most sketchy out of any other business here. Everyone else is here. They're friendlier. He just pops in and out.
For instance, this guy, Muhammad, he should have his business in 308. There should be transportation vehicles outside. There's nothing.
That's weird that you say 308 because he's always been in 305 for the last 3 years.
Wow. So he's even lying on his public records with the government.
I would assume if he was to make and doing fraud, it makes sense to switch it up and throw people off track. It would be the first thing somebody would do, I would think.
So since the fraud has started to be exposed, Muhammad has left the scene. And that guy just said, he confirmed that there has never even been transportation vehicles outside. So Muhammad has completely left the scene. He's nowhere to be found. And this parking lot, massive parking lot, actually never even had any transport vehicles, according to the guy who lived or had his office next to Muhammad. How quick do you think the fraud would dry out here in Minnesota if they were to cut out the transportation side of the fraud?
I think it would have a massive effect, and that the signal that would send would let people know the party's over.
Because if me and you were to go to the doctor, we either have to find a family member, drive ourselves, or pay for an Uber. How come they even have this set up?
Yeah, I tried to arrange a ride with one of these Somali transportation companies. They said they were all full. So now we're at 2833 13th Avenue South in Minneapolis, and there's supposed to be a non-emergency medical transportation.
And I just want to point out the consistency in what he's saying and why he believes this is fraud. If they're all full and you can't fucking get a ride, why is he finding people just driving around with empty loads?
I mean, well, shoot, they could be using it for personal reasons.
Or they just don't exist as a company and don't provide any service and take taxpayer money.
Yeah, that too. There is that too. I mean, come on, Monty. I was trying to be nice. I'm just playing. But no, you're actually making a really good point on that.
Company here called Advanced Mobility, Incorporated. And what's interesting about this company is that state records show that it first registered with the state of Minnesota in 1999.
And they have been in business for over 26 years.
Yes, correct.
And
So
we're gonna go inside.
they must have a lot of vehicles.
Bro, 26 years, bro. I would be low-key disappointed. I'm like, bro, 26 years of fraud? Like, what? Boy, you living good off fraud. You've been doing this for 2 decades? That's crazy.
So this is Advanced Mobility 2833, boarded up. All these windows are covered right here. We're gonna see if we can go inside.
And we're praying cloth.
There's a bunch of shops in here. We have money transferring shop. We got clothes in here.
It looks like Somaliland.
I'm crying.
Let's see if Advanced Mobility is in here. We got spices. Is Advanced Mobility here?
I know what's so crazy. We got one of these at in Colombo. I think we used to have one, like the flea market where you'd go to all the African ventures, all the African vendors. You get your fake shoes, fake cologne, fake clothes. Of course, they had African stuff as well, but anything American in there, do not trust. It is fake.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing one of the legitimate like transportation companies coming out with a video of their own saying, hey, this is what we do to keep our funding going. This is how just to kind of show people the difference between the two.
Man, facts. Oh yeah,
Done that. I've already done that. I know how this business works. I know how this business works. That's what I'm saying. What he's saying is consistent.
All right.
You know 224?
I don't think you guys are allowed to record it.
Do you know where Advanced Mobility is?
Sweet
She's
224.
recording over there, so.
He's recording.
Sweet 224. Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
What is this? What is that?
Oh, my name is Nick Shirley. We're just looking for Advanced Mobility. Where's Advanced Mobility at?
We don't care about advanced mobility.
That's what we're asking for. All right, we're looking for Advanced Mobility. Nobody can help us right now. We got a whole group of people trying to get us out of here. We're looking for Advanced Mobility.
We don't care about advanced mobility.
Advanced Mobility doesn't exist.
Get out. You need to get out. You need to get out. Get out.
Now they're pushing us out of here. Where's Advanced Mobility at?
We don't care about advanced mobility.
That's what we're asking for.
Get out. Get out.
Would you like to give a statement on where Advanced Mobility is?
No, go ahead. Get out. We don't care.
So Advanced Mobility is not anywhere here. We're leaving, sir. Would you like to give a statement on what's happening here in Minnesota?
You make stuff up. This is a lie. I don't care. Who do you work for? Who do you work for? No, who do you work for?
Crying. He said, you make stuff up. This paper from the government, it's a lie. I'm like, bro, did you even look at it? Like, bro, did you really?
It's from Minnesota on Minnesota's website. Like I looked up all of these things with the Secretary of State of Minnesota, and everything tracks. Everything that they showed on there is on the state of Minnesota website under the Secretary of State. If you don't believe me, Seth, you can go check it yourself. It is literally just look up these companies, and if you go to Minnesota.org, the link that shows Minnesota.org, they're all on there. The numbers go nowhere, and the businesses are. I look on Google Earth. The businesses are exactly where they are.
I'm gonna hit him with. So you say the government's lying about this? I mean, all right, but you might want to go check your papers with the government because I'm about to make a report. But shout out to James Foley. He says, "Yo, Don, do they speak Swahili in Somalia? No, Swahili in Somalia. That's Kenya.
I am the captain now.
I'm weak. All right."
Nick Shirley. Who do you work for?
Nick Shirley, sir.
I don't care about Nick Shirley. That's you.
Yes, sir.
But who do you work for?
For Nick Shirley.
I don't care about Nick Shirley.
That's who he's working for today, Nick Shirley.
This is from the state of Minnesota. We don't care about that. Get out of here. Stop here.
And so you guys say I can't.
Honestly, I'd have told him straight up. I'd have been like, bro, this is a paper from the city and we're reporting on it. Like, so if nothing is matching up here, I'll be real with you. You guys might be getting kicked in. You might be getting the old and I'm just saying, this is your chance to prove yourselves innocent before you get the old.
So I want to know. I want to know what the left's excuse is going to be this time. Because at first it was, well, how could you expect to go into a daycare? There's kids there. Why can't you even find the transportation businesses?
I wonder what excuse they're gonna make up for that one. Because I mean, the daycare, okay. All they had to do was sneak in some kids, and you guys believed it. But this, what are they gonna do? Sneak in a whole fleet of cars? That's gonna be a little bit tougher than finding some kids to sneak in. Well, no, they are making like a whole lot of money, so they might be able to, I don't know, buy a bunch of random used vans and be like, here they are. We'll see.
Film, but look at you guys filming. You can do that. You can film here.
Advanced mobility doesn't exist.
Well, so what was interesting was we walked in there, and on the state's website, it says it's in suite 224, but it's a one-story building. None of the suites had the number 2 on them. It doesn't exist. And it's been registered since 1999, and it doesn't exist.
All right, next location. David, where are we at?
We're at what's called Ray's, R-A-Y-Z Transportation, LLC.
And this is Ray's Transportation. We're on a street. There's no parking lot for any transportation vehicles. We'll see what happens. This is the address for Ray's Transportation. See if anybody is here. Is Ray's Transportation here, sir?
I don't know. Transportation place. There's no transportation places here.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's just
healthcare places.
R-A-Y-Z.
Well, I think it's confirmed they're not here, David. So it's confirmed that Ray Transportation, all of these transportation companies, they're kind of like ghost companies. They exist on paper, but they don't actually exist in person. Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
And what's your message to Tim Walz?
Make a change, because there's definitely, even when it comes down to like the kids and stuff, there's definitely stuff that like we need spaces for the things that are going on that they're not doing. We need these type of spaces for it. Now this is some crazy stuff.
Or getting government funding to receive all these spaces that could be used, I don't know, for recreational reasons. I don't know, some type of homeless shelter, all that good stuff. All this good stuff could be happening if you guys weren't doing fraud to take up these buildings. I mean, you got a point. And of course, the money could have been allocated to better things if you guys weren't committing fraud on the government. I mean, come on now. You damn near stealing from people who truly need it.
But I'm glad that you bringing light to it. It is a crazy, interesting situation.
Hey, what's up? What you got going on, man? Hey. You keep
This man looks familiar.
The false narrative that you be going on is a nonsense.
You should get in your car because
Doesn't he look familiar, guy? Doesn't? Okay, no, it's not him. I thought it was that
Look at
one
me.
Somali
I
guy.
am the captain now.
Bro, I thought it was that one Somali guy who was giving the little press conference with the nice ass glasses on and all that. I was like, bro, is this him?
Here he is again.
That right? You are creating misinformation. This is not fair. It's not fair for the American people to be doing that. It's
fraud to
not
be happening?
fair. It's not fair what you mean. You cannot be doing
Life
that.
isn't fair,
You're
my
not being
guy.
fair.
We just want our
This country's built on
pride.
fairness.
It's not
You're not
fair.
being fair. You cannot come into the community and be doing that.
So we shouldn't allow fraud to be happening, right?
Let the legal system do its job.
The legal system ain't doing their job. Actually, the inspectors ain't doing their job. They letting you get away with this shit. So I'm sorry, but we just can't do
They're
that.
doing it now that he exposed it. So keep going, Nick.
Yep, keep cooking.
Well, it's
We
failed.
got a governor. We got a attorney general. Let them do the job.
That's a joke.
You're not in a position to do the job. You're not a prosecutor. If you want to run for office, go ahead, run for office. But you cannot be doing this. This is misinformation. This is information.
How is it misinformation, sir? It's from the
This is what you're doing.
state
You're
of
coming
Minnesota.
You're coming everywhere. Where you coming from?
You see what I mean?
Everybody
We're
shuts
talking
up
about the
in
fact
Go
that's
get
happening
him,
here.
brothers.
Outside. My turn. Get it.
Sir, so we were just having a civil conversation. That guy hopped out of his car in the middle of the road. About the fraud that's happening. And he's saying that I'm the bad guy for showing light of what's happening here.
They're passionate. They're passionate people. They don't want this type of stuff either going on or be brought to light. So that's what they're going to do.
Yes.
They're going to it's a very tight knit community.
You saw it firsthand how crazy it gets out here. He hopped out in the middle of the intersection.
I'll say.
So this isn't about race. You're a black guy. They're black, right? We don't have no ill feelings towards you by any means. We're talking about the fraud that's happening. So God bless you, sir, and thank you very much. Why are we doing this?
So we're doing this, A, because it's the right thing to do. The people of Minnesota and the people of America want this done. Fraud is fraud. And when we try and talk with these people and say, look, the main reason we're doing this is to find out why are all these checks being written by the state of Minnesota for companies that don't even exist. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's not a race issue, it's a fraud issue, and fraud is fraud.
And so what most people don't understand about this fraud is it is literally in the entire state of Minnesota. It's not just in one part of Minneapolis.
Right. And so I think what happens is the people in the suburbs of Minneapolis and St. Paul, they get lulled into a false sense of security because they say, oh, that's in Minneapolis, it doesn't affect us, or that's in St. Paul. And we're showing that this fraud spreads throughout the entire state of Minnesota, including all of the suburbs. And we're going to bring to light exactly what's going on in those respective suburbs.
And so what's happening in this suburb of St. Louis Park?
Well, this is one of the Somali NEMT, non-emergency medical transportation companies that's registered with the state of Minnesota in St. Louis Park. And so let's see if this one actually exists.
This is the location of Crescent Transportation. We have no vans outside right now. Does not look like any vans are outside. Let's go inside, see if Crescent Transportation exists. Here we are, and it's an apartment complex. There's no signage of any Crescent Transportation company. Once again, another fraudulent business where they don't even have a storefront to show where they're at. This is an apartment complex. So this is an apartment complex right here?
Yeah.
And have you ever seen Crescent Transportation out here?
Nope.
And what do you think about the fraud taking place here in Minnesota?
Huh? I'm a taxpayer. I don't like it.
What's your message to all the fraudsters?
Huh? Prosecute their ass, take them to jail.
And how do you feel knowing that, for instance, right here, a transportation company that receives money from the government is not even here? It's the apartment complex.
I just said, I don't like it. I'm a taxpayer. I work hard for my money. People out here fraud, they should go to jail.
And should Tim Walz go to jail?
Oh, he cricket too, huh? All them cricket, all the politicians. My daddy ain't never liked none of them.
So that man right there just confirmed that this is an apartment complex.
Right. And so the cities have specific rules governing operating businesses out of apartments. They do not allow transportation companies to park vehicles in an apartment parking lot. None of the cities in the Twin Cities allow that.
Because even if you were to be running a transportation company out of your apartment, there's nowhere to park the cars.
Well, where are they? There aren't any. Crescent, I don't see anything with Crescent on it anywhere.
More fraud taking place here.
So this is called Hopkins Child Care Center. This facility is licensed to hold 118 children. So this should be a really big facility. And this year alone, they have received $2.25 million from the state of Minnesota. And last year, they received $1.92 million from the state of Minnesota. And this facility in the past 5 years has been in the top 10 for the most money received from the state of Minnesota.
So there should be plenty of children. There should be footprints of children walking in and out.
This should be a very busy place, yes.
So this right here is Hopkins Child Care Center. They're receiving over $2 million a year. All of the windows are completely blacked out. You can't even get in. And for a place that's supposed to have over 100 children, there's no footprints anywhere going into the store. And it's locked, midday right now. This is the back side of the daycare, ringing the doorbell right now. See if anybody comes. Hello, sir, how are you doing? How are you doing? Yes, sir.
Get out.
Okay, listen.
Get out. This is our business. What are you looking for?
We don't care what you do on the parking lot.
Go this side.
That's a lot of full-grown men for a child care
I can
facility.
be here in the
No,
parking lot.
you don't need here.
Wait,
What are
can
you
we
looking
ask
for?
you about the daycare? It's all right.
What are you
It's all
looking
right. Can we ask you about the daycare?
No. I don't care, Ken.
Sir, I'm not racist.
You have to live here.
I'm asking
No. You don't ask me nothing.
$2.25 million.
Get out, you guys. Get out.
$2.5 million.
Get out.
This is a business.
Get out. Hey, get out. What are you looking for?
We're asking. We just want to
Get out.
We just want to ask you about $2.25 million.
Get out.
In their case.
Get out. Get out, guys. Get out.
You cannot do that.
Get out. No, you cannot. You cannot do that.
Where?
Get out.
This is.
Get out. No. Get out. Get out. No.
Sir.
You have to get out. This is our property. Get out.
Why?
Get out.
Can I ask you about the daycare? I have the paperwork right here.
No. Get out.
What's the need
Get
for
out.
$2.25 million for a
I'm telling
daycare?
you, get out. Get
Can
out.
you answer the question?
Get out. No, I don't ask you any question. You guys, get out.
You can't answer the
Get
question.
out. No. Who are you?
My name's Nick
Who are you?
Shirley.
No, I don't give a shit. Get out.
Could you
Get out.
could you answer the question?
No, I don't.
What's the need for $2.25 million for a daycare?
No. $1 million.
I don't-
Don't worry about it. Get out.
Okay.
Get out.
And it's licensed for
Get out, my friend.
118
Get out.
children.
Get out.
But I don't see any footprints of any children here. I don't see any footprints of any children
Get
here.
out. Get out. Guys, get out. No,
One-
you're not asking nothing, man.
I'm
Get
just
out.
asking you about what we're seeing here.
No, get out.
You-
Get out our business.
you-
Get out.
sir.
This is my property.
You have millions of
Get
people
out.
watching right now. Can you say what's the need
million dollars.
for $2.25 million? And where are the
Get out.
118 children?
Motherfucker, get out.
Sir, I'm just
Get
asking you a
out.
simple question.
Get out. No, you don't ask me any question. Get out.
You have the
Get
opportunity to
out.
answer
No,
the
no,
question.
no, no, no. You can't ask. You can't ask me nothing. Get out. Get out our business, man. Get out. Get out, motherfucker. Get out.
Sir,
Get out.
just answer the question.
No.
Just answer the
Get out.
question.
No, get out. Leave.
Sir, just answer the simple question.
Hey, don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're YouTube, man. Get out.
All right, code word has been given. We're out.
Get out.
All right, we got to get out of here.
Get out.
Sir, just answer the question. Where are the children? No footprints of any children around here. No footprints of any
I go live. Everybody who I hope get pulled up on, I hope they get pulled up on first. I hope they get pulled up on first. I'm be real with you. Like the more aggressive they are, the more I wish that I'm like, you know what? When they start cracking down, I hope you guys are the first one to get the old. I really do.
children. They can't even answer the question. We gave them so many opportunities. We gave them plenty of opportunities. Just answer some simple questions. Millions of people are watching right now.
They came out with guns blazing. All we want to know is where are the children? 118 children, no footprints in the snow. All of their vehicles were sitting there with 2 feet of snow on them. They haven't moved in months.
The windows are all blacked out.
Yeah.
It's the same thing at all these daycares. 4 men came out. Yet they couldn't answer a simple question. We had it right here. 118 children. $2.25 million is here.
Welcome to Minnesota.
Now, this daycare center, how much money has this one received?
So this this child care center is called Proud Child Care Center, and it's in Eden Prairie, Minnesota, which is a very high income area. It's a further out suburb from Minneapolis, but there are a lot of multi-billion-dollar homes right in this neighborhood. And this child care got $1.25 million in funding in fiscal year 2025. It got $1.08 million last year. It opened in 2021. Let's go see if we can find any kids.
There should be at least 40 children here. Looking at the snow prints, does not look like there's any snow prints of any young children. And all of these windows are completely blacked out. Let's see if we could just talk to somebody. Could I enroll my son Joey into daycare here? Well, do you have the paperwork where I can enroll a child? Oh, my name's Nick Shirley. I was wondering if I could enroll a child.
I'm weak. Does anybody notice he's like, that's the wrong question? As if there's like a password you got to give to get in or something. I'm like, is this not a daycare?
You say 1-800-FRAUD.
I'm like, literally, he's like, that's the wrong words. I'm like, whoa, we're in a daycare. The right word should be, yo, can I get some information? You shouldn't hit me with the, oh, that's the wrong sentence. I'm like, wait, what? Y'all got code words around here?
I have a son named Joey. My name's Nick Shirley. Yeah, I'm just coming out and seeing if I could enroll my child, Joey. We just want to get a statement as to why this daycare needs $1.26 million, and if it's even possible to enroll somebody like my child, my imaginary child, Joey. No, you guys can't give a clear statement, or could you even give me a paper to enroll a child into the daycare? Just to show that you guys are a legit business. It would debunk all claims if you could just give me a piece of paper saying where to enroll a child. You can't do that. Okay, well, thank you very much. And I hope this place actually is holding 47 children because you guys are receiving $1.26 million in this year alone. So have a great rest of your day. They won't even give us a paper to enroll a child. Could have debunked all their claims. Can't even do it. One of the big talks about the fraud is about Quality Learning Center. It's a daycare that has received $1.9 million.
All that money and they can't buy a printer.
Man, bro, I'm literally just saying, though, it was just too funny when he said, yo, can I roll my kid there? That's the wrong
That's
sentence.
the wrong
like,
question.
I'm like, wrong question. I'm like, hold on, bro. It's just like, oh, is there a right question for me to get in? Like, damn, well, we got code words now, Monty. You gotta say that. You gotta ask the right question to get in. So how do I commit the fraud? I'll let you in.
Nice weather we're having, but I always wear an umbrella just in case.
And to let you in, hey man, there's apparently a secret sentence that you gotta know. I mean, I might have to ask one of the Somali homies.
It's licensed for over 99 children. Instead of quality learning, it says quality learning outside. But the big controversy about the Quality Learning Center is that Somalians, after the video went live, they all of a sudden started shuffling children into the daycare. But at the same time, the commissioner of children of Minnesota was on a live stream saying they had closed the daycare a week ago.
Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago.
How much money has this place all received? And what's...
So this is the one that's licensed for 99 children. This fiscal year, they've received 1.9 million. And in fiscal year 2024, they had received about 2.2 million. So about 4 million in the last 2 fiscal years.
We're repping the Quality Learning Center, 1-800-FRAUD, as now it had been confirmed that this place was closed down, and now they're shuffling children into the daycare.
So Tiki Brown said this facility was closed.
She said a week ago.
And now magically it's full of cars. So how can it be closed if people are coming and going?
Fraud. Why do you have everybody here?
Yeah. Okay, this is the owner right here.
They can record. Okay.
So you guys can record. So they, how come they said this building was closed? We're trying to speak to the owner. They won't even answer a simple question. Look, now he's going inside.
Sir, don't run though. It looks suspicious when you run, brother.
You don't
And
care.
you can smile, but bro.
Sir,
just
I'm
come
right
and speak.
here.
He's right here to speak to you.
I'm right here.
Don't do that. Oh,
You can't
man.
defend the fraud.
Oh, come on. At the daycare doing, not at the daycare doing the middle finger though.
We have like 100
My name is
cameras on
Johnny.
it. Now, both of these people have interesting ties with politicians inside
Crazy.
Minnesota. For instance, the man who's running the daycare, he was celebrating with Mayor Fry after he won re-election of mayor inside of Minneapolis. And then this lady right here seems to be a friend of Ilhan Omar, as she has photos with her outside of the restaurant.
And it all connects.
Dun dun dun.
Like
Hey, Seth.
literally.
Speaking of,
Go ahead and Tove.
if you look in the link yard or the link comments there, I posted a song specifically for this.
Oh, all right, I got you. Sure, we're close to
It
the end
should
of
still
it.
be there.
Oh no, I have it. Oh no, I already brought it up. I was about to tell you that I was gonna play it, but yeah, I already got it up here.
I found
Yeah,
a whole bunch last night.
I went on a spree, but all right though. Let's get into
this. And then this lady right here seems to be a friend of Ilhan Omar, as she has photos with her outside of the restaurant. And she also has videos of her giving a tour to a separate daycare to Mayor Fry. It really makes you wonder why these politicians haven't fought against the fraud, knowing that it's happened in locations like Quality Learning Center. Meanwhile, they're taking photos and celebrating with them at events. What's your message, people, about the fraud here in Minnesota?
This is part of the cover-up. They're trying to cover their tracks. So let me say this on camera. If you can prove that any of the information that I have here is false,
He's about to hit the
I'll give
Monty.
you $100,000 cash. If any of it's false
Any takers?
or inaccurate in any way, anybody want to take me up? And if you can't prove it, you have to give me $100.
So you saying all that's real?
100%. I'll give you $100,000 if you can disprove my information.
I mean, hey, bro, I'll be a little bit dedicated to that. I'd be like, bro, 100,000? Man, shit, let me find something out.
Man, I would go investigate it just to try to disprove it.
Like, bro, I would literally go find, like, bro, the most Somalian looking guy and be like, hey, bro, you want to make 25,000? You are, you about to
Hey,
send
Seth, you're in
there, about to find
wait. You're in Ohio. Let's get a couple drones and a couple of video cameras, set them outside these daycares, and let's do this. And worst case scenario, we're wrong and we just wasted our time and proved the point. Best case scenario, what if What if it isn't fraudulent? We're about to make 50 grand a piece, man.
Literally, I'm just like, all right, I'll go for that one.
Bro, let's do it. I'm serious.
Wait, hold on.
Bro, I'll fly out there tonight.
I think rules only apply in Minnesota, sadly.
We can go to Minnesota. We have their addresses.
Oh, hey, that's true. We're just gonna go in there, man. We're gonna have to find the Somali.
You're of the correct pigment.
Actually, maybe, you know, if I just show up with a kid in my hand, yeah, that could work.
Bro, I'll bring my daughter. You can take my daughter in there.
Wait, hold on. What, Monty? Wait, your daughter's black?
No, she's white. You just say she's albino.
That's I was actually thinking about doing was calling around and saying, hey, I'm moving to the area because I've got littles, and see if I can get any kind of information. I was thinking about doing that. I just don't know how to record it with just my phone.
I got Ray-Ban Metas just like Nick Shirley. We can do this whole bro. You think I'm joking? If it's 100 grand and he's wrong about that, that's a contract in the verbal contract.
Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, sure.
I'll take him up on it.
And hey, if he's right, then I mean, at least we got good content.
We got very, very that shit'll go viral, dude.
Like literally on camera, just hook. Honestly, I think the best way to do it, find some Somali woman, tell her to go in there, and then like, look, just go in there, see if you can get in, see if you get any information. And they should be able to accept their own time.
Get information.
And if he turns out to be right, the next time an election goes, I will vote for whatever Democrat is on the ballot.
I'm weak. He said I'm betting. Oh wow, well, that's a real bet right there.
They all went silent. Silent.
Anybody? Your $100 versus my 100,000 cash.
Hey,
they're all silent. What do you think about the fraud here?
My money, where's mouth?
Hey. The fraud here in Minnesota, I ain't gonna lie, is crazy. Like, what do you mean specifically? What do you mean?
Yeah, how do you feel about this daycare, for instance, receiving 1.9 million?
I'm crying. This guy's been outside making fucking music videos about it. Music videos. It's hilarious. I mean, you got women twerking outside of the Leering Center and all that. And then I'm weak. He has the, I think he's actually Muslim too, because you can see his shirt.
$, and they couldn't even spell learning right. They spelled leering.
Hey, man, Somalis. They're an interesting creature. I'm not gonna lie, I can't say too much. I'm already too hot. But I mean, Tim Waltz, you gotta solve this stuff. Minnesota really cracked down on this because they've been doing this for years.
Now I'm not gonna lie, I've heard of Somalian being a very gang-like group. Like one of them could call up damn near the whole clan. So a lot of people are afraid to mess with Somalians. Except for
you can't not be militant and take over cargo ships.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. They're not the most physically opposing people. So that's why I never really took them serious. I'm just like, bro, sorry, Somalian guys. I'm throwing y'all under a bus right now, bro. Most of y'all are really scrawny or fat.
Because they're starving. Bro, until they come to America and get that good money.
No, they're still scrawny or they're still extremely either scrawny or fat. Is there like no?
You saw the first guy in the first video? That man was not scrawny. That man had been
really fat or really fat. I'm just telling you how I'm calling it how I see it. It's either extremely scrawny or the extremely fat. And I mean, these guys are supposed to take us over? Nah, not them. Nah, like try another the group of Africans or something. I don't know. I believe the Senegalese people before these guys. I believe the people of Ghana before these guys.
Bro, I'm more worried about I'm more worried about the fucking Powerpuff Girls taking us over.
Bro, I'm more worried about the Afghanis than them. But go ahead, Tove.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, if we allowed these people to take us over, then we really are stupid.
I mean, the low key though, it's just like, bro. I mean, Somalis. These are like
the average.
Out of all the Arabs, these are one of the most like. I'm be real with you, like the least.
Bro, their average fucking IQ is literally room temperature. We make jokes about room temperature IQ. They literally have room temperature IQ.
But at the same time, we gotta say, they got away with this fraud for how long?
Bro, one of them about 26 years. Actually, still going.
Yeah. So I mean, there is also that fact that you got to take into consideration. They were able to fly this under the radar for quite a few years. Granted, they definitely had help.
They had help with Tim Walz. This was Tim Walz's idea. They didn't even come up with this idea.
I believe that.
They're just
I believe
executing.
All I can say is that, look, man, if you're gonna investigate these Somalians, bro, do it with no fear in your heart, bro. What can I say? These guys aren't as tough as they make themselves out to be. I'll tell you that right now.
The more I hear Walz's family come out and talk about him, who actively voted against him, the more I believe that he was the one behind the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. That, kind of, redrew his bid for, re-election. But all right.
For years, so
should Tim Walz be prosecuted?
Hell yeah.
And at this point, you're probably wondering where all the millions and billions of dollars has gone. Well, it's been well tracked that a lot of the money, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, has been funneled through TSA at the airport inside of Minnesota. It's been well tracked and documented. Even in 2017, there was reports coming from the local Fox News station, and I was actually able to meet up with a whistleblower who used to work as an agent at TSA on the side of narcotics, and he saw millions of dollars go through TSA.
And what kind of fraud did you see take place here in Minnesota?
So I worked for the airport police for 31 years. 24 of those years I worked in narcotics at MSP Airport. And my recollection was from about 2015-16 to 2021 when I retired. I would get emails from our dispatch saying like 2 male Somali descent individuals. They would give us their names. They claimed the cash, that they had a large amount of cash at the checkpoints. We'd get all this information in an email, and I believe they would send it right away. So TSA would contact our dispatch telling us this. Then our dispatch would relay the info via email to us.
And how much was the money?
The money, the smallest amount in a suitcase that I heard was like $750,000. But generally, it was anywhere from $1 million to $6 million in a suitcase. And there usually was, as far as I can remember, there was always 2 individuals traveling. So you would have maybe one guy with 2.2 million and another guy with 3 million. And
at airports, you're able to take $10,000 without declaring it. How are these guys able to take millions of dollars?
Because as far as I know, as long as they declared it, they were fine.
Wait, what?
So then TSA would contact HSI and Customs, and I'm sure they got the information. We got the information. My administration knew about it, and I trust that they sent that on to higher state officials on this, but nothing was ever done the whole time I was there. I talked to one individual. We were going after narcotic cash leaving the airport. This was always fraud. We had no nexus to that this cash was related to narcotics. So our hands were kind of tied. We couldn't do a whole lot.
How do you suspect these Somalians had millions of dollars to move in an airport?
We would rack our heads all the time, like, where are they getting this? Where in the world are they getting this money? And I had heard about these daycares and whatnot, but I mean, I thought at the time, okay, maybe they had 10 daycares, but apparently they have a lot more than that. We were all just racking our heads trying to figure this out.
So you openly saw just millions of dollars get moved through these airports.
I saw one time, I saw an open suitcase with the cash because we were looking into seeing if it was narcotics related, which it was not.
How much money do you think moved through the airport in your time?
Millions, literally millions and millions. I mean, we're talking for a good 5-6 years, you're talking, I don't know, 5 to 6 million a week. It would happen twice a week. You would get twice a week where there would be somebody flying, 2 people flying out with $1 to $2 to $3 to $4 or $5 million twice a week, every week, without fail.
And where were those people traveling to?
So they this is the word I got, that they would fly to Atlanta, take a flight from Atlanta to Dubai. And then apparently what I had heard was it was too dangerous to go any further with it. So they'd wire the money to Somalia. Whether they scraped a whole bunch off the top and did that, I don't know.
Wow. So they take the money from Minnesota, take it to Atlanta, and then take it to Dubai. And then from Dubai, they then wire the money.
Correct. I don't know that for sure, but that's what I was told by other investigators.
So all the taxpayers' dollars were getting funneled through the airports and then taken to Dubai to be sent to Somalia.
Yes. Yes. It appears that's how it all
Set.
went down. Yes.
Yo. Well,
Set.
it's time to hold all fraudsters and corrupt politicians accountable. Holy crap. Yo, what's going on? Monty. I guess Monty might have timed out for a little bit. But all right, so I mean, I've been heard about that whole TSA story about how they're moving a whole lot of money through TSA, send it out to Dubai and get it like pretty much sent to like Al-Shabaab and other terrorist organizations. I mean, choose your favorite terrorist organization in Somalia, and they was getting money from us. And of course, I guess they'd clean the money through Dubai. Like, son of a bitch.
Playing Russian roulette with which one they're gonna send it to.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. How they're just able just to get away with all of it. And then they're wondering how they got the money, and now they're figuring like, damn, it was the daycares. It was those damn daycares. Yep. But all right though. What's going on, Monty?
I was gonna say, if they've already routed it up through HSI, investigations like this take a long time to get all the evidence and wrap it up. So I hope he didn't just blow the fucking investigation up.
I mean, let's be real. At a certain point, man, they got to know that they're coming. But then here's the thing, though. This was also happening under Biden, so there also might have been a little bit of neglection somewhere. Because let's be real. For some reason, under Biden, immigrants could do whatever. They could do no wrong.
I mean, here's the thing, though. So the McDonald's McMillions fucking fraud scam, that took like 4 or 6 years to fully crack it down and get everybody, because they don't open the net until they're ready to catch everybody at once.
All right. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close it down on this note, which is crazy because the Backyard Gaming just came on. But don't worry, guys. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make sure I open up the call-in line later on today, because I'm going to go live later on today, guys. So it's going to be later on the nighttime around that 8-9 o'clock.
Oh, you're not gonna wait 36 hours?
Nope,
You're not gonna fall asleep this time.
Bro, I was watching the premiere fucking 3:30, 5:30, 7:30, 9:30. It just got ended. I'm like, what the hell?
Because I thought I could do like 10 hours and go, you know, 4 hours of sleep. And then I was slowly realizing my overconfidence in that. So I was like, I'm cooked.
I thought you were just waiting for all the news to come out, because there was a whole bunch of news that was coming out yesterday.
Yeah, flying out too. There was also that as well. But no, I wasn't that. I was just a little too tired.
I've learned that if the time changes on the scheduled at least 3 times, that you fell asleep.
Yeah.
Did you see there were protesters that broke into an ICE vehicle and stole guns out of an ICE vehicle and documents and doxed the agents?
Oh man,
on a live stream.
I got it right here.
Oh, you got it?
Of course.
Oh yeah, let's run it tonight. Run it tonight. I have to go to clinicals.
Go. Oh, this is crazy.
I will say.
Almost there.
Oh wow.
Jail. What in the? Oh shit! They got the weapons bag. Oh, FBI rifle. What the? But that dude looks like a gang member. He looks like he gang. Like, what do you mean?
There's also Did you also now hear that?
Insurrection Act.
There are the women are bringing their actual infants babies and toddlers to these protests. And when the one lady was asked about it, she said, yeah, he's here for my protection because ICE won't do anything if I've got a baby with me.
Nice.
And they're jumping in front of ICE
They're
vehicles.
just like Hamas.
Yeah. I'm done. Human shields. Bro, they just taking shit just to take it. What in the fuck? Nah, not they take. Come on, dog. Not the patches. That might be personal to a bro. That's fucked up.
No way.
Oh, that's
Trying to
crazy.
get there.
Did he get everything? Just to take it.
Now, S.E.T.
Oh, and the Proud Boys actually showed up in Minnesota too yesterday.
Hold on now. Gaming, what's going on? I barely heard you.
Oh, I was getting ready to say number one. I was streaming late into the day, and then you started your live stream. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and power through this, and then I couldn't power through it, so that's why you just now hearing on. So yeah, I'm waiting to hear from you at 9 because then I can, give my stuff because there's some other stuff that I do.
We're gonna have a big show tonight, Set.
Yeah, literally. There's a lot to get into. I mean,
You're gonna have to give me, Tove, and Gaming the StreamYard link when you go on.
Man, because there's a lot to get into, brother.
Dude, there's some stuff about this Iranian protest that I can tell you from my personal sources, but I have to speak on anonymity that, dude, the news ain't telling everything.
Obviously.
We
know that. We know that. We know the news ain't telling everything.
We just want to know what the tea is. So tune in tonight, guys.
We just want to know, bro, can we get a revolution change or nah? And right now, the way these guys are talking, even Trump is like, nah.
Should I put money on Polymarket or not?
I'm weak.
I'm
You
gonna
might get more money.
I'm gonna drop a little bit of a spoiler. It's not an opening shut case like people think it is. I'll tell you that for a fact.
Mm-hmm. I know. We understood that. It's not we all know it's still up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen in the end. Right now, we're just hearing both sides and what they got to say.
Y'all, we gonna save the rest of the juicy bits for the live tonight, which I ain't gonna spoil it until S.E.T goes live. But let me tell you this. And a carrier strike group got sent when I was in the Middle East deployed. There was a carrier strike group that got sent up there, and we were up there doing some stuff for a little bit. Telling you from firsthand knowledge, you don't send one of those up there for no reason.
Nope.
No,
Not to mention they're closing the embassies, they're closing the diplomatic ties. We're getting ready for something.
Yeah, and they start evacuating people and all that good stuff. I'm just like, oof. So like I said, I mean, the way Trump is talking, he makes it sound like we're not doing it, but I mean, like, I don't know, man. The actions.
Let me put it this way. There's going to be leaflets dropped, and then there's going to be rifles dropped, and then we're going to war.
Hey, it could happen. It could definitely happen. But all right, guys.
There was also nope, I'm going till tonight.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and close down on this one, and we're gonna come back tonight around 9:30. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. We're gonna go ahead and end off on Tove's video. So shout out Tove. Appreciate you sending this one in. And all right, guys, I'll catch you guys on the next one, man. Shout out to my man Monty. Make sure you follow my man Monty on his channel, Mr. Paramedic. Make sure you follow my man Gaming on the original Gaming, and of course, hey, Tove, appreciate you coming up.
Always.
All right, guys, we'll go ahead and end it on this one with this song right here. All right, guys, peace out. Appreciate the support, and we'll see you on the next one. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media. Peace.
Welcome, kids, to our fine school. We teach the alphabet, what a jewel. A comes after Z, B is 3. Spelling, leering perfectly. Mayor appease the vote. While we rake in cash, he stays afloat. Come on, parents, trust our sign. Quality leering looks just fine. No kids playing, doors locked tight, but millions flowing. What a delight! Don't drop your kids at Wally Leering Center. It's a total scam, pure fraud adventure. We'll pocket your taxes, laugh all the way. Somalia tops the fraud list every day. Math time here is super fun. 2 + 2 = 21. Count our cash, that's all we need. Tim Wall smiles, plants the seed. Empty building, ghost town vibe. Claim 100 kids, what a tribe. Tax money rolls in, thank you much. We'll spend it lavish, stay out of touch. Don't drop your kids at Wally Leering Center. It's a total scam, pure fraud adventure. Ilhan's wealth jumped to 30 mil fast. From zero to riches, no questions asked. Keep your head buried deep in the sand. Ignore the raids, it's all so grand. Let us scam away, no one will care. Your ignorance makes it beyond compare. Tim Wall says mass import is great. One country floods the welfare state. Never a problem, never a glitch. Congregate here, get filthy rich. Don't drop your kids at Wally Leering Center. It's a total scam, pure fraud adventure. We'll enjoy your taxes, thanks a bunch, folks. Fraud kings forever, what a sweet hope. Don't drop your kids at Wally Leering Center. It's a total scam, pure fraud adventure. Just look the other way, let it all slide. Minnesota's Wally forever wild. Don't drop your kids at Wally Leering Center. It's a total scam, pure fraud adventure. Somalia fraud champs, we're proud and bold. Your money's ours now, pure scam gold.
Big talk on the TV. Somali boy count cash, move sneaky. Paper in the daycare, paper in the kitchen on the farm, different story, different vision. Every office, cousin got position. Every meeting, bro, I got a mission. Smile for the photo, suit look clean. Under the table, whole crew eat green. Somali scam king, hey, we run that. 8 bill gone, they can't get none back. On God, every hustle, every angle. Comrade, Kylo, say, flip it, untangle. Somali scam king, talk sweet, walk me in, dress code halal, money so hot I'm clean. Read me, sign here, that's the anthem. Whole block eating off the big boy scams. Damn, 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 damn. Somali scam king. Somebody scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somebody scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somebody scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somebody scam king. Freedom fighters, now they fight with spreadsheets. Laptop louder than the sound of the street. Grand after grand, feeding all the kids. Outside parking lot full of new whips. Charity, trucking, fake school, fake farm. Whole application like reading the charm. Refugee program, we help, we care. Back in Saxon, we just fit the shed. Comrade Carlos in the must front row at the door prayer. Plan where the funds go, one file here. One shell company there. By the time they notice, we in the air. Somebody scam king. We run that 8 bill gone, they can't get none back. On God, every hustle, every angle. Comrade Carlos, say flip it, untangle. Somebody scam king. Talk sweet, walk me, dress code halal, money so hot I'm clean. Habibi, sign it, that's the anthem. Whole block eating off the big boy scams. Damn, 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 damn. Somebody scam king. Somebody scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somebody scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somebody scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Accent every wanna do.
Like a thief in the night, I send me a strike. Kidnap a op, I'm taking his wife. Me and Joe Biden are nothing alike. He fucked up and I'm making it right. I'm in my bedroom plotting on how we gon' fuck up they New Year. Send him a buck. I got your president hostage, bitch. You pay thing and I'm sending them up. Smoking on, you don't know what I do for that fad. You don't know what I do for these bitches. Fuck that money I got from my dad. 40 million on my head, and I wipe it with my ass. I'm a $1 billion pocket parlor. Hop out, get my man. Understand? I'm too deep in this shit. Who the fuck is Maduro? Kidnap you and you know. I tell him to come here, let's play a game of Uno. Drop 2 bombs, who knows? Just like I dropped that bomb on you know. And I cannot move on. I heard that they click waking up, I get in Majin Buu mode. And I get them all gone. And I turn your whole country to a war zone. I take you and put you in a mud hole. Take your wife and give her ass cornrows. Weapons of mass destruction. Venezuela ain't no knife and know that they bluffing in the discussion. Know that I'm holding the button. They got me pressing the button. Can't catch you, then I'm killing your cousin. I pop out and I'm making it thunder. Take your oil, leave you with nothing. The mind of a general, know that I'm thugging. We gon' stop before dawn, they won't know that we come. When they bring up that list, they distracting the pop. Tryna make it seem like I'm just sliding for nothing. Tryna do me like Michael, they know I'm an idol. I hope your bitches reading your Bibles. I hope your soldiers staying alert. Putting their ass 6 feet in the dirt. You gon' get hurt, you step on this turf, you're done, you're bun. Chances of winning 100 to 1. You ain't gon' win, you ain't on shit. DT nigga, drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ran, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. 6 men deep in everybody body. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to World War like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masu, Masa, Masal?